even more in research and finding treatments and cures.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's Disease Research Program has invested more than $175 million in breakthrough research.
If your loved one or you yourself are sitting there thinking, something is wrong, I'm not who I used to be, you can get some answers and you can get them for free.
Call us at 1-855-345-6237 or visit us online at brightfocus.org/brainhealth to learn more.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Monday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. That is our telephone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. Also on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Cubs sweep out the White Sox over the weekend. And if you like old ladies being run down by cars, that's exactly what you saw over the weekend. That's what you like, Cap? That's exactly what we saw over the weekend.
Excuse me?
It's like the cars just hitting the accelerator and trying to get after the old lady on the walker. That's exactly what we saw from the Chicago Cubs against the AA White Sox. As I always tell you, there's levels to this, Cap. I couldn't even fight with you on Friday. Couldn't even muster up, fart out any words of, Cap, my White Sox have got a bit. I got nothing to say. There's levels to this. The Cubs are one of the best teams in baseball. And the White Sox, well, at some point in 2031, will compete with you in those crosstown classics.
That's progress, because you've been saying 2032.
Well, I just think we can win a game in 2031. Maybe the series in 2032. So, Cap, that's what it is, Cap. Levels to this. We're not at that level. The Sox brethren and I. And the Cubs, this is why they're one of the best teams in baseball. It was showcased over the weekend.
Yeah, they're a really good team, and it was what they needed to do and take care of business. And they're 2 up in the division. The Cardinals have won, I think, 12 of 14, 11 of 13. But they lost yesterday, and the Cubs found a way to win a baseball game. Now off to Miami to take on the Marlins. So we'll see how that goes. White Sox, I think, are off. And then who comes in? Seattle?
Yeah, they were off the last 3 games as well.
So I like Miguel Vargas. I like his fight. I like his bat. He looks like he's starting to come around. I thought he had a good weekend. I like Chase Mydroth. I do. I think he's a solid ball player. Look at you rolling your eyes over there. I thought Jonathan Cannon threw the ball well.
Cannon.
But you cannot, I think it was Saturday's game. They all run together. But Saturday's game, the White Sox walked 11. You can't walk 11 and then play at the plate, throw it right on the money. It's not even going to be close, and Matt Thace drops it. Like the errors that they made, you cannot give teams second chances. You cannot do it. And for my Cubs, they pitched well. Thought their bullpen was really good over the weekend. And you got big hits and big spots, and there's a guy named PCA who he's just ridiculous, man. That guy is just rolling.
Yes, there's PCA, and then there is the old ladies that could not get up over the weekend. That was the Sox pitcher. There we are.
And I can't get up.
There it is.
I knew that guy would have something.
There's the White Sox right there.
Jay Moore. He's
there it is.
Ridiculous. That guy's amazing.
Well, speaking of PCA, PCA Cap is a star. And let me just tell you, this is not getting my heads over my skis. I'm just telling you, you know what, when you see it in Major League Baseball, where he's got it, meaning that he has the speed, he has the power, he has the defense. Cap, he's got the ability to hit the ball over the wall. He's doing things that we did not expect. We already knew he was fast, and he would be a quality defender in the outfield. But he's doing it all right now. Amazing for PCA and his agent not to take the money officially offered by the Cubs early in the season. Nah, you know what? We'll wait. I got more to show you. Oh, my God, Cap. He is turning heads not just in Chicago, but around Major League Baseball on the kind of player that he is.
He is. He's playing great baseball. He's showing power. Obviously, he's got speed. And when he gets on base, he's going to be running. His defense is outstanding. But what I really, really like about him is no moment seems too big. He just plays. He just goes out and plays. And having him, Tucker has not been hot. He had a triple the other day, had a hit yesterday. He's hanging in there, but he's not where he needs to be yet. Mm-hmm. When they get him going, and it sounds like Matt Shaw, who was scratched from the lineup in Iowa yesterday, sounds like Matt Shaw could be meeting them in Florida. And that will give them an everyday third baseman. We'll see what he can do. He's hit 4 home runs the last 2 days, and I think he had 6 in the week. He looks like he may have figured some things out. They changed his approach at the plate a little bit. I think he still has a leg kick, but he's not so contorted with his front foot completely. You know, it just was an odd way to approach things.
Yeah.
But whatever it takes, man, we'll see. Cubs and Marlins, 5:40 tonight. We'll see how it goes.
All right, let's lock in, Squirrel, on PCA. All right, let's get back to PCA because that's the guy that we have is the centerpiece of our conversation this morning. Because he was 8 for 14 with 8 RBIs. For those that missed it, we're talking about 4 runs, a home run, a double, and a triple. He has moved into the top 6 in National League MVP odds. We're talking about an MVP candidate now, Cap, at this point in time. And I know what you're saying because you're like me. We love baseball and we cherish every game because we know winter's coming. Mm-hmm. so we
I love
understand
baseball like you.
Cap, we understand like it's one game at a time, one series at a time, because we cherish and love spring and summer because it's baseball season.
Yep.
But Cap, I'm just telling you that with Pete Crow Armstrong, what he's been able to do so far, to me, is sustainable. There's going to be ups and downs in a long season. But here's one thing that does not slump, and that's speed and strong defense. It does not slump. He sees the ball well enough in the outfield, so he's not an embarrassment out there. He never will be because he can track it down. Him being able to steal bases, the Cubs are still number 1 in stolen bases, I believe, in Major League Baseball. A big part of that is Pete Crow Armstrong. And so, to me, when he's top 6 in ML, National League MVP, that says a lot about him. It says a lot about, even with Tucker's struggles here or there, PCA's leading the way. That's not what we expected coming into the season. Did we not?
I didn't think he'd be at this level.
Not like this.
I did not. When I was championing everybody should bet him at MVP at 55-1.
Crazy.
I didn't think we'd be where it's at now. I did not. I thought he'd be a really good player defensively. I thought he'd, have a little bit of pop to see where his numbers are amazing. And 8 of 14 over the weekend, driving in big runs, hit a 3-run home run on Friday down the line. Yeah, he's that dude, man. He is that dude.
So, Ian Happ still not back.
No, he's eligible to come off, I think, tomorrow. I think.
I don't know, man. I kind of know Craig Counsell, and he'll go back to putting Happ at the top of the lineup. But Pete Crow's been fine at the top.
Well, what if you did this? I was thinking about this driving to work today. Mm-hmm. It was nice and quiet. I had my coffee, and I'm thinking, if I was managing that team, would I leave PCA there? I would, and then I'd put Ian Happ maybe in the 2-hole. And then, because he grinds at bats, he allows Pete Crow Armstrong, when on base, a chance to steal. Kyle Tucker in the 3-hole. Mm-hmm. Suzuki in the 4-hole. Michael Bush in the 5 hole. Dansby Swanson 6.
Deserves it.
Nico Horner 7. My catcher in the 8 hole.
Kelly Amaya.
Yeah. And then in my 9 hole, who am I missing? Matt Shaw.
Matt Shaw when he comes back, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Bruhan. Or whoever you got over there at third base.
It'll be Matt Shaw.
Yeah.
So
I would live with that. Now you got a new daily double at the top.
right.
Not just, light hitting on base percentage, but you got someone that can hit the ball over the wall. You got a guy that can give you doubles, and then you have the patience of Hap at the top. I think that that's okay. I don't think that Hap will have a problem with that. Pete Crow, to me, has been comfortable at the top of the lineup. He's been regulated to 6 or 7? He's like 6 before the injury to Hap. He was down in the lineup.
He was. And he said he was very comfortable down there. But now he's at the top of the lineup, and he's comfortable there, too.
I think that says a lot, my friend. I think that when Hap comes back, I don't mind that to be the new daily double at the top. And with Tucker, look, right now the slash line this morning is 264, 375, and 522 slugging. You know he's going to be fine. He comes into your ball club as a top 10 player. Okay, again, ups and downs in a season. But here is the hallmark of Cubs baseball so far, Cap, is that, I'm not sure if the pitching is going to work. We got some guys down. But you keep winning. You keep winning series. You've got through a rough patch in April and May against some of the best in American League in the National League West and came out whole.
Correct. We thought, boy, if they could just be right around 500 at the end of April, getting through that gauntlet of Diamondback, Padre, Dodger.
Yeah.
And here they are, 2 games clear of the field in their division and have the easiest schedule the rest of the way after playing the single most difficult month any team will play this year.
It's not an answer for today, but Jed Hoyer and the Cubs and everyone else there, Clark and Addison, has to think about 2 things. One, Kyle Tucker, is he going to be a Cub after this season? But what does the future of PCA hold financially? I know it's been 2 months, Cap, but to me, this is sustainable. You got something here. Don't Tribune company him we'll wait for arbitration. Well, so just wait around. Cap, that's a guy you want to lock up.
Agreed. I agree.
Now, how much does that cost? I don't know, but I mean, if you keep playing it like this, you're going to have to pay through the nose for something like that. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. At least you have legitimate young players that'll be part of the now and the future for the Cubs.
Bobby Witt Jr., Shea, what did he sign for? 285, I think it was.
Kansas City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
285, I'm pretty sure.
We broke that news here, and I just went apoplectic because the moribund Kansas City Royals doing nothing, and all of a sudden, we're going to invest for our future. And the Sox, Benintendi. That's the highest you'll go.
Right. And you went, I remember reading you the story. He signed an 11-year, $288.7 million deal, could potentially extend to 14 years with options that would make it worth $377.7. And when he signed that deal, he was in his infancy in the big leagues. He was. He hadn't been around very long, and they stepped up and got it done. He was the number 2 overall pick in big league baseball in the draft.
That ends up being a sweetheart deal.
Right.
Imagine what you'd be paying him if you really got hot in the MVP conversation in the American League. Top 3, top 4. So I'm just saying that with PCA right now, he keeps going in this direction, Cap. Then it's not the Tucker conversation. It's Tucker and PCA. Imagine if you just would grab the money early. Oh, my God. That would have been bad for PCA.
Right. Like,
what was the offer?
With options, it was $75 million.
Yeah, not anymore.
Jet tried to steal him.
We're out
Was
of
he Alexi Ramirez?
we're out of the Jackson Merrill range now too, which I think was $135 million before the season this year.
Smart by the Padres.
If you're going to buy PCA out of his arbitration, it's going to look more like the Bobby Witt deal at this point.
So Bobby Witt Jr. came up in 2022. That was his rookie year. He signed that monster contract. It was started with the 2024 season. So 2 years in, they gave him an 11-year, $288 million deal. 2 years in. So if you're the Cubs and you say to PCA, we want you to be here, we'll give you an 11-year deal.
For how much?
$300 million.
It would probably cost you, because his first year of his deal, he's age 24. PCA will be 24 next season, right? It's probably going to cost you 11 years, north of $300 million.
Yeah. And at this point in time, as we talk today, that's deserved. I feel like that's not going to slump.
Plus, there will be people that will say, I've seen them on social saying to me, why didn't they lock him up early?
Tried.
Well, they tried, A. B, Eloy Jimenez, Luis Robert Jr. Like, that stuff happens where you pay these guys a lot of money and they don't make it.
Right. Guys,
for whatever reason.
Just coming to the States, by the way. You didn't even have a glove and a bat. Here you go, Lexi. Here you go. The old Kenny Williams deal. Here you go.
Right.
Just like sign anything. Here you go.
Oh, I'll take that.
Right.
I'm getting $1 million a year. Wow, that's amazing.
Right.
Yeah, I would have given you $30 million a year, but you didn't ask for it.
You just came over the raft. So we just decide we want to pay you now, put you in an apartment in Bolingbrook.
Bobby Witt Jr. is currently in his third year in the big leagues.
See? That's part of the building process for a cheap organization, by the way, the Royals. Wouldn't dole that money out to anybody, but they said we need to lock up a young player.
Now, he can opt out of his contract.
Fourth year, Cap. He's in his fourth year.
22, 23, 24, 25, his fourth year. Correct. Thank you. He can opt out after the 2030 season. He'll be 30 years old, turning 31, and his salary that year is $35 million a year. He's make $35 million going forward all the way through 2037. He could opt out, which he obviously will if he's healthy.
Yeah, he will.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Our thoughts about PCA. You're hearing us talk about the Cubs and Sox series. Were you there? We'd love to get your thoughts on the Cubs-Sox series. And also, PCA, is that the focus for the Chicago Cubs, more so than Kyle Tucker? We'll continue to take your thoughts as we move forward here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It doesn't take much to have the best-selling White Sox jersey these days as the team struggles, but the new bestseller is that of a notable fan. Local merchandise stores have been hawking Pope Leo XIV Sox gear ever since the Dolton native and Sox fan Robert Prevost was elected earlier this month. Grandstand Sports near Rate Field said it's been fielding a rush of orders for Pope Leo Sox jerseys, which they're selling for more than $200 a piece. A nice boost after the worst season in modern MLB history. The team itself, meantime, has been trying to embrace the global interest while not exploiting such a well-known religious figure. The Sox will let fans make their own Pope jerseys at the team store, but say they're still working out details with the Chicago Archdiocese on how to officially capitalize on the team's new most famous fan. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Monday and a great week. I'd like to remind you that Kyle Tucker, as we talk about the Cubs, will be on with the Carmen and Jurko show. Carmen will be with Jesse, and Tucker will be on at 2 o'clock, so you can hear from Tucker and find out about his experience as a Cub and whether or not he's going to be a future Cub. That's at 2 o'clock right here on your home for the White Sox and the Bears, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Yeah, we're going to be talking about not just Kyle Tucker, but also PCA, Cap, because that guy turns heads. Not just here, but I'm talking about nationally. I put on MLB Network Radio, and they're talking about PCA. Because what we wondered coming into the season was, okay, so who doesn't like Suzuki? And Bush was fine. Let's see what that looks like in another year. And Dansby Swanson had a down year last year. You know, who are going to be the catalyst for this Cubs team? This morning, they are 28-19. And we're getting answers as we get closer to Memorial Day. We got answers of why are the Cubs playing well? Well, you're getting, first of all, pitching that you never thought that you'd get from some of the young guys. That's one. But two, offensively speaking, even with Tucker not necessarily hitting the hot bat, you have someone like an unsung hero like Dansby Swanson, coming from the ashes, by the way, down into the lineup where counsel said, fight your way back to the lineup, Dansby. How much money are you making? Got a dandy glove, but you're not helping offensively. And look, since he was pushed down the lineup, he's up to 253, 315, 472.
He's playing really good baseball.
Yeah.
Obviously, defensively, he's a Gold Glover.
Yes,
That will always travel. But he looks better at the plate. He looks more comfortable at the plate. He's a streaky hitter. There's going to be 2 weeks where you go, oh, my God, this guy's amazing.
Yes.
And then there's going to be 2 to 3 weeks where you go, can you hit the ball at all?
Yeah.
That's just who he is. You know, go back and look at his career numbers. I think he had 1 year, he hit 27 home runs. But beyond that, go back and look at his numbers. That's who he is. He's a streaky hitter.
Now, there was an incident that happened in the Cubs-Sox game, and that involves Vargas, we just talked about moments ago, right?
Yeah, Miguel Vargas had a really good weekend, and it looks like he's fixed what was ailing him as a hitter. He was the centerpiece of that trade with the Dodgers, He's got some pop, man.
He does.
That dude hit some laser beam home runs. I think he had 3 home runs over the weekend. And then Brad Keller, who the Cubs have taken from being a starter, made him into a high leverage reliever, and he's throwing 100 miles an hour. And he came up and in on Vargas and got him.
Yeah.
This is Len Casper and DJ as they go through what happened. There's 2 different segments here, but you had the third base coach for the White Sox come out and yell at the umpire. Then you had Will Venable on the field defending their guys.
Medium depth, Robert. Under it, he makes the catch. He's going to throw to third as the run scores. And that's the right play because Tucker was thinking about tagging. And now Quentin Berry is having a chat with Brennan Miller, the third base umpire. I don't know if it's about Vargas or what. And now Vargas chatting with Berry.
Yeah,
I know Vargas. I think Vargas was maybe standing near Crow Armstrong because third baseman will try to block the vision of the runner.
Yes.
So he can't see when that ball is caught. But that's legal.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He can stand where he wants to. He's not in the path of him advancing to the next base. And if you're at third base, you got to look around him.
Okay. So now there's a different part to this as well.
There is, because it gets nasty.
Yeah.
1-0, he hit him. Vargas not real happy. Vargas spinning around and looks like cooler heads will prevail, but Miguel did not appreciate that.
Interesting, because wasn't there a conversation a little earlier over at third base with one of the base runners and Vargas?
That's a great call. Maybe Miguel thinks that that's a little payback. Was it a fastball?
Yeah, it was a fastball.
Okay.
Yeah, and
he throws hard.
Yes, he does. So, when you're talked to by the third base coach or somebody else in the opposing uniform at your position, you have that little thing, and then next time you come up and the first pitch is 99 miles an hour at you, I would get that feeling too, like, oh, okay, we're doing this, are we?
So Vaughn, the DH, takes a strike on a slider. Runner at first, 2 outs, 8th inning. Whether intentional or not, the best payback is score a couple runs here. Sweeper is low.
Well, you're 100% right about that. Got to dig deep. As you already mentioned, Keller is throwing the ball well.
A 1-1. Low. Well, I guess we'll keep an eye on Vargas and Quentin Berry in the bottom of the inning because they'll be standing right next to each other at third base.
Yep.
Jordan Leisure loosening.
So it got nasty.
It did get nasty.
He throws 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Guy has, and I bookmarked these numbers from Sox Nerd. Good follow, by the way, on Twitter. Miguel Vargas hit 600 for the weekend, a 583 OBP, a 1600 slug. That's the White Sox highest outputs in a season against the Cubs among players who had at least 6 at-bats. Number 1. And so it must have, something was said at third base, and I'm not telling you Keller threw intentionally, but it's funny how it's the guy who has those numbers who got clipped.
Listen, I would say that you're trying to back him off the plate. As I was watching that live, I was thinking, well, Vargas has kicked the Cubs' ass as far as that Friday game because he had 2 home runs in that game.
Yep.
And then in the game that we're hearing right now, you just know that he's dangerous. He finished 2 for 3 with a run, a home run, and an RBI. So I'm just thinking, just a little message.
Mm-hmm.
That's baseball. I did not take offense to that.
Yeah, I did not. Again, in a 5-1, was it 5-1 at the time? No, 6-1.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to put traffic on? And heaven forbid somebody runs into one, and you're like, "Oh God, they hit a grand slam. It's 6-5 now."
Right.
So I don't think he's throwing at him. I just think he's moving him off the plate. Don't get so comfortable down there, bud.
Yeah.
You had a big weekend.
No, Vargas didn't like that, and no one likes that, by the way.
Correct.
No one likes it, but that's part of the game. He pitched inside, clipped him a little bit. Okay, all right. But again, the best revenge, as Len and DJ was saying, is to score runs. You got to learn that.
Yeah.
So
well done by Len and DJ. Really good job.
Listen, you watch both teams like I watch both teams, and so I'm sure it resonated with you. What I've been telling you last few weeks is like, I'm just watching these kids, man. Just watching these kids. Meidroth is going to be something. Vargas is going to be something. But again, as I was thinking about this morning, boy, when these guys are good, will they be White Sox? That's my fear.
It's fair until they show you that they have a commitment to signing guys. Now, they don't have to do that today.
Right.
But on the other side of town, if you're a Cubs fan, you should be very excited. Your team is 9 games over.
Sure.
Your team has a lot of minor league talent they can use in deals. Jed has talked about we have money in the budget to go do what we need to do.
Okay.
So let's see what they do.
What about my side of the table?
It's going to take time. Just let the kids keep playing and developing. That's where you're at, unfortunately. Sorry, but it's fact. You ran into a big boy team in their building this weekend. Just didn't go the way you wanted.
It happens most series against the White Sox. Most series.
But I see more life from this team than I did under Pedro Grifol. I thought he was a horrific choice for manager. You know that.
Yeah.
I didn't like it the day, like you didn't like the Eberflus hire.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't crazy about it either, but I didn't like, I said to you, hold on a second. The Royals changed managers. That guy was on the staff, and they let him go to a division rival. What does that tell you what they thought of him?
Says a lot, doesn't it?
Horrible.
312-332-3776 is our telephone number as we talk to you about the Crosstown series with the White Sox and Cubs. If you were there, if you got a chance to watch, we'll definitely take your phone calls. And coming up, Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, responded to Caleb Williams' reports from the Seth Wickersham piece. You'll hear from Ben Johnson. It's coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life. When I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Poor has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Tuning into your favorite team's game or actually going to the stadium is better when you feel at your best. If something's not quite right, reduce tension and pain and increase flexibility with expert-assisted stretching at Stretch Lab. Each session is customized to your body's needs with your unique goals in mind. Visit your local Stretch Lab today or go to stretchlab.com to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, get an additional $10 off with code FAN10. That's code FAN10 at stretchlab.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
The Kap J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
No, Snoop, it is not a crime. It's just Kap and J Hood. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jesse from 12 to 3. Don't forget Kyle Tucker at 2 o'clock. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30, right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Seattle Mariners. And Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah there. Right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. 312-332-3776 is our telephone number. So, Kap, Ben Johnson was recently on the Colin Cowherd show. And Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, responded to Caleb Williams' reports from Seth Wickersham. You recall you and I talking about this on Friday, the Wickersham piece regarding Caleb Williams and his father.
Right, where he was looking for a way to get himself to the Vikings before the draft. And his dad said, I don't want my son going to Chicago because that's where quarterbacks go to die. And I understood it. I do. As a dad, I absolutely understand Carl Williams' concerns coming to Chicago. And then Caleb said after he came to Chicago and met with Ryan Poles and the staff and had dinner and the whole deal, all right, I'm in. I don't want to nuke a whole city. I'm in. Let's do this. And he and Poles have a great relationship. Okay. Now you got to win football games. And he had to walk through hell last year with Eberflus and all the nonsense that went on there. So now let's find out. With Ben Johnson, there's no more excuses. Let's go.
Some thoughts here from the head coach for the Chicago Bears here on the home of the Bears.
So all human beings are the same in one aspect. If you're afraid of flying and you're on a plane and the minute turbulence hits, where does your mind go? Back to your fears. So I reported a year ago, Seth Wickersham reported it today, that Caleb was worried about the history of the Bears offense. And so you didn't inherit it. That's not your issue. You don't care about that. But there is a psychology, Ben, that's true. He goes into a 2-week losing streak, and it's turbulence on a plane that he was scared to fly anyway. How do you ensure that when there are bumps in this division, and there are bumps for him, that those fears that are now reported of, oh, man, this organization and quarterback, he's had those. That's okay. Some installed by his dad, whatever. How do you ensure During the turbulence of this season, and there will be, your division's too good. There's too many good teams on the schedule. How do you ensure he doesn't lose faith and belief in your system?
Well, you talk about fears, and I don't see it quite the same way. I see this as what a great opportunity we have to do something that really has never been done. There hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer here in this franchise, and I think Caleb's going to be the first one, and one of many years, many seasons to come where he's able to accomplish that feat. So I see a chance for greatness here for him. He's been communicated that way, and he feels the same way. I don't know what's gone on prior to him joining the organization, but he is very proud to be a Chicago Bear. That's what our conversations have included, and he's really excited to get to work right now and be the best version of himself for 2025. There's no question we're going to face adversity. Both he will, he's not going to. We want to see growth from here to here over the course of the season. It's not going to be linear growth. It's going to be a little bit of ups and downs and stair steps along the way. But we want to see from game 1 to game 17 that we're getting better as a whole. And that's not just him. That's us as a team as well. So I'm excited. That's what makes coaching fun, is when the hiccups occur, when the adversity strikes, how do we respond to it? That's when you find out who you are as a man.
Interesting stuff. He said how proud he is to be a Chicago Bear. Talking about Caleb, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, I get all of that. But he has to understand what this was before he got here. And I'm sure he does. He's changing everything in the building. But this was a complete train wreck a year ago.
Okay, so let's start. There's a couple of things I want to talk to you about regarding what Ben Johnson said. First of all, Cap, as you well know, with a lot of young players, they are able to have everything, high school, college, everything that they've earned to be able to get to the professional level. You know, there's a lot of young players that don't care about the past.
True.
You can go to the grocery store, you know, and wherever Caleb Williams goes to the Whole Foods, and you say, hey, man, Caleb, we've had a hard time beating the Green Bay Packers over the years. We haven't had a Super Bowl championship since 85. We haven't been there since back in the day under Lovie Smith. Man, you got to get us there. And there's a friendly nod, and there's going to be a smile. It's like, okay, well, thank you. We're going to do our best. Have a good day. There's a lot of young people that don't care about the past because a lot of those kids that are in the National Football League that have moribund franchises like the Bears were not born yet. So they might have been told that, but that pressure is not on their shoulders. The pressure is, to me, what's happening in the here and now on how I can get better from year 1 to year 2. The idea that the Bears have not been to the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl since 85, I don't know if that resonates with Caleb as much as it is, man, I got to play better. That should be job one.
Absolutely. I remember as the Cubs made their run, 15-16, I remember being on the field talking to, there was Bryant, there was Rizzo. We were doing some interview, and I asked them about, it's been 100 and whatever years. And Chris Bryant, you could see it. It's in the MLB video when he's talking to Peter Gammons at the World Series. I wasn't around in 1908, 1909. I haven't been around. I was born in whatever year he was born.
Yeah.
He said, none of that means anything to me. And it's the way it should be.
It means something to us because we know the history.
Correct.
But to these young guys, man, they don't care about all that stuff that happened in the past because you know what? They can't do anything about it.
Correct.
The other piece of this is, again, we're going to circle back, Shay, with another conversation about 4,000 yards. 4,000 yards doesn't mean anything to me, personally, as a fan. I'm sure it's a milestone in the building for Ben Johnson, maybe for Caleb Williams, but the milestone should be more winning. That should be the milestone. The milestone is, hey, man, in my first year as a quarterback for the Chicago Bears, the number 1 draft pick, I won 5 games. I was part of a 5-win team. And now in year 2, I'm part of a 10-win team, 11-win team, playoff team. That should be the goal. Unless it's something that's a goal in his contract that he's got to reach, that he's got to get 4,000 yards, that's great personally. But ultimately, for all of us, it's not about 4,000 yards. It's about the playoffs, whatever number that is. So for Ben Johnson, guys like him, stat guys, numbers guys, analytics guys, that's fine. But ultimately, the number I care about is the W and how many W's you get. That's all I care about. So if that number is 10, 11, 12, that's the number. He can have 3,500 yards again. As long as the Bears get to the playoffs, I'll be happy with that.
Yeah, when we did our show the other night after the schedule release, and we were all talking, and Silvy made a point, I don't care about, I just want wins. He's right. He's right. And you and I talked about that the other day. I don't care if you tell me the Bears went 7-10 and Caleb threw for 4,900 yards. It's a fail.
Yeah.
But if you tell me, like you just said, he threw for 3,750 and the Bears won 12 ball games, great. Now, do I want to see them at some point have a 4,000-yard passer? It'd be cool because of the type of offense it would be fun to watch. But I just want to win football games. I do. Yeah. As Shay said to us this morning, Josh Allen won the MVP. He did not throw for 4,000 yards.
That is correct.
He was just a beast. A beast.
And with this mature morning show that we do every day, Cap, we're just checking off things we've never seen before.
Mature? That might be on your side.
Well, I'm just saying that for you and I that see it a lot around the Chicago sports landscape, that'll be something to check off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we got that. And we see another Super Bowl championship or a number of Super Bowl or like a run since the Ditka regime with multiple Super Bowl championships. That'll be something we haven't seen before either. So that's what it comes down to me. That might be important to Ben Johnson, but I would say, hey, man, put down the clicker, okay? Put down the abacus. Put down the analytics. Let's just focus on how Caleb Williams can be built up to be a quarterback with all the weapons that's in front of him. That's the thing that matters to me. 4,000 yards, if that's something that's a bet that you have out there and you want want Caleb in the offense to get there, that's fine. But for me as a Bears fan, the number one thing is for the Bears to have more than 5 wins from last year. I don't think I'm asking too much.
I feel like there is a lot of talent here. He has all the weapons he needs. He's got the head coach that he wanted so desperately. Let's just let the numbers fall where the numbers fall, as you said, as long as our team that we love is relevant at the end of the year.
A follow-up to the book that's coming out and the piece from Seth Wickersham, an ESPN insider, has some thoughts about that book. We'll hear from him coming up next. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
At Elmhurst University, we make it our mission to ensure our students go far and do well. This means equipping you with the skills you need to excel on campus, and then elevating you into a long-lasting career. Our supportive faculty and far-reaching professional network create an environment that allows you to be at your best, so you can do your best. Which means you'll be ready to make your impact on the world from the moment you graduate. A professional powerhouse located just outside Chicago. Elmhurst University. Go far, do well.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins and Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Jay Moore, let me tell you about ESPN Bet. The playoffs are in full swing. You get all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jim.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Seth Wickersham was on with Waddle and Silvy. We played that last week. You can go to Waddle and Silvy on the ESPN Chicago app and hear the conversation in its entirety from last Friday. But Dan Graziano was on Unsportsmanlike, the show that airs between 5 and 7 before we come on ESPN 1000. And remember, Cap, this whole thing was about the quarterback. This book about quarterbacks and what they have to go through.
Right. It's about more than just Caleb Williams. It's not a Caleb Williams book. It is about training a quarterback, growing up a quarterback. It's got some similarities in it to Teddy Greenstein's book, Quarterback Dad, which Caleb Williams was chronicled in at age, I think, 16, 15, 16, I think. But this book is all about that position. And he got to know Caleb and Carl, his dad, and that's how this whole thing broke.
So Graziano gave his thoughts, Dan Graziano from ESPN, about the book comments.
What was your reaction to reading that Caleb Williams and his dad did not want to go to Chicago? They said it's where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah, it's not. That's a tough one. Where quarterbacks go to die. You don't want that to be your slogan. I think prior to the draft, the Caleb Williams draft, there was some chatter about his father and how involved is he going to be and what's that going to mean. And we really didn't hear much from him. So I think people were pleasantly surprised on that level. But apparently behind the scenes, there was a lot going on. So, I think it's not surprising. The Bears seem to have cut it all off by saying, look, I don't care. Like, we're going to draft you. Mm-hmm. And this is it. And then it seems like when Caleb got there to the facility, he came back and said, Dad, let's relax here. I think this is actually going to be okay. So it's definitely not a good look for the Bears. It's not a great look for Caleb. If he struggles now, the fans will be, oh, he's the guy that didn't want to be here. Like, that'll stick to him if he struggles. So he's going to have to deliver. But yeah, it's not a great look for anybody involved.
Thoughts from Dan Graziano.
When he says it's not a great look with anybody involved, I talked to my brother over the weekend about this. We had this discussion, and I said, as the father of a son, he also has 2 boys. I have 4. I have no problem with what Carl Williams said. 0. The Bears have been where quarterbacks go to die. Start naming off the ones they've drafted high, and let me know when you get to one that made All-Pro.
Right.
We thought, we're getting Cutler. We traded for him. Didn't work out. We drafted Jim Harbaugh. He was fine. Cade McNown. He was fine. Traded for Rick Meyer, who was formerly a high first-round pick. He didn't work out. Mitch Trubisky. And on to Justin Fields. And now on to Caleb Boyd. They've never figured out the quarterback position. Never. So as a dad, I got 0 problem with what Carl Williams said. 0.
He's just protecting his son.
Exactly.
Jay Moore, can I just tell you something? You know what it will always be? There's something that will always be in our business. There'll always be sound, or there'll always be the written word where people can prove certain things to make a point. Mm-hmm. Let me give you the example. Boomer Esiason on Boomer and Geo went viral as Esiason in the morning on WFAN was talking about how Caleb Williams needs to shut up, and this idea that he's going to go someplace else. How dare he do this? How dare him even think about going into a different team? You know, Boomer Esiason once upon a time said on the record, and I have the audio right here in front of me, that he would never play for the Colts when he was drafted. Never wanted to play. He's like, I'm never going to play for the Colts. Now listen, same thing with Eli Manning. He didn't want to play for the Chargers. But there was a dad in place in Archie Manning's like, hey, man, I don't want this for my son. I'd rather for him to play someplace else. There was not all of this hue and cry for Boomer Esiason, or wasn't this outrage for Eli Manning. There wasn't all this stuff that was being said about those guys. But Caleb Williams, his dad, just trying to figure out, hey, man, Bears may not be the best place because I got a whole bunch of evidence saying that the Bears don't take care of quarterbacks. Is there any other way? If not, okay, we'll do this. But I love that the guys, these experts now, are saying that, Caleb Williams is like the only one that's even going to try to circumvent the draft. When you have plenty of examples of guys doing the same thing, saying, I will not play for that organization. Mm-hmm. Boomer Esiason took 3 minutes out of his show to just go after Caleb Williams and just tell him to shut up, pretty much shut up and play. But it's the same guy that would not refuse to play for the Colts when it's a privilege to play in the National Football League.
Correct.
So who are you? So what I'm saying is there will always be audio, Cap, that people will unearth. There will always be columns where people can find the quotes and go, oh, actually, you did the same thing.
Yeah, the NFL draft system is the system. That's the way it is. But I feel like any player, any father, any mother has the right to voice their opinion if they don't like a certain team or they don't want their kid to go to this certain team. They have the right to voice that, even though the system is set the way it is and you're going to go no matter what because people are going to draft you because that's the way it is. They still have their right to their opinion.
Entitled.
And you mentioned the Boomer thing, so I Googled and wanted to see what I could find.
Refusing to play for the Colts when he's drafted.
And said that he refused to go play for them because he was offended that they moved out of Baltimore.
I mean, that's his opinion. And he has a right to feel the way he feels. But to trash somebody else for having that same right.
They found on X, because everyone's a sleuth, sharing an NFL Films video of Esiason and the 1984 NFL Draft, in which legendary NFL reporter Peter King shares a story who on the eve of the draft, the Colts had loaded up their moving truck and ditched Baltimore. Boomer Esiason, loyal Maryland Terrapin that he was, said, I don't care if they draft me, I'm never going to step on a field for the Indianapolis Colts.
Who's entitled now?
See, he had a little Lowry's going on, a little salty.
Who's entitled now? See?
There's a little seasoned.
So there always will be sound. There will always be a column. You open your mouth, don't forget, people got receipts.
They do.
Shot or no shot in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood, Boomer.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Kap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I say him and my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I say him and my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Jesse Rogers with the latest in the Cubs and Sox and MLB. But first, shot or no shot, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How we feeling? Holiday week.
We're good, man. We're good. Spread 150 bags of mulch with my wife this weekend. Had to take them off of 3 pallets she had.
Damn.
Had to pick each one up and take it where she told me to bring them. All right, I need 30 of them right there.
I thought you were about to say bags or something else.
Wake it, baby. No.
Those wouldn't be too heavy.
No.
He was walking them around Oshkosh.
If they were that heavy, I'd be with El Chapo.
David Kaplan with 150 dime bags flying around Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Nope. She had the mulch delivered.
That's the right city to hide it. That's usually where their dateline goes. Oshkosh, Wisconsin. So you say you had 120 dime bags.
Yeah. Why'd you wait till this week? We could have got Mason Graham if you'd done it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
The lovely couple of David and Mindy Kaplan in sleepy Oshkosh.
So,
did you know it was a drug den?
She had me working all weekend, but it was great. We had a good time. How about you guys?
Special ABC News reporting. Vacation home in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Dime bags found littered in the basement.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
It was mulch.
We finished.
Not as fun.
Finished the UIC season, man, with a sweep against the Belmont Bruin. That was fun.
Yeah, you had one of your players make a play at first base that made the Sports Center top 10.
That's pretty awesome.
It was incredible.
Papa James Harris, the senior, being able to get that done. So that's good as they get ready for the Missouri Valley Conference Tournament. Yeah, I think that we should have a special segment with Tracy Butler from ABC7 Eyewitness News. This is ridiculous. A dust storm, a dust bowl on Friday that the Flames had to play through and everyone had to deal with. And then I'm coming, stepping out of the house, Cap. Yeah, just light jacket. It'll be chilly.
Oh.
I was you this morning. Like, had to bring the coat. You see that?
Yeah.
When was the last time you seen that? Like February, right?
I'm in shorts still. I came out. I'm like, whoa.
Two Americas there.
A little chilly out here.
I'm just telling you, Cap, that I'm very disappointed in Tracy. I'm usually pro Tracy. This won't get the job done. This won't move the runner this morning.
No.
What is she doing? Chilly.
Yeah, not good.
Were you in late May?
We are.
Okay. Are we going back to the old Chicago that we got to wait until June 15th for it to warm up around here? For God's sakes.
Crazy.
It's ridiculous, man. That's why she knew. That's why she's off today. She's hiding from us.
Not good.
That's not right.
There is no high temperature with a 7 in the 10-day forecast right now.
See, that's why she's hiding.
What?
Yeah. See? A lot of rain in the forecast this week, too. I'm out of here.
57, 59, 59, 54, 58, 61, 62, 64, 68. Shot or no shot? Tracy Butler is banned until we get an 80-degree day.
Wow.
Wow. Hi, guys. I'm banned.
Got the whole family together starting Thursday for Memorial Day weekend.
It's going to be indoors. It won't be outside. All that planning that you had. Look at the mulch. Look how beautiful it is. Oh, it's chilly. Let's go inside. Take that.
Wow.
That's what it's going to be, Cap.
We're playing cards.
Yeah. It'll be soggy, Cap.
Wait. Supposed to rain all weekend?
Yes. Yeah, all week. Well, all week.
All week. Good luck. Good luck.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, rain.
Good luck on your pinochle game.
About some mulch soup. Mulch
Wow.
soup. It's going to be drippy.
Cap, I'm out of here. I'm not going to deal with these temperatures this week.
That'll be all for Tracy Butler.
And me. I'm not going to stick around for this.
Wow.
All right, we turn now to Shay. No, I'm done. Shay Norling.
You're snowbirding in May.
Yes, I am. I'm not sticking around for this. In late May? No, I'm gone. We turn now to Shay Norling with this edition of Shot or No Shot. Shay.
Brad Biggs did his mailbag. He was asked about the running back room, and he mentioned that Roschon Johnson's path to an opportunity is better because the Bears couldn't trade up for Travion Henderson, and all they got was 7th-round pick Kyle Monangai. But he also said he expects the Bears to add to the running back room before camp starts. We've seen a million rumors about it. Shot or no shot, that will be Nick Chubb.
I mean, we've been on this Nick Chubb stuff for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the price. They're not going to overpay for a veteran running back. He wants to come in and keep his career alive, go to a team that looks like it's trending up. I guess J.K. Dobbins, there's a few guys out there, but they're not bringing in some guy who's going to be your bell cow running back.
So that's a no shot then?
No shot. I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't come here on a cheap deal, but if he thinks he's getting paid significant money, I would be surprised.
He's not getting paid significant money. By the time camp rolls around and you've been unemployed for an entire offseason, you will just take the 1 year, $4 or $5 million deal.
That's what they said about Anthony Rizzo, and he wouldn't take a small deal.
Well, where is he now?
Sitting at home. So.
Vaccinated or no?
You know what?
I would.
Don't go there. Don't get me in trouble.
Immunized, Hoodie.
Yellow!
Don't get me in trouble.
Are you talking about Riz again? We were just... Hoodie, take it over. You're going to get a call from his agent. He's going to be calling any minute now. Send that home, Rizzo.
Mark, I didn't say a word.
He's not even playing, and we got to do this.
Cap is waiting. The phone call will be coming any minute now.
Hello. Yellow.
People are mad at you on the other side.
I didn't say it.
I would say that is a no shot. And here's the thing about Brad Biggs' piece, man. I don't want him to be a dream killer. I think that we should have like a small circle, a small prayer circle for Hendrickson. That solidifies the defensive line.
Oh, you saw that. Brad Biggs said no Hendrickson trade in the Q&A.
Well, yeah, so I don't believe that. So I'm going to say have a small prayer circle. How about that? What would you rather have, honestly? Nick Chubb, as Shay just laid out, a better running back in the room or Trey Hendrickson?
Oh, I'd rather have Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
But
that's what I want.
One guy's going to get like $3 million a year. The other's going to get like $30 million a year.
Yeah, Biggs wrote that Hendrickson, if he's going for a first-round pick, the Bears will not be interested. Period. Full stop. But if it's a second-round pick, he'd still be surprised because he thinks the cost of extending Hendrickson and giving him that third contract, it's very rare players get paid a third expensive contract and live up to it. He thinks that would stop the Bears from making a deal. But shot or no shot, the Bears should just trade for Trey Hendrickson if it won't cost them a first-round pick.
That's a shot. You heard what he said. No first-round pick? In.
Well, I never thought it would cost a first-round pick. Never.
Well, then, to me, that's a shot.
But again, Biggs had reasoning that third contracts aren't the way to go. I'd have to know more about that. I got to know about the Bears analytics. What does their film study tell them?
Is he healthy?
And if he's truly that good, why are no other teams chasing this guy?
They might think that he's a malcontent. Even though I think many people should be on his side versus the Bengals side, because the Bengals are they don't do well by certain players, as you well know, financially. Cheap, they've been called over the years.
Mm-hmm.
The owner. So I just think that for a team that says win now, this is not from us. It came from the Bears. We're a win now team. When you want to solidify that line with Hendrickson?
I would. Again, I have to know what is the contract and what do their analytics tell them. They're the guys doing the film study. I know he puts up big numbers. What am I giving up? What is the contract? And what does their film study tell them? Because when Biggs writes that, he's informed in some way, shape, or form. He's not spitballing there.
So you mean like Nightingale with the White Sox?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? What do you mean? 9 out of 10 times, it's right on the money. Now, if it's Cubs news from Nightingale, don't believe it, really.
Wow.
But I get my Cubs news from David Emmanuel Kaplan and Jess Roger. That's where I get my stuff from. But Sox, it's Nightingale.
Yeah, I'm reporting that Trey Hendrickson is not coming to the Cubs.
Okay. Now, some goof is going to aggregate that.
Exactly. Cubs are out on Trey Hendrickson. Who?
I'm just telling you, some goof has got his hands on the keyboard ready to put that in, because you know how they are. Every time you say something, it's news.
Correct.
Even when it's not news.
Correct.
It's a gift and a curse, partner. Even when you have to retract something that's not even news.
Right. He's not a Cubs prospect. He's a football player.
Shay?
Jeff Passan of ESPN had a fascinating comment over the weekend saying that the Pittsburgh Pirates could trade Paul Skeens for an enormous trade package. Passan said he expects teams will be calling at the deadline. The Pirates are terrible. They have a long history of not paying their premium players. And he doesn't anticipate a Skeens trade, but he said you can make an argument moving Skeens at his maximum value right now when a team will get 5 years of control could be the best thing for the Pirates. They'd get a massive haul in return for what might be the best pitcher in the National League. Shot or no shot, the Cubs should consider selling the farm to get Paul Skeens.
What does that mean? What is selling the I know that you laid out this potential bunch of names. I got to know the medicals. Is he healthy? I mean,
oh, stop it.
Look, I love Paul Skeens.
He is healthy. And look,
stop it.
Could his elbow blow up at any given moment? Yes, but that's true of any pitcher in baseball at this point when they're all throwing max effort in triple digits.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's not do that.
That you're taking like 5 top 100 prospects out of my team. No more Matt Shaw. No more Kevin Alcantara. No more this guy. No more that guy. So what am I supposed to use to go get the reliever that I need? What if there is a serious injury that I need to go cover that spot? I got nothing left. But I'd love to have Paul Skeens at the top of my rotation.
Would also be in division, so you'd probably have to pay a bit of a tax if you wanted to get it done as well. The Pirates are stupid, and they're willing to move players when they aren't willing to pay them. And they're going to be terrible for the foreseeable future.
And he's in year 2, so I control him for 4 more years, but he's obviously going to want to get paid. So all of a sudden now I'm going to, let's see, Tucker $400 million, PCA $250 million, Paul Skeens $400 million. I mean, it's like what?
Well, no. You're one of the you're part of the evil empire. You're what you used to hate on the radio 25 years ago. So that's who you are now. You're not the Dodgers. That's a different whole ball of wax there. But you're one of those top 10 spenders, Cap, that you used to hate.
Yeah, I'm all for trading for Paul Skeens. I just have to know how much I have to give up.
Yeah, don't worry about Skeens and the medical. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about with the haul, and of course it would be
he's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm not.
What haul do you get back? Now, here's the thing. We went through it earlier before the show. Matt Shaw is do not touch. I need a third baseman. That's the third baseman for the future. You want to get rid of Ballesteros? Okay. What about some of the other kids you have in the minor league
Kevin
system?
Alcantara.
Okay.
Owen Casey.
Yes.
James Triantos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're
Fine.
prospects. I would give you a hell of a package of prospects for him.
It is true, Shay.
If you're going to bankrupt my entire system and I have 0 left, nothing?
No, Shay's right that there is a little bit of a tax. But you know what I love the most? You know what I love the most about sports? When you deal with a dumb team. That's the best. Dumb team, because they don't even know what the Cubs are from the minor league standpoint. They just feel like, hey, we got all these players. They're not smart, Cap. You know why? Because you can always find them in the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in. I'd love to have him. Just I got to know what the deal is.
And ask the question, Cap, quietly. Ask the question to yourself. Are you a Paul Skeens away from winning the World Series?
Well, you get into a postseason series, and all of a sudden you're like, all right, Skeens is starting game 1, and Imanaga's starting game 2, and maybe by that point, Cade Horton's starting game 3. Like, you're like, let's go.
You just hope a Cubs-like team doesn't beat Skeens in a Cubs uniform. That bludgeon them.
Or he could go out and throw really well, and you lose 2-1. You're like...
Or you trade for him and he blows his UCL in his first start.
Well, let's not.
You can't.
Hoodie, that's not unfair for me to say. He throws triple digits, the arm slot. People have talked about it. It's not unfair to say. That's the way the game is now. Happens with every pitcher all the time. Yeah. Did we not just see Justin Steele get it done? Yes. Hasn't Cade Horton had it done already?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Why do you need Paul Skeens? You got Colin Ray? Yes. Who? Hell yeah.
Wow. Look, I love Paul Skeens as much as anybody. I'd love to have him. I just have to know the parameters, what the deal is.
Not Ben Brown, but Matt Shaw. Sorry, can't be part of that deal. It's my third baseman of the future. You can't have him.
Agreed.
All right,
and by the way, on the Pirates, whatever you give up, they wouldn't know what to do with some of those Cubs minor league talent. They wouldn't know what to do with them because they're a bunch of dumbasses. How about that?
True.
How about that?
If I told you I
Love
can
it.
shield Matt Shaw and Cade Horton, but you got to give up all of Owen Casey, Moises Ballesteros, Kevin Alcantara,
Stop.
James Triantos, plus stuff.
More. How about money?
I would probably consider doing that. If I'm keeping Horton and Shaw, I would, again, I'd have to have the team doctors over at Illinois Bone and Joint. They'd have to be in there scouring the medicals. That doesn't mean that one pitch can't blow them out.
Whatever happened to a deal like that, and then instead of having players, cash considerations?
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever happened to that, Cap? Here's some money.
Here's some TD
There you
Ameritrade
go.
stock.
Well, and
Take that.
it's the Pirates. You could entertain them with $50.
Nobody goes to the ballpark, and they're a dumbass organization.
We'll pay for your vending machines.
I don't want to be that guy on the national platform, Shay, the national platform guy, but honest to God, just Skeens in Pittsburgh just does not, it doesn't work for the game.
He's going to be out of there.
I hate to be that guy because I'm always been the guy. I love talent across the board, all markets to be able to watch. If I turn on a Pirate game and I see Skeens, I'll watch Skeens because it's the Pirate. I don't care about the rest of the team. I care about Skeens. But Cap, in this situation, as awful as the Pirates have been, Cap, I don't want to see him there. I don't.
He's an amazing pitcher. Like what Shea laid out, I'm keeping Horton and Shaw.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested.
I like cash considerations.
Now, would TD Ameritrade stock from Tom?
Add a little stock in there.
Sure.
Entertain the owners.
There's a couple 100,000 shares of stock.
Yeah, they
couple $100,000. They'd all be
shares.
popping. Dude, they'd all be popping Blue Chews. $100,000. They're popping a Blue Chew in Pittsburgh.
And they want your team doctors too. They want it all.
Yes. Here's the Blue Chew. Pirates are coming in.
Woody.
Oh, God.
That ownership, their denim is moving if you offer
of a
them
Blue
100,000 shares.
Wow. Around the NFL, Jesse Rogers at 8:35 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. We all know breakfast is an important part of your day. But when you're traveling for work and your hotel doesn't offer any, you're forced to make do with peanuts and an energy bar as you sprint off to your shift. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. They refuse to let you go to work hungry and aim to send you off fueled up. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Here's David Kaplan.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, buddy. Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May on the 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and the great Hoodie for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale. Going on now. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, we have to start with the big news over the weekend. Brock Purdy signs an extension that will pay him $53 million per year, 5-year, $265 million extension that reportedly includes a full no-trade clause for the duration of the deal, which I imagine was tagged on there to keep this thing under $60 million a year.
So when you saw that news come across your phone, what was your reaction?
The money didn't surprise me because we've been talking about it, that he's going to get paid, and that's the price of doing business, and you have no option. What are they supposed to do? Put me at quarterback? That wouldn't go well. So what are they supposed to do? He's a solid player. He is a good dude in the room. It's the cost of doing business.
I understand that, Cap, but the story is amazing. Mr. Irrelevant gets this.
That's what happened.
The last guy in the draft?
He went to a good coach. He went to a good system. He went to a team that had weapons, and he delivered.
Now, here's the question, and this is why we had this discussion about Brock Purdy. Did he deliver, or did his coach and system deliver for Purdy? Which one, if you're going to give credit on the old credit pie, who gets the credit?
Brock Purdy does.
The head coach does. You got to have a system in order for the quarterback to percolate.
No question, but he had to perform. Trey Lance was the 3rd overall pick by the same coach.
I understand.
And he didn't do anything.
So let me ask you, how do you think that's going to work out for Brock Purdy?
I think that thing's trending in the wrong direction for that team.
Yeah.
Because they have to keep getting rid of guys, and they're getting a little bit older. But he's a hell of a coach. The GM's really solid. I mean, he was drafted, in 2022? Wasn't that the same draft that Lance was in? Or was Lance in the 21 draft? He was in the Justin draft.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. So there's the philosophy. Take a quarterback every year. They had just traded 3 number 1 picks to get Trey Lance, and they took this dude in the 7th round with the last pick. Take him. If you had told them that day, you're going to give Brock Purdy $285 million, guess what? They would have laughed at you.
So since taking over the Niners as starter week 13 of 2022, Brock Purdy is 4th in QBR, 3rd in passing yards with 9,400 passing yards, 1st in yards per attempt, that's 8.9, and 7th in touchdown passes. So if I took the team away, Shay, and gave you those numbers, that's a pretty good quarterback, is it not? If I gave you just those numbers I just laid out, you'd say, yeah, I can win with that. I think what we're looking at, and maybe this is unfair, but I think this is how everyone's looking at it this way, is that they look at Purdy and go, yep, you can win with that quarterback, but as what Cap said, the organization is trending in the wrong direction. And of course, he has to bear the brunt of that. It's on his shoulders. Like for a 49ers team, used to say, yeah, always going to be in the mix, always a playoff team, very strong offensively. I think that because the team is going in the wrong direction, I think that people look at Purdy and go, he's not good. And I think that
he's a really good player.
I don't know what that looks like next year.
Top 5? No, but he's a good player.
Yeah, but then what about the rest of it? That's the thing. Do we have them in the playoffs this upcoming season, Shay? I don't think so.
Maybe in the playoffs. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think the Rams are better.
Yeah, but they still have talent.
They're good.
George Kittle and is McCaffrey going to be healthy? They got a good offensive line.
Well, they lost Trent Williams and Aaron Banks on their offensive line.
More question marks than answers with the 49ers. That's what I mean. Like, look.
Got Nick Bosa.
Jay Moore, look, here's the thing. Like, those numbers I just quoted are good numbers. I just want to know what the rest of it looks like for the 49ers to help the quarterback, Brock Purdy.
Got the highest paid tight end in football, Kittle.
Yeah. Well, how's he doing?
He was great last year.
Okay. I just want to know, like, whether or not that's sustainable for the upcoming season. They had a lot of injuries, and again, 6-11 is at where I expected last year. I just want to know, like, how many more wins can I tack on for this upcoming season with healthier players and question marks in the roster?
They're going to be, you would think, healthier. They ran into a real run.
So, like,
who's a better QB, Jordan Love or Brock Purdy?
Pass.
Same money, right?
Pass.
Jordan Love actually makes more.
Makes a little bit more, yeah.
I would probably, if I had to have one of the two, I'd take Brock Purdy.
You know, the other thing that's interesting about this contract is Josh Allen signed an extension this offseason for $55 million. That's what Joe Burrow makes. That's what Jordan Love makes. And now Brock Purdy signs one for 53, 52, whatever it is. Dak Prescott makes 60. Did the Cowboys screw this up? And the one time that they did decide to pay their player, they actually overpaid him?
I think, yeah, that's fair.
The market has not adjusted to the Dak thing. That's just an outlier right now.
By the way, the 49ers should be proud of that deal, or I should say the agent of Brock Purdy should be proud of that deal and not bury it at 4 o'clock on Friday. It was a Friday news dump. Like, be proud of that deal. They try to tuck it away like they're ashamed. Come on, man. Get it out there early.
He wanted the no trade. He wanted to be part of the community. I get it. He took the Bryce Harper philosophy. I don't want any outs. I don't want any trade. I want a no trade. I want to be here.
That was actually smart.
Yeah.
On his part.
He's going to be fine. I just think the story is really fascinating with him being Mr. Irrelevant to be able to get to this level right now. And we can't blink when we see these numbers for the quarterbacks per year. The AAV every year, Cap.
It's crazy.
It's what it is. I just want to know, Shay, like, when we get to our predictions, whether or not the 49ers will be +4 in the win total. Like where the Seahawks were last year. Getting into a wild card, something like that.
I think they're in the 9 or 10 win range. I just think the Rams are better than them.
No question. No question. We got to get to Jesse Rogers coming up with some Cubs and Sox conversation. Well, Cubs conversation.
Wow.
Well, I mean, we just rolled over. That wasn't good.
I don't think you rolled over. I think you competed.
I don't need the pat on the head from you this morning. How about that?
You got a plucky little group there.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Plucky little group. Is that what you call my favorite team?
Yeah.
That's probably accurate. Kap J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Jackass.
Hey, it's Chris Black along with my golf buddy Adam Abdallah.
Here's hoping you get selected for Team Black and Abdallah at the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf outing.
We are powered by Yingling.
They put the Sip It in Grip It and Sip It.
And what better fuel for a team victory than that?
We're looking forward to a win at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Grip It and Sip It, presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn, oh no, into Oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
You've already heard us talk about 5 Hour Energy, but now we're singing even louder because they've introduced an incredible new flavor, Spicy Cinco de Mango. Yes, Spicy Cinco de Mango has a spicy chili flavor followed by a sweet mango flavor. So don't wait. Head out to 5hourenergy.com to order Spicy Cinco de Mango today. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Capman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
And now it's time for Jesse Rogers as we talk baseball with Jesse, and he's brought to you by.
That'd be Automatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable. Since 1945, my guy Steve Stachorik and his crew are the best in the business, and they bring us Jesse Rogers.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
As Jesse's on the Yingling hotline. Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
Doing well, guys. Back from Wrigley, a weekend sweep by the Cubs. Where do you want to start?
We want to start on Matt Shaw. Your report that Matt Shaw was scratched from the lineup yesterday in Iowa and is expected to be in Miami tonight.
Yeah, he was on that plane yesterday to Miami and probably will start at third base tonight. A little bit quicker stint than I thought. I told Silvy and Waddle on Friday that I thought it'd be a little bit longer, but then he went out and hit like 4 home runs in 2 days. So obviously the swing changes have taken. Pretty much all you need to know is it's a less pronounced leg kick, right? He had the big leg kick, probably wasn't going to last in the big leagues, but you had to give him a shot. in this day and age with pitching as good as it is, to have a big leg kick like some of the old school guys used to have, it's probably not going to work, and it didn't. So a little bit less of a pronounced leg kick. Success down there. They bring him up. I really think they want him to stick, because you don't want to be doing that up and down thing too long. Then it really messes with a guy's head. So they must think that the changes are lasting, and he looked good enough to come up. Of course, he'll face the Marlins, so maybe that's a soft landing for him. We'll see, but he's back.
How will you remember the Nicky Lopez regime for the Chicago Cubs?
Good field, no hit.
That's too bad.
Unfortunately, nobody really took the bull by the horns there at third without Shaw.
Yeah.
Nobody was hitting. So, yeah, he's the odd man out. It's unfortunate. Who knows? Maybe he ends up back with him, because probably was their best defensive third baseman with Shaw down there.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about PCA. I know you want to get into it as well, but we got to lead the show with this, because as I was telling Cap, Jesse, you know it when you see it, right? As longtime baseball observers, we're talking about speed and power and defense. There's star power written all over him. Thank goodness he didn't take the initial deal from Jed, because he's worth a lot more.
Yeah, 8 for 14, 2 triples, a double, a homer against the White Sox this weekend. He's hitting .346 for the season with runners in scoring position. If you go back to mid-April when he figured things out against the Dodgers, since then he has an OPS over 1,100. I mean, the run that he's on is just amazing. People talking about MVP conversation. And, yeah, he's in the conversation if the season ended today. He wouldn't win it. I don't think he'd even finish in the top 3. The one little part of his game he still has to work on is getting on base more via the walk. His OBP for the season, just .325, 9 walks, 47 Ks. But let's not be picky. He's 23 years old, also has 14 stolen bases. But just amazing. No adjustment going from 7 to 1. You'd think a young player moving all the way up to the top of the lineup might have not much of an adjustment at all. He's been great. And, of course, the question is what happens when Ian Happ comes back. A great problem to have if you're Craig Counsell. Let's play a little PCA after the game, talking about sort of keeping his emotions in check but still playing in passion. Here's PCA.
I don't think I've thought about being an emotional leader. I think that I battle with passion versus emotion a lot of the time. That was a nice little Michael Ryan tidbit from AA where learning what the real distinction is between emotion and passion when you're outputting something on a baseball field. I think everybody in here plays with passion.
And that's the difference, right? When you play with emotion, you can get outside yourself. Michael Ryan, by the way, a AA coach down there that helped him along. And I think the comparisons with Javi Baez are about passion and emotion. But here's the difference. You know how when in 2020 COVID or when he was in Detroit with no fans, everyone said, Javi can't deal with it without the fans. I actually think Pete Crow Armstrong would be just fine if there were no fans in the stands. I think there's a difference in their personalities. But playing with passion is great. Playing with emotion takes you out of this game a little bit because this is a game where you need to be focused. So I thought that was very interesting.
In terms of what the Cubs will do, we're turning towards June. I think it's the 19th of May today.
Yes, sir.
There are going to be guys start getting moved. I'm not saying today, I'm not saying tomorrow, but in the next 30 days, there will be at least 1 or 2 trades of consequence. Your dear friend, the great Jeff Passan, over the weekend said the Pirates, if they're not going to sign Skeens, should look to trade him now. And he mentioned one of the places, the Cubs, and the haul was insane. You think that's at all possible?
Look, if he's on the market, I think the Cubs could be in on it. I don't think they're going to trade him this quickly. I do not think that. He has years and years until he gets to free agency. Granted, the value goes down. But I'm not sure why you would draft him, bring him up so quickly just to trade him, right? It just doesn't make sense. You've got to try to build around him for a little bit at least. As it gets closer to free agency and things aren't working out and you can't sign him, different story. I'd be shocked, but I get where Jeff is coming from. This is an organization that's not likely to build around him. So if they trade him for 5 or 6 young players, that's the only chance maybe the Pirates have. But I don't think they're likely to make that determination so quickly.
So it'll be a Dodger. Is that what you're saying, Jesse?
Well, in 5 years, for $1 billion.
Could his
maybe.
plane to L.A. pick Kyle Tucker up on the way?
Unbelievable.
I mean, that's what Nightingale wrote. Jesse, they better get PCA locked up like they did with Bobby Witt Jr., and they need to get Tucker locked up at the All-Star break.
Yeah, I think PCA is much more likely to be a Cub long-term than Kyle Tucker for obvious reasons. They have 5 years to work things out with PCA. And also I think they're going to figure out that the face of the franchise like him is a good thing. They have a few months to work things out with Kyle Tucker. So I think PCA much more likely to be a Cub long-term.
So as far as the Cubs pitching is concerned, again, Jesse, I don't want to say it now on May 19th, but when we start flipping the calendar into June and definitely into the All-Star break, if the Cubs continue to play this way, especially with the amount of injuries they've had, especially with the pitching, then you're living a charmed season because what I'm seeing with Ray and Boyd and Ben Brown, that's pretty solid. Again, you are without Imanaga. You do not have Justin Steele. So the Cubs, I think, rotation has done a nice job hanging in there for the team so far.
No, I think it's a good point, but I do think you got to think worst case scenario if you're Jed. You have to think, maybe these guys won't keep it up. Look, Matthew Boyd hasn't pitched a full season in a while. Colin Ray is doing things he hasn't done, and there's a few cracks. Yesterday, a lot of full counts. Hasn't been at his best. Some of these guys are going to revert to the mean a little bit, J Hood, but you gobble up the wins when you can with them on the mound, and then you think about July. And I told Silvy a conspiracy theory of my own that I think they brought up Ballesteros in part to showcase him against lesser teams. He'll go back down after Ian Happ comes up or gets off the IL. And here's a guy you can dangle in July with some other guys like Owen Casey, because I absolutely think they will attempt to make a big move for a pitcher, closer and or starter. That's going to take some assets like Ballesteros. So it's great, and you gobble these wins up against lesser teams, but I'm not sure you can go to October with rotation as is. I think a lot of Cub fans would probably agree.
Jesse, there's a stat that Hoodie's showing me from Chris Kampka, who I think's the best stat guy going. The last two batters walked by a Cubs starter, Colin Ray on Sunday, Colin Ray on last Monday.
That's incredible.
That's an insane stat.
Yeah, and that goes back to one thing we talked about Friday. Jamison Tyon might need to nibble a little bit more, but it's great that he's not walking people. The key, though, is Cade Horton. 2 outings, no walks. I mean, think about, I got to look that up. How many guys make their MLB debuts, go through 2 outings with no walks? It can't be that many as a starter. I know he didn't start the first game, but he pitched a long time. That's pretty cool. That's a maturity, and that's a guy that's been in big-time baseball and understands, automatically the wind's blowing out. If I'm walking guys, that's 3-run home run territory. Let me just attack him, and that's exactly what he did Friday. So impressed by the maturity of Horton to go through those 2 outings without giving up a walk. But that overall, that's a great stat, not to have that many walks from your
104
like
batters faced between walks.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's
great.
insane.
It's great. And with the weather as is, like I said, I mean, look how the Sox play defense. Like you can't give up extra free passes. Don't put guys on the bases. Weird stuff's going to happen. The Cubs really made the Sox look bad on defense. The Sox made themselves look bad on defense. But the Cubs pushing the envelope a little bit. I hope that Will Venable closes the door a little bit, before their game tonight and is like, hey, that was awful. We need to shore things up. It's one thing to be bad on Friday, J Hood. But by Saturday or Sunday, you got to get used to the wind.
You got to clean it up.
You got to clean it up a little bit. And I asked Will Saturday about getting a response from his team, and he said, I hope so. Well, he didn't get it Saturday, and he didn't get it Sunday.
By the way, how about this stat from Kampka? According to the awesome @StatHead, this is the first time that the Cubs have had 6 or more stolen bases and 10 or more walks in the same game. That was Saturday since 1911.
There's a audio cut I'm going to play of Ryan Flaherty, the bench coach, later today because I'm in for Jurko. And Flaherty talks about this being Council's second season and how much more comfortable he is. And it just goes back to this is Council Milwaukee type of baseball. Pushing the envelope on the bases, taking your walks, stealing bases, playing good defense. It's the small market mentality. taken to a big market who now has a big-time player in Kyle Tucker and a few other guys. Dansby Swanson's been on a run. So it's a great combination of, I think, what Council brings to the table and what the Cubs payroll can bring to the table.
A couple of things, Jesse, a couple of news and notes. First of all, too bad that your guy, Brandon Hyde, get fired by the Baltimore Orioles, the manager, over the weekend. They've been slip-sliding away. They are in last place, 11.5 games behind. Here's a guy here that was part of the thick and thin of the Baltimore Orioles. And actually, it's not Hyde. It should be the general manager that got fired based on their last offseason, quite frankly.
Would agree. I will say some of the young players are not performing. So did they go backwards a little bit under Hyde this year? But it goes back to the Rick Hahn criticism, at least for me, with the White Sox. You have to finish the rebuild. Baltimore had all these young players. You need to add good veterans. God bless Charlie Morton, but he's like 60 years old.
Right.
Like, that can't be how you finish the rebuild. You know, at any moment, a 40-year-old can look really old, even if they were good the year before. So I don't know how you replace Corbin Burns with Charlie Morton. So you're so right. It's not all on Hyde at all. You have to finish a rebuild.
Great piece on ESPN.com as you got a chance to talk to Christian Yelich and talk about the Milwaukee Brewers. Just one side note about this. Pat Murphy, the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, did something I think is a complete no-no. Talking about the payroll of the Brewers, saying that we didn't add payroll, didn't have the big at-bats. I don't think you said that on the record. Also, I think that it was kind of shady that he has, his grandkids up there? You saw the press conference, right?
Yeah.
His grandkids on either side. Like, what the hell is that? Like, so you get the kids for protection because you're not going to get the tough question from the Milwaukee press.
What is it, Dusty?
And then criticizes like the payroll of the Brewer. That wasn't good.
The kids are a good shield. Well, they play that up there, and that was one thing. I didn't even put it in there. Like, Yelich loves beating the Cubs. They love finishing ahead of the Cubs in particular up there because of the payroll difference. And so they play it up there. I'm not surprised he said it on the record. But that's where a guy like Yelich has to do even more than just produce. He has to totally lead a young team every year and get these young guys up to speed because that's the only way they can win up there. So, look, Cub fans aren't going to, no small violins being played for the Milwaukee Brewers up there. They've dominated. But when they aren't clicking, it looks really bad. They've been shut out 6 times and looked really bad on offense. A part of their team I thought was going to be better.
Jesse, in terms of looking at this trip for the Cubs and they go to Miami to take on a Marlins team that has some talent in it now, that is not the Rockies that they're playing. I'm not telling you they're great, but they've got some guy. That Kyle Stowers is a monster.
Stop it.
Yeah, they better have learned from last year.
You're unbelievable. No, Jesse,
hold on a second.
Don't be BSing the audience with this Marlin talk. Are you out of your mind?
I'm not BSing anybody.
You just beat them. We beat them.
2 out of 3.
Okay.
We dropped one.
Well, so did we.
Right.
So don't be trying to extol the virtues of the and the tough Marlin. What are you, Lou Holtz?
They beat the Dodgers.
That's a very difficult Rice team we got to play. Get out of here. Marlins.
Well, they are better than the Rockies. He's right about that.
That's fine.
They are. And I think they're better than the White Sox.
Yeah, what I like about the Cubs offense, and you saw it against the Marlins, even the White Sox yesterday, is there are days it looks like it's just not going to go their way, and they just grind it out. Like scoreless against the Marlins last week, midway through, they win that game. 1-1 midway through yesterday, they win that game. Like games last year, they would lose, not scoring early and just kind of being quiet. All of a sudden, they're winning those games. That's where they beat the lesser teams. Sorry, J Hood.
By the way, good news for the White Sox. They're going to get Talkman back.
All right, that's
Austin Slater.
Jesse, as always.
Corey Lee, all expected back this week at some point. And Andrew Benintendi closing in on a rehab assignment. Things are looking up.
I'm going to knock you out today. I just want you to know, if you don't hear Cap for the next hour, Jesse, I've knocked him out.
You lost 26-8 this weekend. You get all those guys back, it's probably 26-16.
Any sacks?
That's cold. That's cold. Well, you want to know about the little Vargas Keller thing real quick and the third base coach?
Yeah.
That little thing. Well, obviously Vargas thought he was throwing at him. Keller said he wasn't, but Vargas was the one guy that did some damage, so I always wonder about that. But it was Justin Gershly had an issue with Brennan Miller, the third base umpire. There was apparently they thought there was some Miller thought there was some contact by Gershlie during the exchange, and Gershlie took exception. So that's what that little brouhaha was at the beginning of the next inning. But for some reason, Vargas thought Keller was throwing at him. Keller kind of laughed it off. Who knows? I mean, it was 2 outs, nobody on when Keller hit him with a 5-run lead or whatever. So I guess you can maybe make that conclusion. But it was Gershlie that was the most upset, the third base coach. But it was because Brandon Miller thought he made contact with him. So that was that whole deal.
Well, we'll look forward to the week with the Cubs and White Sox. Jesse, you'll be in with Carmen. You got Kyle Tucker on the show.
Yeah, we have Tucker on the show around 2 o'clock today. Should be interesting to hear from him, his first, I think, radio interview this season. So that'll be cool. But the Cubs are rolling. They're season high 9 over and have the Marlins. And then they get the Reds twice before the end of the month. We'll see what that's all about.
We appreciate it, Jesse. Thank you so much.
Have a great week, boys. Talk to you Friday.
See ya. There he is, the great Jesse Rogers. He is brought to you by Automatic Mechanical Services. They make people comfortable.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Kap J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
And now, David Kaplan with his thoughts about ESPN Bet.
Thank you, John. The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments, placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code USL, and get started today. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. J. Moore.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
so you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's time to make your yard the best on the block with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Start by keeping the weeds at bay with Earthgrow mulch, now 4 for $10. Then keep your garden thriving with Miracle Grow garden soil, now on special buy, 4 for $10. Give your neighbors yard envy all summer long with Memorial Day savings going on now at the Home Depot.
You know, Fat Pour Tap Works is the ultimate game day experience. Locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood. And the game's always on. Dozens of beers on tap and a scratch-made menu, and better than stadium food. Check them out at fatpourtapworks.com. Jay Moore.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandSnoringMD.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. SinusandSnoringMD.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
You guys battled this weekend, seriously.
All right. Kap J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10, here on ESPN 1000 and
Ran
streaming
into a buzzsaw
on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, the Hall of Famer. Jay Hood with you. We have got Jay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you here on this Monday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. And yes, instead of just, putting an arm around me during this very difficult weekend for the White Sox, no, he wants to put the knife in the side of the ribs and twist it.
I'm not twisting any kind of knife. I thought you guys competed. You battled. Got a couple of nice little prospects.
All right, again.
Vargas looks like he's improving. Mydroth, I like. Thought Cannon threw the ball well.
Cannon.
Damn. Just not enough yet.
Yes, Cap, I know that. If you've been listening to the show, I'm standing right next to you saying that there's levels to this.
Correct.
And I said that the Cubs are one of the best teams in baseball, and the Sox are not even close to being that yet. We did not compete. We were not good enough. But for you to refer to Chase Mydroth as a nice little prospect, I'm going to knock you off your feet. That's what I'm going to do.
I actually said.
A nice little prospect, he said. J-Moore, did you not hear what he said? Called us nice little prospects.
I actually said you have some pieces. That's what I said.
You also said nice little prospects.
Well, that was just a little tweak at you.
You understand this is very difficult. I'm only against the Cubs when they take on my team, as you well know.
I understand that.
You do know that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I am absolutely not against your White Sox, especially every other day that they don't play my Cubs. I hope you win.
This is never hardly ever balanced, Jay. It's either the Cubs are up or the Sox are down or vice versa.
I think that's the first time this weekend that the Cubs have taken the overall lead in crosstown games. You guys have had it.
I just think that it's never just like, hey, both teams are awesome, and here comes a crosstown classics. Either one's down or one is up. It's never like this. And lately, again, the Sox will be down in this series until about 2030. This is where we are right now. Cannot compete. Even though, as a Sox fan, I will tell you that the only reason why I'm watching is the young guys. But again, the worry comes in, even in this city, that when it comes to arbitration or when it comes to a contract, if any of these Sox guys are going to be any good, will they pay for them? And the answer is no.
I don't believe that.
Oh, well, I only got history on my side. That's all I've got. I only got Andrew Benintendi trolling left field, not even crossing the $80 million threshold. That's all I've got. All I've got is proof.
But they did sign Jimenez, Luis Robert. They tried. They got out in front of it.
just, I don't need this. If you're going to troll me,
I'm not trolling you.
Just call in. I'd rather for you to do that than for you to do that right next to me.
Where is Kap? Let's go to the phone.
I'm a White Sox fan, too.
This guy here, man.
I'm going to say it before Kap say it, though. 8 straight wins against the White Sox. I'll say it now.
I was going to leave that there.
I'll just say it.
I know what's going on here. I understand the point. I just rather for him to just call in, go in the other room and call in, than to be able to be doing this to me right now. Nice little prospects, patting us on the head like little children. Take that. That ain't right, Kap. We understand who's leading around here. We talk about it every morning. But the idea that you're going to put your foot down on the White Sox like that is wrong. We're down and out. We can't compete. Take that.
Look, it falls.
No, you look. You just call in.
This is a Jerry thing. And until he gives Chris, here's the checkbook, fix it, and get it on steady ground till the kids are ready, this is what it looks like,
I don't like our team.
This is not on Chris Getz.
It's not.
Hey, I'd like you to go over to the Mercedes dealer in there and see if you can find a way to talk him out of one of those cars without having to pay for it.
Yeah. Not going to happen.
No.
Not going to happen.
They don't walk out and go, hey, you're a good-looking dude here. Take that 550S. There you go. It doesn't happen that way.
When we talked to Chris Getz, and hopefully we talk to him again this season, Shay put in my ear, asked the question about when will the Sox be ready to spend? And Chris, kind of like his predecessor, like Han, took 3 minutes to answer the question but never answered the question because he doesn't even know.
Because they have to protect their bosses.
Yeah, he doesn't even know. And that's where the rubber meets the road, Kap. When if Mydroth or Cuero or one of these pitchers are going to be good.
I like Cuero. That kid's a good player.
That's fine. But, again, you could be a good player to a different team if you're not going to pay for him. The only way this changes is if the White Sox change ownership. Because Jerry is going to say, well, let's see the proof. Can you win with kids? Hey, Kap, how are you going to win? Can you get to the playoffs by just with the homegrown talent? You cannot. At some point, you have to spend money to be able to sprinkle around that homegrown talent. You just don't say, here's 15 of our best kids, throw in a couple of guys in the middle of Major League Baseball that's not very good, but they're just okay, above replacement, and then get in the playoffs and win. You don't win that way. At some point, you have to spend money.
You do.
As much as I enjoy these kids, I don't want to see them go someplace else if they're going to be good. But it's more likely to happen with the White Sox, as you well know. All I have is proof. I got starting pitching in San Diego and Atlanta and other places. I've got hitters that are in other places doing well. I'm watching Gavin Sheets every night watching the Padres. Not saying that he's a killer, but he's a hell of a lot better Padre than he was with the White Sox, tell you that. So all I'm telling you is it's about development. And then once you develop those players that I like or the cornerstones for this White Sox team, then what are you going to spend the money on? When it's time to spend, what are you going to spend it on? Just barely above replacement players? Or are you going to go through the nose and spend for like what the Cubs are going to do for PCA or what the Royals did for Bobby Witt Jr.? Could you imagine that kind of deal for the White Sox under this regime?
No, we've never seen it. But what I'm telling you is, I like Edgar Caro as a catcher. I do. Tim Alco, he's 26. I don't know what that is. Chase Mydroff, I like him. I like Vargas. You've got a lot of good pitching coming.
Yep.
But at some point, you're going to have to add veteran talent, as you just said.
And where's the money coming from that? Who's going to spend the money for that? Jerry doesn't have the appetite for it. He just does not. That's a criticism, but it's also a fact.
Until it's proven otherwise, you're correct.
It's a fact. Look,
correct.
I'll be going to the ballpark probably another 12, 16 times this season. As a matter of fact, Shay, the Tigers will be coming in June. And so Tiger fans will come up and Sox fans will be watching a really good series of seed, one of the best teams in baseball, the Tigers, against the White Sox. And again, it's about levels. As much as I respect like a Jonathan Cannon or a Burke or Shane Smith starting for the White Sox, Davis Martin, when you're good, are they around? So that's why 2030 sounds more likely. I know that there's some people over there that roll their eyes when I hear that, but show me something different. Show me that you're actually going to spend money in which you will compete in the American League Central. I don't see it. Andrew Benintendi, huh? That's your high water mark. You want to hold that up.
He's getting close to a rehab assignment.
You hear this?
This is mean. I mean, this is really mean.
Mike Tauchman.
Man, you getting Tauchman back? Yes.
See what he says.
Corey Lee.
Ain't that a shame? But this is who we are, though. It's deserved. The ridicule is deserved, Shay. Because, again, you don't spend money. This is what it looks like. You're the dregs of the American League. We're not the Rockies, but, again, you're too close to the Rockies to matter. So over there, Joe in Bridgeport, that's measuring column inches this morning with a broadsheet newspaper. Mm-hmm. Keep measuring, because you don't measure up to the Cubs at this point in time. And this is why last year, when I had my big reveal, taking off the old hoodie and showed my Padres shirt, it was to hurt the White Sox. The guy that's been on the radio for 30 years as a lifelong Southsider and a lifelong White Sox fan, the team that means the most to me in Chicago, okay? The reason why I showed that San Diego Padres shirt is because I wanted them to hurt. The guy that touts them the most turned his back, turned heel on the White Sox. That's what I did, because they deserve it. Nothing against the young players. It's just about ownership. It's not about the workers over at the rate. It's not about the great time I have over there getting fully croissant while I sit there and watch the games in the bleachers. No, Cap, it's about how it's run. That's it. It's not fair.
Fair.
Yeah.
He's done a horrible job.
Yep.
Fair.
I couldn't live that way, Cap.
He has done a horrific job with both of his teams.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. Doesn't mean he's not a nice person. Doesn't mean he doesn't treat his employees well. But as I told you, my brother said to me one day, he's like, if I watch and read another article about how loyal a man he is to his employees, I'm going to puke. He said, how about being loyal to me? I'm 60 years old. I've been a White Sox fan since the day I was born. How about being loyal to me? Fair.
Dr. Bruce Kaplan is correct. He is correct.
Correct.
And so, when the Arlington Heights White Sox make that move.
Wow.
When the Arlington Heights White Sox make that move out of Bridgeport, it's going to be great.
We have auxiliary parking for the Bears. Just park right by that White Sox stadium right there.
Oh, my God.
The other end of the complex. 326 acres.
Plenty of room.
That's it.
Just make sure that, Sox fans and, the Sox and Bears don't play at the same time. Even more room for the Bears.
Wow.
Well,
you
had to worry about
imagine
the Sox fan coming for that
The
game.
Sox ended up in Arlington Heights.
Well, again, it's a news story that we don't have any more information on the Sox lease. What you got any insight? Anyone talk to you over
Isn't
there?
it up in 2029?
Yeah. Any insight?
I would imagine they'll extend their deal.
Okay, then what?
Stuck on the south side for a while.
Stuck? What do you mean stuck on the south? What do you mean by that? Son of...
Why'd you say that?
I didn't mean it like that. What I'm
How'd you
saying
mean
is
Oh, my God. You think where I live in South Shore, you think I'm stuck on the south side?
No, but they obviously were.
You're
my
stuck
God.
down there in the sticks.
Oh, my God.
They want
the crime. Oh, my God. The squalor. Oh, my God. The dirt.
They actually want a new stadium. They're going to be stuck at the rate for a while.
Stuck.
Yes. They
Subtext
want to get
would he-
to the 78.
The
I don't think
subtext
that's
was
going to happen.
if they go to Arlington Heights, fans will go to the games. That's what Kap is saying.
He's on one today, and I don't like it.
What you saying? They'll be forced to go to the game.
This is why you're going on vacation the rest of the week, Hoodie.
Oh, that's bad.
Sick of dealing with this nonsense. Snowbirding in May. I still can't believe it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just booked it because Tracy has given us this forecast. So while during the break, so long, everybody, because Tracy did not do us right. So there you go. That's exactly what we're getting. So there you have it.
Yeah, weather blows for the holiday weekend.
I don't know what she's doing, and I'm a big supporter of Tracy, but that just won't get it done. This weather here, we should be out there on the patio, on the deck, having fun, getting ready to get everything ready for Memorial Day weekend, food, everything. Now we got to run for cover.
I have 14 sleeping in my house this weekend. Kids are all going to be in. Grandkids, sister-in-law, father-in-law. And guess what? I texted Mindy at the break on his advice. You better order some fresh playing cards. There's not going to be a lot of outdoor activities up in cheese country.
That's seriously. Well, I mean, listen, that's your choice to live in Winnipeg when you're not in the Chicagoland area. That's your
It's
choice.
actually going to be warmer there than here.
I'm not so sure.
Next Monday, 70 up there. Here, like 62.
Warm front coming in from Manitoba, apparently, is going to be just fine. Here, not so much.
It's going to be warmer there.
It's unbelievable. This hour of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show, I'm sure they're proud of this, brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. The best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. Booing and taking on a player on the field. What's the fans' right as far as booing? Let's talk about that next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Miguel Vargas hit his third homer in 3 days, but it wasn't enough for the Sox at Wrigley Field on Sunday in a 6-2 loss to the Cubs. The Sox finished their week-long trip at a disappointing 2-4, but they're now home for 6 beginning tonight against the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Reggaeton music fans, join us at the ballpark this Friday, May 23rd for Reggaeton Night, presented by Topo Chico Hard Seltzer as the White Sox take on the Texas Rangers at 6:40 p.m. Be sure to stay after the game for a fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jesse. Kyle Tucker around 2 o'clock. Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox and Mariners at 6 right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000. J-Mar, I do want to ask you a question. I hear a little Jackson 5 in that, okay, in that mix. I'd like to know, can you give us a dollar figure of how much it costs for an artist to be able to sample and bite off of?
It depends on what the publisher and the artist negotiate, but usually for a regular sample, it can go between 0 and about 10 grand.
That's not bad.
But then you got to look at the publishing aspect. Sometimes, like, for instance, A Tribe Called Quest with the song Can I Kick It?
Yeah.
They get nothing. They took 100% of the publishing on that song.
Okay.
But that's how it is. So it's just what is negotiated between the artist, publisher, and the people who's putting it out.
I would try to borrow off of something from the 60s and 70s, so obscure. A hit, kind of hit-ish, and hopefully I can be able to get that for close to the free as much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
If it's something like really popular, something from like last 20 years ago, I would imagine I have to pay through the nose for it pretty much, right? I'd probably have to pay for a lot for it. I think back
the 20s?
Oh, the 1920s? That's like, or 2020s.
Right. I wouldn't sample anything from 2020. Music's not the best around this time.
I like the idea of the sampling game because you can hear, like I hear a little Jackson 5 there. I wonder, do the Jackson account, do the estate, do they get a little something?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Whatever happened to the house? They grew up in Gary. The house, I know, became, I don't know if it's a museum, but it was a tourist attraction.
Yes.
And then it was for sale. Did it ever get sold? Because they were asking a fortune for it.
The Jackson estate purchased it. They own it.
They own it.
Yeah, they still own it. And people can go by. They have like statues and different, shrines
In
out
Gary.
there. In Gary, yeah. You can walk by, take pictures, everything.
Want to go?
I'd like to see it.
Swing by the Hard Rock Casino after.
Yeah.
There you go.
Spend some money.
Is that in the area too?
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. Hard Rock Casino in northern Indiana. In Gary. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number.
Y'all the best.
I'm just telling you.
Both of you guys are the best. Just looking at y'all faces.
Well, we got to tell people the line of demarcation, Cap, exactly where it is if they want to go. I've been there many times. Comedy club, for music concerts. It's a great spot.
I won money in there. Got there super early for Football Fest one year. Sat down at the blackjack table. Put a couple $100 in my pocket.
I just Googled the Jackson family house.
Yeah.
Guess what it's listed as on Google? Place of worship in Gary, Indiana.
Some would say that from the music that they played, that they made. Sure.
The Jackson family home, a place of worship in Gary, Indiana.
In some place, yeah. In some ways, yes. That's how great they were. I've driven past it. I've never been in it, obviously. I'd like to take a look at that. How about that, Cap?
Crazy it's small, right?
Yeah, very small.
It's scary. I mean, what do you think? It's a Jordan Mansion?
I think it's like maybe a 3-bedroom house. It's
Yeah.
like small. Like
But all those kids
2 bedrooms,
all
very
became
small.
superstars.
Hey, man, look. It's like the old movie Geraldine, man. Let me tell you something. She has so many foster kids in there. She had like 10 kids in there. And James Earl Jones was able to help Diane Carroll, who was a single mom in that movie. Take a look at that over the weekend, will you? Put that on while you have 14 people in the house. You know what I was thinking, guys? I'm going to put on an old 70s classic, Geraldine. Wow. Cap, is that Diane Carroll? Yeah. Take a look at that. Good movie.
I like Diane Carroll.
How about James Earl Jones? You like him?
I liked him very much.
All right. So it's actually a good movie. And imagine a whole bunch of kids in a small place. So what you had to do back in the day, Cap. It's not the Jordan Mansion. It's not. It's Joe Jackson's old home. Oh, God. Hell to pay.
Hell to pay.
It really was.
And Neverland, that's still open?
No.
All right.
It's not open.
No, you can't go there as a museum.
No.
So what's there?
It's still the home. What happened is the Jackson estate, they renovated it, and they just have it. They don't open it up to the public or anything.
Wow. You want to know what's there, huh? I would say horror. Wow. I would say that. How about that for a word?
Yeah, I've been there before.
See?
You have?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you a couple pictures.
See?
Damn.
We're well-rounded around here, man. You can't be surprised.
No, the other one I want to go to? I want to go to the Prince home in Minnesota.
I've been there.
That's good. Been there.
I've been there. That was awesome.
When you drive up to Neverland, they have this long gate that you drive up to before you get to the house. And so many of Michael Jackson fans signed the gate. So it's so many signatures before you get to the house. It is crazy. I'll send you that video.
I'd love to see that.
And I've been to Prince's estate. That was awesome. Let's think about 4 Home Depots. That's how big it is.
Insane.
And just like all of his little outfit. Man, what a little guy he was. Different places where he recorded his music. His home was where he slept was upstairs in the place. Really awesome experience. As I'm a big Prince guy, so I had to go check that out. So let me ask you a question.
Yes,
you haven't been a fan in a long time. In the cushy press box. You haven't been the fan to go out there and go after players. You haven't been that guy in a long time.
Yeah.
Between being, working for the team, getting you and Bruce getting the money, hot dogs, beers, getting that done.
Yep.
And then working in the business. You haven't been that guy in a long time. When's the last time that you booed a player as a fan?
Wow. I cannot remember, and I would not boo a player for poor performance. That was just never my thing. The only time I would boo is if they didn't hustle. Like if you hit a ground ball in the hole and you just kind of were jogging and you would have beaten it. Yeah, I think that's worthy of being booed. And you people fan how they want to fan.
Sure.
You want to buy the ticket and boo? God bless you. Have at it. That was just never my thing.
What would you do? Should it just be belly aching? Just be mad at him?
I'd just be, if my team didn't play well, I'd just be ticked.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't stand, boo! That was just not my thing.
I know one thing. Some of those Dusty Cubs, those guys got booed. That's when the Cub fan changed. Some of those guys.
After 03 is when it changed.
Man, that's when the callers on sports radio changed. A little bit more vitriol, a little bit more anger. Those Todd Hundley Cubs, they didn't like that at all.
No.
Some of that stuff that he was doing was just like that. You could tell the team changed. Now, I will tell you the last time that I really booed a player, and this was as a White Sox fan, of course, in the bleachers, I booed Marquise Grissom. And I was happy to have a media guide with me to go through chapter and verse some of the issues with Marquise Grissom as a ball player.
You brought a media guide to the game as a fan?
I did.
Well, how old were you?
I don't know. I'm looking at the date. This is when he was at Atlanta Brave. I believe this is when 1996, 1995, 96, somewhere in there. And I was just giving it to Marquise Grissom. You suck, 9! You're awful out there. My God! Do you know you hit 215? I'm going back and forth with Marquise Grissom. He takes a baseball. You know, some friendly outfielders like to be able to toss the baseball to the fan once they're done with the warm-up between innings. He gunned it into the bleachers at me. Gunned it. Shut up. Hold on. Here comes the baseball. 100. I mean, lobbing it one thing, but then he saw me out. He just like pointed. He goes, all right, I got you, MFer. Wham! I'm just, whoa, look out. I'm moving to my right. The big man having to move to his right. Clanking off of the seat. Wow. I was just giving it to Marquise Grissom. I don't know why. I was just giving it to him because I want the White Sox to win. Booed him every time he made it out. Booed him every time he went to the plate. And he can hear me. Not that many people there. They can hear me booing Marquise Grissom. It was bad. But I enjoyed it. And I got to his head because he tried to hit me with a baseball. And he would justify it, I'm sure, by saying, oh, I'm just trying to give a baseball to a fan. No, he was targeting me. He was targeting me. Marquise Grissom. You suck, 9! Awful arm! Noodle arm, 9! You're a minus player! It says it in the book! Take that! You know, killing them, Kap. Killing them. Because I'm just a lunatic fan of the White Sox. That's why I did that.
I think the last player I ever yelled at on a court was Frank Kaminsky, and I like him.
Chicago's own.
Yeah.
Why'd
like,
you do that?
I would see him at the gym all the time in the off-season downtown here.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got invited by a buddy of mine. He goes, I've got floor seats. You want to go? Sure, I'm in. And we're sitting right on the floor. Fred Hoiberg was standing right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had looked up. Frank Kaminsky was a legendary Fortnite player. Played it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still a thing, Shay? People play Fortnite?
Yes.
And he got to the free throw line. It was dead silent in the United Center. And I'm from here to Shay.
Mm-hmm.
He's right there. And as he's dribbling, he's about ready to release. I go, hey, Frank, you suck at Fortnite.
Oh, my God.
He bricked the free throw, and he just looked at me and just like, oh, God, you? And I laughed. But I was having fun doing it.
The reason why this comes up is because Yankees fans were booing Juan Soto. And by the way, Shay, that's how you do it. I mean, people are really pissed that Juan Soto chose the Mets over the Yankees in the latest contract situation.
But he said it's going to be $50,000 against one, and they can do whatever they want. That's their right. Like, he handled it well.
It's vicious, though. It's vicious. And by the way, that's your choice. You choose the Mets over the Yankees. Good luck with that. Now, here's a perfect example. We talked about Caleb, right? Here's the parallel I'm going to make with you. Juan Soto doesn't understand that the Mets suck historically. They've had their pop-up championships here or there, 69, all that. That's fine. But they've had so much mismanagement over the years. And Juan Soto didn't care about that. Juan Soto's like, how much you going to pay me? You going to pay me more than the Yankees? Okay, I'll go. Juan, do you understand how much I mean, even though it's a new owner now who spends through the nose so much money because it's philanthropy for him, right? Philanthropy. But he has to understand that he has to wear the brunt of not only the Mets today, but also the Mets for the last, 40 years? He has to wear all that.
He does. But he gets $765 million to wear it.
He goes to the grocery store, does not care about how the Mets have just season after season done the wrong thing or ineptitude or whatever. He didn't care about the past, Shay. All he cares about is that he's getting paid by the Met.
I watched all 3 games in the series, and I want to shout out Yes Network for doing a phenomenal job of showing the torture chamber that was right field when Juan Soto took the field in all 3 games. Last night on ESPN was fantastic. Sunday Night Baseball looked like an incredible atmosphere. But Friday night, when Juan Soto came out of the dugout to take the field in right field, and the entire bleacher creatures all turned their back to him as he walked out and then turn around and just boo him relentlessly the entire inning was awesome. That's what sports are about. That was awesome.
Yeah, and I don't think that really affected him. I do not.
Well, he was 1 for 10, so.
I mean, that's going to happen.
Oh, no. That's what's going to happen in the Midwest. In New York, the lines are lit. Besides the Knicks, they're talking about Juan Soto is 1 for 10. He can't take the pressure in New York. It's unbelievable. This guy's so soft. The big contract, but he can't come through against the Yankees. That's what they're talking about. Saying it just that way, by the way.
No question.
Hands up, yelling into the mic.
Screaming.
That's how it's going. The way Shay likes it.
But
Shay would like me to be that for 3 hours, by the way. He wants me to be that guy for 3 hours, just yelling into the mic how Soto's so soft. How can he not come through against the Yankees in the next series? He wants me to be that for 3 hours. That's not happening.
I remember covering the Bulls one day. Sylvie may have been in there in the locker room as well. We were in there. Michael was asked about playing at home versus playing on the road. And he said, look, I love playing at home. It's our fan base. But there's nothing better than going into a road arena knowing that every person in there despises me and they're going to ride me mercilessly, and I'm going to stick it up there you know what.
Yeah.
He said it's the greatest.
Yeah.
Like he fed off it. He loved it.
Man. And some, they crumple.
We had a player at Northern.
Yeah.
Coach McDougal went, all right, Sean, you're going in. I can't, Coach. You hear that crowd? I can't.
Oh, my God.
Because they had these group of guys wearing these, like, German army helmets sitting behind the bench.
Mm-hmm.
And they would just say the most ridiculously awful things.
Yeah.
He was like, shell shock. I can't go. I can't go in.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's the way it works. But Soto, yeah. I saw it too, Shay. Just, again, how you shut the crowd up is you come through. 1 for 10. Okay. It's a long contract, a lot of money.
A lot of money.
And a lot of pressure from being the Mets and the Black Cat.
He'll be fine.
Okay. All right, coming up next, there's an opportunity for 2 women in the WNBA to make a lot of money. I mean, more than they're making right now.
Yep.
We'll talk about it next on Kap J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
IKEA. Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishings, accessories, and big discounts. And register to join me and Kap for a trip up to I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN 1000. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe everything we do on our YouTube channel. Watch the show, all the shows on youtube.com, ESPN Chicago, and also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We were looking up at the screen earlier, Kap, and saw Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets as the Oklahoma City Thunder eliminated the Nuggets from the playoffs. Boy, Jokic I think he's really happy that he's going to be away.
I'm glad the season's over so we can ship Russell Westbrook to the Shandong Dragons where he'll be the ninth man. I don't know what you guys expect from me. We have no bench and our coach looks like a beaver. Now I can get back to Mother Serbia, ride my horses and jump people outside the bars with my thug-ass brothers. I knew we were screwed when I saw Scott Foster moonwalking during pregame and singing "Wanna Be Starting Something." I flopped so many times today, I looked like a seal got tasered. when God made Chet Holmgren. He had just finished watching Gumby and wanted to see something even weirder. I've seen Pop-Tarts thicker than that dude. Yeah, I actually like Oklahoma City. I just made a deal to buy some stolen horses from an Indian reservation.
So the thoughts there from Jokic, AI Nikola Jokic with his thoughts.
And then the real Jokic, they asked him, what are you going to do? He said, drink a lot of beer the next few
What do you mean the real? And we just heard from right there. Just said that Chet Holmgren was Gumby. God made him. He made him look like Gumby. Damn it. That's what he said. Did you hear what he said there?
I did.
Stolen horses?
Correct.
I mean,
jumping people outside of clubs.
That's what he said.
Serbia.
I think that's great insight there from AI, Nikola Jokic, after they were eliminated. Cap, there's a great way, and I know you've seen it like I've seen it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Polarizing topic. We knew that this was coming.
We did.
With the Indiana Fever against the Chicago Sky. We knew this was coming because it's Chicago's own, the Chicago Sky's own Angel Reese, and it's Caitlin Clark from Indiana. And it's a rivalry that's built in. There's a rivalry between the two since college and now into the WNBA.
Yeah, and it was, 93-58?
Yes.
It was a blowout. That Indiana Fever team's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And Caitlin Clark had a triple-double, 20, 10, and 10.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Portnoy, I bet $25,000 before the game. He posted the ticket online. $25,000 on her to get a triple-double at 13-1. He got $350 back.
And rightfully so, because Caitlin Clark is the best in the WNBA.
She's maybe the best player. She's certainly top 2 or 3. She'll be in the MVP conversation. And then Angel Reese was trying to get a offensive rebound and a layup, a stick back, and Caitlin Clark fouled her by grabbing her on the arm. I thought it was a basketball play, a physical basketball play, but it was a foul nonetheless. And then they ended up upgrading it to a flagrant 1. Okay. But Reese jumped up and wanted a piece of her.
And look out, Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlin Clark. Afterwards has something to say as Clark walks away. We know there are always increased eyeballs, energy, and attention around the matchups between Reese and Clark, and Angel Reese is still going after Caitlin Clark in the aftermath.
Everyone in the arena had to know this foul was coming. As soon as you saw Angel Reese wide open, you knew that Caitlin Clark was going to come in and take that foul.
So the aftermath, you have Clark and as well as Reese saying it was a basketball play. They both said that. Now, here's the thing. At the time, Reese thinks she's going to go unencumbered to the basket, put the layup in, and she gets fouled hard. Not a surprise. Not a surprise that it happens because it's basketball. It can get physical.
Correct.
But here's the problem, Cap, in our society. Now, if you go through your social media like I have, instead of just saying, boy, these two, it's a rivalry, Clark and Reese, and this is great for the league, now it goes along racial lines. You've seen this.
Yep.
Where people are just like, oh, you were supporting Clark for whatever reason besides basketball. Well, it should be just about basketball, or supporting Reese because of something else that's not basketball. And that's not, for me, that's not the right way to go about it. People will look at it from a racial standpoint, and what it should be is about basketball. Clark and Reese are money for the WNBA.
Yeah, and if we may see, I don't know if we'll ever get to that point, but I think there's a chance that we could have the two of them doing commercials together.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. I said, well, how do you think the NBA initially was kind of reborn before Michael Jordan? It was Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. They were doing commercials together, and it kind of brought everyone together. And in the Northeast, they were about Larry Bird and the tradition of the Celtics. Other side, on the West Coast, it's Irvin Magic Johnson, Big Smile, Lakers, Showtime, all that. They knew if we continue to play at a high level and we both are rivals, we can make a lot of money together.
Yes.
A lot of money.
And they did.
Yes.
Remember they used to wear Converse shoes and do the commercials, and McDonald's and all of it.
It's good for business.
Yeah.
But I know people have this dividing line. I saw RG3 over the weekend talking about there's serious hate in the eyes of of Angel Reese. She hates Caitlin Clark. You know that for sure? Have you talked to her about it? The thing is that Angel Reese wants to get to Caitlin Clark's level of all of it. Basketball, acclaim, money, championship. She wants to be able to get all of that. But I think that there's money in the chase for Angel Reese and for the Sky. There's money in the chase.
Agreed.
You just keep going, man, and this can really develop into something. I think that the fans in Indianapolis also should be ashamed of themselves that the WNBA had to have a statement about, hey, the fans went over the top, shouting racial epithets, all this kind of stuff. Dude, it's sports. Enjoy the rivalry. This is good for the sport. When you start putting all this extra crap in it, you ruin it for a lot of people. I saw the statement. I don't know if you saw it. WNBA have to do that. Shouldn't have to do that. But I can't say I'm surprised. I'm saying that it's unfortunate that it happened.
Yeah, hopefully that the two of them can figure out we can make a ton of money and we could be the stars.
You already must see when you'll get on the TV. I'm sure the numbers were good over the weekend, right?
No question.
But then imagine if those two just keep going at it. They keep playing at a high level. Caitlin Clark is the best. Now the chase is Angel Reese trying to get to her spot.
Correct.
Or others in the WNBA. And there's where the league is in a good spot.
Yeah, I was surprised that they got pounded like they did. I didn't think they'd win the game, but they got pounded.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Fever are very good.
Fever are very good.
Does it matter if the Sky doesn't win any games? Is it considered a rivalry? Or should they have to win games in order for it to be considered?
Team rivalry, they have to win. But individual, they just have to compete.
Yeah, the Sky need to win some games. They need to level up a little bit.
They do.
And again, new coach and got some new players in there. But I think I think those two are money. They should be doing commercials together. They can make money together, millions. The way women's athletics is on a whole different platform these days, absolutely. We have the Kap J Hood cut of the day. That's next on Kap J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Temperatures are finally rising in Chicagoland. And when it comes to making your home or business a comfortable temperature this summer, I recommend you go with Automatic. Their motto is we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Atomatic.com. That is Atomatic.com. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com. Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
2815 Old Jacksonville, Springfield. CordellCordell.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse each and every day. David Flom and Matt Moore have a great restaurant. It's the best. It's on LaSalle on the north side of the Chicago River. J. Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut! Good, man. Good. Spread 150 bags of mulch with my wife this weekend. I had to take them off of 3 pallets she had. Damn! I had to pick each one up and take it where she told me to bring them.
I thought you were about to say bags or something else.
Wake it, baby. No.
Those wouldn't be too heavy.
No.
He was walking them around Oshkosh.
If they were that heavy, I'd be with El Chapo.
David Kaplan with 150 dime bags flying around Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Nope. She had the mulch delivered.
That's the right city to hide it. That's usually where their dateline goes. Oshkosh, Wisconsin. So you say you had 120 dime bags.
Yeah. Why'd you wait till this week? We could have got Mason Graham if you'd done it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
The lovely couple of David and Mindy Kaplan in sleepy Oshkosh.
Special ABC News reporting. Vacation home in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Dime bags found littered in the basement.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
It was mulch.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Maybe a little chilly this week, so I'd recommend eating inside. Or if you put a light coat on, you could sit there. They have the heaters on the patio. Enjoy.
Today, Kap, is National Devil's Food Cake Day.
Devil's Food Cake.
You recall this, right, as a child?
As a child.
Yes. Did your mom ever make Devil's Food Cake?
She did.
I don't think that my mom made that. I think that was a Jules run. That's pretty rich.
My mom loved to bake. Miss you, Mom? She loved to bake, put the white cream filling inside with the Devil's Food Cake. I remember that.
That's a lot. I'm just looking at that picture now. That's amazing.
Yeah. It would go white icing in there.
Yeah.
I mean, white filling.
Yeah.
With chocolate icing and the chocolate cake. It was amazing.
That looks decadent. Is that the word?
Decadent.
Decadent. That's what it looks like.
Looks awesome.
Man. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. And tomorrow, it'll be a Tuesday morning.
That's it.
That's right.
We'll be ready to rock and roll. Hopefully have some updates from Bears OTAs. Let's get going.
Enjoy your Monday. So long, everybody. Take that from Chicago.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni.
And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavone, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Directed at Angel Reese during Saturday's game between the Chicago Sky and Indiana Fever in Indianapolis after an incident involving Caitlin Clark and Reese.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant. This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates? People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN. Devin's back. James is here. We are in our normal attack formation, if you will, at this stage of the game. So we are glad to welcome Mr. Kane back to the booth. How was your trip, dude?
It was good. Went down to sunny Hilton Head, South Carolina, except the first 3 days were torrential rain.
Oh,
so that was fun.
Yeah.
But got on the golf course, saw the family, went to the beach a couple days. It was a good trip.
Did you play any meaningful golf? Like, as you mentioned, did you do anything cool, or were you just typical weekend hack?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm a typical weekend hack. I hit some good shots. I hit some bad shots. It's always the classic on the 18th hole. You hit one good one, you're like, I'm coming back. I figured it out. And then you never figure it out.
You never figure it out. Well, you were in South Carolina, which jogged my memory as to what I spent a good part of the weekend doing. And those of you who don't know this, my literal favorite college sport is softball. It's my favorite sport to watch. That goes above every other sport because for a lot of reasons. Number one, I just love diamond sports in general. Number two, the game of softball at the college level is intensely high. The uniforms are cool. The chants are awesome. And you just can't replicate the competitive nature of what college softball is. And the tournament is underway. And I don't know how much softball you guys watch, but it is generally a reasonably sort of chaotic kind of sport. But typically, there are not a super ton of upsets. Like the stratification of talent in NCAA softball is pretty much major, such that the big schools win all the time. Dude, regional weekend, massive upsets all over the shop. Liberty knocked out the number one Texas A&M Aggies, which is crazy. Various host teams did not make it out of their brackets. So if you've ever chosen a time that you want to get into the niche sport that is college softball, because I've been watching softball for decades now would be a good time to do it. A lot of good stories going around, and I think UCLA here locally is going to have a chance. That's just me, but I don't know. Do you guys like softball?
I kind of tune into it when it gets to this point of the season. I did see the Liberty update. Texas A&M, the number one team in the country, goes down.
Yeah. Goes down. James, I'm sure softball's a little bit more on your radar at this point.
Yeah, right now it is. Yeah, my daughter plays, so
right.
Not quite as high level skill wise there as the as the collegiates, but yeah, I like softball.
Well, you should get her to watch a game. That's what I'm saying. You can
Good
see
idea.
all the teams having fun and pumping it up, and I mean it's an incredibly high level of play. Don't get it twisted. Anyway. Love college softball. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
The Final Four is set in the National Basketball Association. The Thunder banged out the Nuggets yesterday afternoon, rather, at least where I'm from, where I live. 125-93 non-game after the first quarter. It was unfortunate because you thought there for a little bit that, like I did, and I said profusely on this program on Friday, that the Nuggets experience was going to last them. For about a quarter and a little bit and some change there, it said, all right, this is where the Game 7 jitters become a thing. I think being at home helped them out a lot. And I think ultimately the Nuggets just kind of ran out of gas. They were having a lot of problems finding themselves offensively. And whatever that experience was worth, they just couldn't outlast the Nuggets. The Thunder, who looked incredible defensively and met the moment when they needed to. I was wrong, but we are in the business of making calls, and that was fair. But overall, we're going to see a new champion. Now, to get to some things quickly in this game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 35. Jalen Williams had 24. They were down 11 in that first quarter. It was looking dicey. But they outscored Denver 39-20 to take control in the second quarter, and from there on, it was one of those games where you thought to yourself, and you see this a lot, if they lose the lead, they're never getting it back. The Nuggets, that is. And that felt like sort of how it went. Things got up to about 7 or 8, and I thought to myself, ooh, if this balloons to 12, this game is over. And by the time it got to 12, next thing you know, it was 15, then it was out of hand. Now, there are some questions to be asked of this Nuggets team. Where do things go from here? Let's hear what Kendrick Perkins had to say on SportsCenter about that exact topic.
The Denver Nuggets right now are doing him a disservice. When you have a guy like Jokic, Giannis, Steph, Braun, every single season, every single trade deadline, you need to make sure you're making moves to put the necessary pieces around him so that he has a legitimate shot of trying to win another NBA championship. And I think this offseason, they're going to have to make some tough decisions, starting with Jamal Murray and starting with Michael Porter Jr. Those two guys got to go.
I don't know about that, personally. I do understand what he's saying, that the Nuggets got to figure it out. But once we start discussing where guys are going to go, you've got to start wondering, who are you going to get? And you can't just willy-nilly just start throwing out names, because a lot of those guys are, already on other teams that like them too. Why does this matter? Because we are now getting to the point with the 4 teams that are in the conference finals. There is an official shift in what's happening in the NBA right now. Just look at who the players still left are. No Steph, no Bron, no KD, no Jokic, no Kawhi. All of the people who have been the major players and stakeholders in what we discuss amongst legacies in the NBA and have for the past decade are not playing right now. The 4 best players left in the tuna melt, as we like to say, are under 30. The oldest guy is Brunson, who's like 28 or 29. This is a legitimate changing of the guard in the NBA, and I, for one, am here for it. And it leads to a couple of really interesting questions. For example, do you think any of those previous guys I just named will ever even get a chance to play for a title, never mind win one? You look at how some of these other teams are stacking up. Since the 04-05 season, at least one of LeBron James, Stephen Curry, or Kevin Durant has appeared in the conference finals in 17 of 20 seasons. None of those guys are there. But the reason why I was thinking about the Nuggets in this regard is because this idea of we're already lingering around the top, we just got to go pluck some other guys from other teams that are not as good. No. Those other teams already are better to some degree because they have all those dudes. That's sort of how that works. There's not just an infinite amount of talent out there at any given moment to draw from. Those are the teams that are playing for the titles in their respective conferences now. 3 of them have never won an NBA title in their history. And for the Knickerbockers, it was 50-odd years ago. So just on a simple news and timeline manner, we're getting something new this year. And I can't remember the stat off the top of my head, Devin, but it's, 7 out of the last? There will be 7 champions in the past 7 years, something that has never happened in the NBA? I believe that's right?
Yes.
Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Brunson, and Tyrese Halliburton. These are your new current, stars of the game. Not faces of the game. I don't need to go off a cliff on that discussion. We can if you like. But I won't be in the car with you for that. What I'm saying is, overall, at how these teams operate and are built, things are just happening a little differently, and it's proving dividends for some of these franchises.
I think it's super interesting what you laid out in terms of the roster construction. If you look at the Thunder, right? These are all homegrown drafted players. If you look at the Knicks, obviously they traded for a bunch of people, but they had to get rid of a bunch of bad contracts to get those guys.
Right.
And then with the Pacers, obviously Tyrese Halliburton was drafted there.
They don't go over the tax.
Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards was drafted there. A lot of built through the drafts and not, hey, we're going to get the best player on the best team to come play for us, and hopefully it works. So I think that's a good thing.
You know, I agree. Quality roster construction paying off. And that affects these other teams because you can't just go out and say, I'll take this guy, I'll take that guy. those guys are obviously already in situations that are helping them. That's not to say that the Nuggets are hopeless. Don't get me wrong. This isn't even really about the Nuggets, to be honest. My point here is that this is going to be a sort of a delineation point, I think, for this current generation versus the past. Because if I'm looking around at the league and I'm looking at the way some of these situations are shaping up, I don't see a scenario in which I can just definitively say that the LeBrons, the Currys, and the Durants of the world are just in the title conversation just because anymore. I honestly think that ship has sailed at this stage. Ant's too good. Halliburton's too good. Jalen Brunson and the Knicks don't stop winning. Never mind Shea, because they've been blistering people all season. And idiots like me out here think they're going to lose game sevens. How about 40-point blowout? None of these things are theoretical or in the future anymore. They're happening right now. LeBron James, 12 conference finals appearances. Steph, 6. Kevin Durant, 7. For those guys this year, zippy.
How do you think this appeals to the larger NBA fan, though? I'm in on it. I think you're in on it. How do you think that appeals?
This is an excellent question. I think this has to do, and we can get a little bit more existential with this, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. It has to do with people's ability to grow as sports fans. I talk about this all the time. Sports change eras depending on the sport, I'll say between 7 and 12 years, where there's like a definitive changeover of what it looks like, whatever plans were laid of mice and men, if you will, and whether or not they've gone awry. And then you have that change. And the question is whether or not you're watching the game as a sports fan attached to the old thing you liked and having to remove it to like the new thing. We talked about this a little bit more in the NBA in terms of how players look and how players are all effectively the same type of a player now. And if you can't accept that, then maybe you just don't like basketball that much. I think that's part of the discussion here again, Devin. This is just what it looks like now. I like it because I think that it shows that there is a method to the madness and that not everybody is a generational freakazoid talent who you can just drop onto a court and say, here's some other dudes. It was never always that easy. But we got lucky there as sports fans for a long time because we had a string of like 8 of them. I feel this way about the NFL and quarterbacks too. If you dated back, let's just say reverse back 5 years and the 10 years before that. Had a random crop of incredibly excellent quarterbacks, and then everybody all forever thought they were going to do that for the rest of their lives the same way. No, that's not happening. And that's kind of where we are now. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. A new champion will be crowned, and we'll include the Knicks in that anyway. People didn't even have color TVs across America the last time they won a daggone title. I'm interested in your thoughts on what this Final Four looks like for the National Basketball Association. The future is no longer ahead of us. The future is now. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get to that after I tell you about Vivid Seats. The NFL schedule is dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
This is Clinton and Friends.
A magnificent messianic figure inveighing against the hypocrisies of our times. A strip Savonarola Monday through Friday that I tell you, Frank, could just go through the roof.
On ESPN.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Stop, Master, and Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend, and the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is Clinton and Friends.
You know, just because you're a good reporter and have a nice smile doesn't mean you're going to beat me to this King David story.
So, you think I have a nice smile?
I don't know. I've never seen a weasel smile until now.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Monday. No basketball tonight, but we're certainly talking hoops on the program. Thunder eliminated the Nuggets yesterday to set the Final Four in the conference finals of the NBA playoffs. Timberwolves versus Thunder. Pacers versus Knicks. First time in whatever amount of years, I want to say 35, that the Western Conference Finals haven't featured a team from either Texas or California. A couple of big states. We're looking at that power market matchup in the finals, potentially, of Oklahoma City and Indianapolis. Following up on, of course, the monster matchup, at least on this show, of Indiana basketball versus the Bing Bong community.
Oh, I can't wait.
A lot of Bing Bong lore out there in the streets now. The legends are getting longer. We're learning things about people we don't need to know anything about simply because they are New York Knicks fans and the internet is real.
Bing Bong.
888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Now that the matchups are set, though, it means certain things statistically are going to be the case. One of these teams, one of the four, I repeat, has won an NBA title before as a franchise. Somebody's going to be probably getting some new hardware on their shelf. No LeBron, no Steph, no Durant, no Kawhi, no James Harden. That era of basketball playing human, whom we have spent a lot of time arguing with about in various third spaces across the country for a decade and a half, are no longer there right now. Somebody new will be in the headlines. People are growing out of the discussions we had of yesteryear. And I, for one, am happy for it. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Marcos in Florida, welcome to the show.
What's up, brother?
How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Hey, listen, I cannot believe the words that just came out of your mouth, okay? I cannot believe it. You are telling me that you don't have any faith that LeBron James, okay, King James, will not return within the next 2 years to the finals and actually earn another ring, okay? Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, all right? We are getting ready to trade. I'm a Lakers fan. We're going to trade the entire roster, Denver roster nearly. We're going to trade Rui, Dalton, and hell, maybe even Austin Reeves for the Greek Freak, okay? Once that happens, the next 2 to 3 years belongs to LeBron. We're not ready to move on. We're not. LeBron James is still in the conversation for a title. As long as he is in the league and he remains unretired, he remains a conversation starter for a title.
Thanks for the phone call. Horrible call. Number one, way too much we. Number two, don't call the program and just repeat what I said with a question mark as your setup to get to your point. I know what I said. The listeners know what I said because I just said it. Number three, do you know what faith is? The technical definition of faith is literally believing in something you cannot see. Thirdly, you directly undercut your primary point by saying that because the Lakers are going to pick up Giannis, then that's why LeBron's going to get back to a title potential. You're making my point for me. The new stars have replaced the old stars. That's my point, and nothing is wrong with that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Brandon in Nebraska, welcome to the show.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good.
I just had a question. Well, it's actually more of a statement. I think Oklahoma City was actually built by the Paul George trade because we got an outstanding young player and some draft picks, and the Clippers actually ended up with nothing but a hurt Paul George. Do you think that that's the case, or do you think it's all Sam Presti with his genius as being the GM?
Well, thanks for the phone call. I mean, obviously the SGA trade for playoff P, as he was going by then, is critical to all this. But this gets back to the nexus of what I'm saying, which is that finding the young players, building the assets as a squad, probably a better method of operation than what the Clippers were trying to do, and you can see by the evidence. That's what I'm saying. It's not all just one for one. There's a methodology element to it here, too. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. John in South Carolina, what's up?
Hey, guys. Love listening to y'all in the mornings. I want to kind of just touch on what you just brought up, and I completely agree. I listened into the last segment talking about these teams that are kind of left being built through the draft. While that's true somewhat, Jalen Brunson, he got acquired in free agency by the Knicks. Tyrese Halliburton was not drafted by the Pacers. He was drafted by the Kings. They made a trade for him for Sabonis. And then SGA, obviously, he gets traded for Paul George. I think teams need to look at that blueprint going forward, focus on the draft and getting the young players, but rather than going for the home run swing of getting a Giannis or getting a Kevin Durant through a big trade where you mortgage your entire future, look for some of these younger guys that are ascending and try to pair them up with your young core. It looks like that might be the best way to compete going forward.
Thanks for the phone call. Exactly. Short version, do your daggone jobs. I feel like the NBA got caught up in a lot of people that were all, like a lot of different franchises, all trying to do different things for different reasons. Whether it's finding a star, whether it's building through depth and youth. There are methods that work, as proven by the 4 teams playing right now. And he's right. It's not all specifically draft related. And the Mavericks are the reason why Jalen Brunson is playing in New York, period. You see how they're doing with that. But there are ways to build other than just get the dude and throw some other guys around him. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mike in Florida, welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you guys?
Pretty good. What's up?
Hey, I'm a 55-year-old sports fan, and I must say, going to college and watching Jordan, it's tough for a sports fan to let go of our heroes on the gridiron in all these major sports because it's just part of our lives for that while. But you do have to embrace the new ones that come in, and I think you're absolutely right. As much as I love Jordan, as much as I love LeBron and gang, it's time to start looking forward and seeing these new amazing talents that are out there. But it is hard to let go, man.
Thank you for the phone call. Honest call. Very honest call. And that's why it gets to the question of who are you as a sports fan? Some people grow out of liking things. When it doesn't look how they want it to look anymore, they move on. Hell, I left my hometown for that reason. Woke up one day, every other building I saw was something I didn't recognize. I said, it's probably time to move. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Walrus, how was your weekend?
Hey, good morning, CY. Good morning, Devin. I joined late, so I'm not sure if James is in today. Good morning. Yeah. And to all the friends out there, good weekend, man. Hope you all had a good one as well. I'm just so stoked these are the last 4 teams, like we've been talking about. The Sonics won 79. That's today's Thunder. The Knicks, of course, in 73, 52 years ago. Right. And, of course, the other 2 have never won. And for me, I was telling Devin, I think Bing Bong, this is their year, man. I mean, that game in the Garden, you could feel it through the screen. It was incredible, the energy. Completely just incredible. And Jalen Brunson, he's as good a leader of any team right now in the NBA. You could perhaps say all of sports, man. And that 5, They are solid. Tom Thibodeau might not have been the head coach, but he was on that bench when the Celtics won in 2008 as the associate head coach, so he knows how this thing can get done. It's their year, man. I mean, they have been waiting over half a century. So
Lewis Walrus, thanks for the phone call, Walrus. Walrus is in on the Bing Bongers. For reasons that have to do with my friendships across this globe, I will be rooting for the Knicks as well, as I do not want to lose my friends. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlin Clark.
can't make it anything that it's not. It was just a good play on the basketball. It's a take foul to put them at the free throw line or rather give up 2 points.
Basketball play, refs got it right. Move on.
Joining us now, Michael Vopel, ESPN women's basketball writer. You can find him on the internet at MAVopel. I hate that we're doing this, to be quite honest, Michael, and I just want to sort of lay this out from a journalistic perspective. I feel that when Kathy Engelbert made the business decision to publicly communicate that whatever it is going on between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese is simply good for the WNBA from a rivalry standpoint, there was a tactical error made there mechanically that doesn't allow for anybody to actually discuss what's going on outside of that big framework that we all now sort of have to exist in, even when it's more complicated than that. Does that make sense, Michael?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying with that, and it is. It's a really tricky is one word for it situation, but it's a complicated situation, as you said, and we've seen it flare up more than once.
Because there's basketball reasons for this to be annoying, but there's also reasons which, for a fan, you're looking at this, you're saying, Jesus, it's Monday. The league just started. How is this still the top headline from your perspective as a journalist before we get into the actual basketball? What does that feel like to sort of be back in this space, whatever side, and I'm using air quotes, you happen to be on about it?
Yeah, I think sort of frustrating, sort of, it's because it's an issue that I think it's very hard for a lot of people to talk about and sort of acknowledge and say what, some of the underlying conflict is here. And there's a lot to be excited about, about the basketball. But this is also part of, I hate to fall back on this, but part of the growth of the sport is that the people who have been following it for a long time, are very interested in the basketball and understand the things going along with it. But we have a lot of new folks coming in, and I think a lot of them are very into, for lack of a better word, the drama that sort of plays out. So you see a little bit of a conflict between those two entities that are watching the WNBA.
Very well said. Michael Vopel joins us here on Clinton and Friends on a Monday. That otherwise being said, in terms of the basketball, just how good is this Fever team? They made some real upgrades, and the blowout aside, a lot of people really think they've got a shot to make a solid run this campaign.
Yeah, I think you're pointing out something that's really important, which is that the upgrades are really upgrades. And we all saw how good the Fever offense was last season. Even though Caitlin Clark was a rookie, she was immediately, really, honestly, one of the best point guards we've seen. I mean, that's how fast she made that transition. And so they had, they were one of the best offensive teams last year, but they were next to last in the league in defensive rating. And when you bring in Natasha Howard, DeWanna Bonner, Sydney Colson, Sophie Cunningham, and these are players that are going to make your defense better. And I think what you saw on Saturday was a better defensive team, and that's what the Fever have to be if they want to have a longer run in the playoffs.
That said, I mean, the sky cannot be that bad. I mean, Angel Reese has talked a lot about her improvement in the offseason. They obviously drafted HVL and Haley Van Lith, but where are they in terms of their development? They're obviously a different franchise in terms of how they're moving.
That's so true. So much is new there. I don't want to judge them very, very quickly this season. They have a new coach in Tyler Marsh. His first time being a head coach in the WNBA. Obviously, worked with Becky Hammond with the Aces, so he has a very good history. But this is new. A new system, a new coach. They have a new backcourt. Courtney Vandersloot spent 12 years in Chicago. She's back after being with New York a couple seasons. But, this is a new bunch for her. Ariel Atkins is new, having, come from Washington. So you have a new backcourt, a new head coach, a new system. I think there's a lot of new. So let's give them some time to see how they gel.
Well, you mentioned my Mystics. If you don't know this, Michael, I'm from D.C., and I happen to be on the Wood when they last won the WNBA title. So I'll ask you, they're off to a nice little start. What's going on with my Sticks?
How about that? You got to give them credit because I think everybody, us included, when we were doing our preseason rankings, have them near the bottom, and yet they've gotten off to a 2-0 start. Brittany Sykes, as you know, is a player. She dealt a lot with injuries last year, but she is just an amazing offensive player. And I think what's going to be interesting is watching those two rookies who are the number 3 and number 4 picks, Sonia Citron and Kiki Iriafen. They're starters as rookies. They're just being thrown into the fire. And again, a place, as you know, has a new head coach in Sydney Johnson. So this is a team that almost is playing with house money. Nobody expects anything from them this year. So maybe I think they're out to prove everybody wrong and say, we're a lot better than people think we are. And at least for the opening weekend, they showed that.
Michael Vopel joins us here on Clinton and Friends talking WNBA. Another team with a lot more eyeballs on it as a result of who they picked up in the draft are obviously the Dallas Wings with Paige Beckers. But they also got players walking out of games whilst teams are still in the huddles. What is the Wings' early season start looking like from your vantage point?
Again, we have and this is a theme, isn't it? We have a new coach, a coach who hasn't been a head coach before, but somebody with a lot of experience in the WNBA. I think Paige, had a good start again for a rookie. You know how tough it is in the NBA or the WNBA for a rookie guard to come in. But the thing that we see with Dallas sometimes is it's hard for them to escape a little bit of just team drama at times. That right. Franchise has struggled with that. And you hope with Tierra McCowan, the center who sort of just walked away, you hope that kind of gets worked out because I do think they have a good amount of talent. And so you'd like to see them sort of work everything out. And, again, let's see if after a few games they have some of that stuff worked out.
Last thing I'll ask you, the CBA is obviously a very important thing coming up in terms of how those negotiations are going. Do we have any updates on what that looks like or where we are?
Not necessarily any updates. We did a piece about a week ago just looking at what some of the big issues are. I think the prioritization is going to be a thing. Obviously, that's the idea that players have to be in camp when they're assigned to be at camp. And with so many players who still play overseas, sometimes that can be an issue. I think we're going to look at there's going to be salary increases, but one of the other big issues, I think, is going to be roster size because, as you know, you get later into the season and you start having injuries pile up, and sometimes you have teams that, you really are concerned about the size of the roster, especially if they're only carrying 11 players for salary cap reasons. I think that's going to be something the owners and the players need to come together on to have a little bit larger roster size or at least a little bit better way to deal with the injury situation.
Here's Michael Vopel, ESPN women's basketball reporter. Appreciate your time, as always.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
That first point I was making about, and we can sort of get into this later or we don't have to, but I really, and I don't want to start playing the blame game because I don't think that's particularly productive as an adult, but I do think identifying points in the process where things went wrong, where mistakes otherwise could have been avoided is helpful. And I do think Kathy Engelbert did a disservice when she just kind of dismissed this all as just plain having good fun. I think that really took a certain level of critical thinking out of what was a point where it was needed. And unfortunately, old school fans, people who actually like basketball, are suffering for it. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed. Coming up, more of your phone calls. You know the number, kiddos. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Call me. I'll talk to you. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
How many beers is Nikola Jokic going to drink?
All of them now that his offseason has started, Randy. How about some Frosty Molson's, for the Maple Leafs, because their season's over in Game 7 again.
And we're already officially on Grand.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Hey everybody, this is Greeny here, and this message is for all the home improvement DIYers out there. Sherwin-Williams is running the play of the season with their Memorial Day sale. Get 30% off all paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. We're talking every color here, people. They still haven't made a Jets green for me, but their Shamrock shade is pretty darn close. That's 30% off paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331.
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
It's me, Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry, get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't wanna see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now, no more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Now, Schuler said you would not take direction. He said you kept coming up with your own ideas, telling lousy jokes, not even relating to the audience.
Jack, I was just trying to show them a little bit of my personality.
According to Schuler, either you don't have one or the one you got sick.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Monday talking about hoops and basketball of many types. The WNBA is all in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, unfortunately. And the NBA is getting things going with their Final Four. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The captain in Illinois. Welcome aboard.
Good morning. I just wanted to comment on the Final Four. I think it's interesting how you have four stars that are all different narratives. You got Jalen Brunson and you got Halliburton. If they win, I feel like it's going to be, okay, do it again, and then maybe you're the face of the league. But I think with SGA and Ant, I think if they win it, that just feels it. I feel like it's interesting, that narrative. Like, I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if it's because you can kind of see that SGA is built like somebody we know, and like Halliburton, like I don't know what type of player to compare him to, and same with Jalen Brunson. Is it because we don't have a comp, or is it just because we have a hatred for them for some reason as a country, or do we just not know?
Thanks for the phone call. I think it's more of the former, not the latter. I think it's the idea, and this is where the thank God element of this particular statistical alignment of the NBA right now being a thing matters, is that you can stop comparing people to people. Just watch what the people in front of you are doing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay for the people to be the people they are.
No. No, we need everyone to be like Jordan or
it's
Kobe.
Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
It does, though. This is what keeps this country moving, Clinton.
This is how our bread is buttered. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, guys, for taking the call. And/or delivered, you called that. Just like this show, I wanted to point out, you guys have been on Bing Bong and Pacer basketball, T-Puffs and 6. You got 3 out of the 4 teams. That's 75%, so that's a passing grade. So kudos to the show. Bing Bong. Joker 9 shots last night. SGA's clean efficiency. And then the interesting nuance was Dagnall coaching Caruso back in the G League, I think 2017. I think then they had this game plan against Joker.
Sure.
3-to-1 assist turnover ratio. I think the Nuggets were 1-to-1. So the question is, can they turn Minnie over? And then J-Dub is the bellwether going forward. And I'll jump on what you and DK are talking about there. I think this the Association Conference Championship, it's really an interesting case study of leadership. And I want to see what you think about the leadership, where we have the youthful hubris, like in-your-face swag, confidence. It's borderlining arrogance of Anthony Edwards and Halliburton. And then the old soul stage, they're stoic, they're mature. That's kind of SGA and Brunson. And I just wanted to see what you think that matters going forward, if it is at all. Have a great day, you guys. And I'll talk more on the Reese Caitlin Clark down the road. I'd like to hit on that, too. Take care.
Thanks for the phone call. I mean, I think leadership hugely matters. The guy who called in last week saying that reminder, the one head coach here who's actually won a ring is still there in Carlisle with Indiana. Still there as in still in the league. I think that matters intensely, particularly when you get to this point of the season. No doubt about it. The leadership isn't just from the players, and it's also not just from the head coach. There's a bevy of assistants out there who matter. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Randy in Virginia.
Thanks for having me.
No problem.
You said earlier that they should look at the young talent. Am I correct? That go ahead and not grab the big names. Now, if you look back in recent history, there's only really two names that are mercenaries, and that's LeBron and KD. They brought championships to teams. Now, the other players that actually won championships from different teams is Kawhi Leonard, and the other ones that took their team or contributed was Jimmy Butler and Kyrie. Porzingis also to the team that, upper echelon. So basically it comes down to where you say, look at the young teams. The NBA has been doing that to look at young players, but it's not an exact science. You pull the trigger on a star player when you can, that makes sense for your team. It works sometimes it doesn't. But that's the name of the game. You only have a handful of players.
Thank you for the phone call. People, we have to start thinking more critically. You cannot be so reductionist with what I've laid out in a complex manner and then just say ad hominem, oh, you're saying that? Therefore, that. No. Yes, this is complex. My point is that regarding pattern recognition, 7 out of 7 years, that's never happened before, means, yes, the game has changed on how to do this the right way, or at least in the effective way. Forget about right or wrong. It is a notation on the pattern as much as it is a criticism of the method. Coming up, we'll talk more basketball. Bing bong versus Indiana basketball. It's
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash? Injured on the job? Sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com, Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNBP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Clark.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates
with a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN, where you can see me pointing at the camera. Hour 2 here. Devin is back in the building in the producer chair, and James Steele is on the board. We're talking basketball. And for those of you who don't necessarily tune in every day, or for whatever reason you catch it on the pod, which you can get on the ESPN app, you know that there are certain themes to the program that we tend to trend with. Number one, well, the Bing Bong community. If you don't know what Bing Bong means,
Bing Bong,
well, you need to catch up. Those are prerequisites for the show. You have to have some level of social media literacy to follow this program. So we have on one side of the Eastern Conference Finals the Bing Bong community. On the other side, we have Devin's favorite fan base in America, Indiana basketball in the Pacers. Now, we spent a lot of last week hearing it from Indy fans who were doing a little bit of an Eeyore or a little bit too much of an us against the world. There was some extremism on either sides of that. But we took a decent amount of incoming from Pacers fans who were telling me I told you so. I also had one guy completely wig out on me about the importance of Indianapolis. He was mad that I said the coolest thing I've seen in Indy is an apartment building in a ballpark. That guy lost the psychological battle early. But that's another discussion. The point here is that now, for our show, Devin, this was the best possible outcome.
There is no question about it. You have Indiana basketball, the pureness of basketball, passing, shooting fundamental shots, getting to the free throw line, just being good stewards of the game. And then you got the Bing Bong community. The Knicks, they're coming, they play grimy, you know what I mean? They're coming in, and they don't even want to think about playing Indiana basketball. It's about getting to the hole. It's about dunking on you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
Two fan bases that could not possibly be any more different either, which is fascinating as well. Let's hear what Charles Oakley had to say, the former Knick, on Hammer and Emmett, about what he likes about this team.
Well, you think about them three Villanova guys. They played together. They won championships. And they played with an edge. And, Hart get knocked down, get up. Bronson getting knocked down, get up. Bridges, he just do everything. And early, the first two wins, he played a big part. They didn't do a lot of scoring, but defense, getting second shots, getting steals. But the core, with OG and Cat, Detroit's always been New York thing. But now they got a lot of offense. And the defense, they dig down in this series. They was just like, they got into Boston. Boston don't like a lot of physicality. And I think that the wing guys, the Knicks guys, they can do that. I mean, they're going to hit some shots, but them guys play their heart out. You got to give them credit. People talk a lot, but, they did the job. They got the win last night. That's the most important thing.
I cannot imagine playing on a professional basketball team named the New York Knicks and then to hear Charles Oakley giving me props. How much that would skyrocket morale through the roof. Charles Oakley, who is a persona non grata at MSG because of his personal antics and his run-ins with Dolan, still willing to talk about how much he likes this team. That has to feel incredible. I've said this before. One of my favorite things about this entire situation is that all the former Knicks coming back together for community. We had Alan Hahn on the program last week. He said it's like watching AAU uncles at a game. But meanwhile, it's the NBA playoffs because all the old Knicks are coming back. 1999, Jack. I had just graduated from high school when the Knicks were last in the NBA Finals. That's a long time ago, at the very least. Let's hear what Kendrick Perkins has to say about exactly how far he thinks this Knicks team might be able to take it.
They could win the NBA championship. I mean, let's be honest. You look around the league right now, the Final Four teams that are playing, you have Indiana, and no disrespect to them because they're playing some unbelievable basketball, well coached. I think that series is going to go 7 games against the Knicks. I got the Knicks winning in 7. And then you look across at the Western Conference, right? You got Oklahoma City in the battle right now with the Denver Nuggets. They should pull that off. Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves, they got to face them. And, they're going to be in a dogfight with OKC. The Knicks have a legit shot at winning the NBA championship. If they play like they did tonight, defensively, and with the energy that they had, Absolutely, and they still have the best closer in the game of basketball in Big Body Brunson.
Big Body Brunson is a great turn of phrase. I was just thinking to myself how cool it is to hear Perkins say dog fight, and then he drops a Big Body Brunson on us. Goodness. Save some room for the rest of us, Perk, in terms of being able to talk that talk. That aside, I think the NBA really, really needs a team like the Knicks or the Pacers to win the NBA title. Per my previous point about how teams go about doing it. And maybe not really needs. Maybe this is me trying to sort of prove something that I believe or that I want. But the idea that a Knicks team can get a bunch of guys together from a college team and actually make that translate to the pros with an old hardened coach, incredible story. That's one of those deals where they don't do this that often anymore. At least they're not as prevalent in our media landscape as they used to be. But like season yearbooks for teams where you go back and you say the analogy would be if they made a VHS tape about this year's season, who would be on the cover of it? It's obviously Brunson for the Knicks, but you could make a case that they'd have to have all starting five on there just to make it make sense. And, of course, the Pacers, who made a reasonably big gamble getting rid of Sabonis when they did to bring in Halliburton and have done it with depth and consistency. These are the kind of things that get people into the sport. Not that stars don't. Those aren't mutually exclusive. But I do think there's something to be said for that in terms of how well the game is evolving at the highest level, in terms of the different ways and abilities that you can find avenues to winning. The variety is the spice. I don't care, who's a star and who's not is one discussion. But who can actually finish the mission and complete the task is another. And you learn so much about who can and who cannot do what on the journey. Should be a good one. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dan in Virginia, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Excellent. Thank you.
Listen, I totally agree with, first of all, I'll state the obvious. It's just good that there's new blood in the NBA for whoever's going to be in the finals. That just elevates the league. And the point you made about the younger talent coming in, I mean, you had that one caller who said he was 55 and was a Jordan guy. Well, I'm about to turn 70, so I can go back even farther than that. Just watching the evolution of athletes, where they were way back when I watched and where they are now and how they're younger and more elite at a younger age is just fantastic for the league. But, I go back, his favorite player was Jordan. Well, mine was a guy named Oscar Robertson, who's still my favorite.
Sure.
Could still probably play today, the kind of player he was. But it's just a great thing to see that. My Cavaliers got bounced out, but, they were hurt. That happens. And I want to ask you one last thing. This is an opinion question for you and whoever else is on. Okay? Who was the best guard tandem that ever played together? And I'm going to give you an opinion. And, again, showing my age, going back to the 1960 Olympic gold medal team, they had a guy named Robertson and a guy named West that were their starting guards. So I'll end it on that. Yes. Love your show, guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the phone call. Could still play today is such a great bingo
I love it.
Game. Devin let out a huge fist pump. I'll think about that one. I'll think about that, and I'll apply it to this particular playoffs. My favorite guard tandem currently still playing, I'm probably going to have to go with Brunson and whoever. Brunson and they also play such sort of positionless basketball. But I am currently drawn to the New York Knicks from a basketball standpoint as much as I am drawn to them from a fanhood standpoint. Is probably what I'm going to say.
How about
probably my answer there.
Dan, thank you for this question. I love when we do this.
That's a good. You've really scratched an itch for.
Oh, this is good stuff. How about the Splash Brothers? Steph and Clay.
Yeah.
Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili back in the day.
Parker and Ginobili, the international subset, the airport guards, if you will, was a nice combo. Ginobili, who somehow invented the Euro step, even though he's not European, which is another sidebar discussion for another day. There's some good ones.
How about Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton?
Wow. Okay. Detroit basketball.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Indiana basketball. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mike in Montana. What's up?
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
I just want to give a shout-out to two things. But one, I want to give a shout-out to women's softball. If you guys watched any of it this weekend, it was amazing.
Oh, yeah. I started the show talking about it for like 3 minutes. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all the girl dads out there that are trying to get the girls into something competitive, watch it this weekend. It's going to blow their mind. And then they're going to want to go out in the backyard and play catch. And also, I just want to manifest something since we've been talking about Oklahoma City. Since Gary Payton said he would never let the Thunder retire his jersey because he didn't bleed for that city, could it be possible that the Seattle Storm will do it for him? That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks for the phone call. That took a hard left into obscurity.
Yes.
That I was not ready for. We went from softball to sitting on a bucket playing with your daughter to Gary Payton's comments about the Thunder.
Listen.
All the way back to the Storm. That was a masterclass.
Anytime you can mention the glove on this program, by all means.
That was incredible. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. And no, I don't think the Storm are going to do anything for Gary Payton. Parker in South Dakota.
Hey, thanks. Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on this morning. As a Minnesota-born, Minnesota faithful, I know we got 8 down, 8 up. What is it going to take for us in Minnesota for men's sports to finally see a Minnesota team get over the hump? What do these boys got to do to get it done?
Thanks for the phone call. We're getting away from it here a little bit, Devin. I do not cry for Minnesota. Don't cry for me, Minnesota. I wasn't really ready to do that, but I did.
8 down, 8 up.
8 down, 8 up is crazy work. Just throwing out random monikers as if everybody in the country knows what that means. When we don't. What's it going to take for Minnesota? What it's going to take is an incredible, stellar defensive performance from Rudy Gobert night in, night out. Cannot be in constant foul trouble, but they have gotten their biggest hurdle out of the way, and his big boss, Draymond Green, is no longer on the level. Rudy Gobert is what's going to get the Minnesota boys over the hump. I'm glad that he acknowledged, though, that the Lynx are a dominant team for a long time. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob, the notorious MGB, you're on the show.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen. Pleasure to visit with you today. It's notorious MG Bing Bong. Knicks in 6. Knicks in 6.
That's all you got?
And on a second note, look, the W needs a commissioner that's got more inspirational leadership than a saltine cracker. I nominate Cheryl Miller. She would have a pulse on what's going on and have the forward thinkingness to get the league focused on what it really needs to do, which is to grow.
Yeah. I appreciate that. That's a good call. Marty Bob, one quick question. Pretty wild news week in New Orleans. No?
He's gone.
Oh, dagger. I needed his thoughts on 11 dudes breaking out of prison and going back to their old hoods and getting arrested.
I saw that too.
Again.
I saw someone post on social media, "Hey Saints, the 11th guy out looks pretty quick on his feet."
Need a return, man.
Listen, how are you just going to move a toilet and then you're just like out into the open air? Like, what are we doing? We gotta tighten up here.
How you going to bust out of jail and then go back to the hood where you bang at?
Yeah, you gotta go somewhere else.
I mean, the location and the destination need to change.
Where are they supposed to go?
None of those guys watch Shawshank, clearly.
Right. You know where you don't go? Once you bust out of prison? Instagram Live. Don't go on there. Horrible idea. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch, happy Monday.
Happy Monday, Clinton. Hope you had a good weekend.
We
good
did.
Show.
What's going on?
Love it.
Thank you.
Hey, you're not old. You're making me feel old. My high school was 1980. Staten Island, okay?
Okay.
Now you're making me feel old. So I'll switch any day, and you certainly have a more interesting job. I love being retired. Oklahoma has really shown what they're not. Most of the guys, they have a deep roster, and they're going to win it all. A few shrewd trades, including the one by the Clippers. Boy, did they get over the Clippers. Not only did they get Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I think he's a future Hall of Famer. They're going to have 3 first-round picks this year, including the Clippers, and deep roster. And Clippers don't even have Paul George anymore. He's injury prone, but Oklahoma's the way to do it.
Thanks for the phone call, Mitch. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you can bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Few shrewd moves. Coming up, we're going to talk about what happened over the weekend. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Oh, that's cute. A little ghetto, but it's kind of cute.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Automatic's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of 2 legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The weekend's a blur.
Fine weekend. Good weekend.
We've got you covered. Time to rewind.
Rewind. How do you rewind?
And catch up on everything you missed.
Guess I missed an awful lot.
This is Weekend Rewind on Clinton and Friends.
Progressive Insurance. Devin, back in your seat. What you got?
First up, the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy, quarterback, have agreed to a massive 5-year, $265 million contract extension, including $181 million in guaranteed money. This deal makes Purdy one of the highest-paid quarterbacks in the NFL, averaging $53 million per year, a dramatic leap from the $2.6 million he earned over the first 3 seasons after being the last pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. Overpay? Are you good with the contract, Clinton?
Good timing for Purdy. Awful timing for everybody else. That includes fans of the Niners and the Niner team themselves. Does he deserve the money in the context of, is he the franchise quarterback because you guys have not been able to figure out that position for the better part of a decade? Yes. But also, now the team is completely different. And hell, the way the league plays almost is completely different. But look at some of these names. I just don't. I don't think Purdy's that good, and I don't think that that's an insult in that way. But that's the way the market shook out. I just can't envision how this is going to help in the long term in terms of how the Niners are going to be constructed. I saw it on Sportsman, they were talking earlier about, is it Super Bowl or bust for Kyle Shanahan? Yeah. This is your fun reminder that Kyle Shanahan has never won jack in that regard. So just keep that in mind. I think that ultimately, and this is a separate discussion entirely, we're going to look back on Kyle Shanahan and not think about what wasn't won. We're just going to look back on Kyle Shanahan and realize probably just wasn't that good of a coach. Moving on.
I was just mulling over real quick. Is Brock Purdy the Indiana basketball of the NFL?
Oh, God.
All right, you don't have to answer that.
First of all, Brock Purdy went to Iowa State. I know that because I was on campus there last year. And I figured out, I learned something while I was there, by the way, that until this past football season, Iowa State had never won 10 games in a year, which shocked me, but in their history. But anyway, go on.
Iowa, Indiana, same thing, basically.
Easy.
Careful.
All letters and emails courtesy of James Steele for that comment, not Clinton Yates, the host of this show. I can delineate between those two states, personally.
All right, this next one, Ryan Matlock, if you're listening, I'm sorry, buddy. The Florida Panthers dominated the Toronto Maple Leafs 6-1 in Game 7 on Sunday night to advance to the Eastern Conference Final, where they will face the Carolina Hurricanes. After a scoreless first period, Florida took control in the second with 3 goals in just over 6 minutes. They then added 3 more in the third period. Clint, do you have any words of encouragement for Toronto Maple Leafs fans?
Well, I think that our esteemed friends from the East Coast family, Boys to Men, probably have some words that they would say for them. But I think overall, for the Maple Leafs, I mean, come on. Show some effort. We send off the Maple Leafs in short order. There are other teams to be sent off, but we saved it for this. Just for you, Matt Lack. You hate to see it. And everybody here at the ESPN Radio family offers our love in this time. We still have hope that a Canadian team can win the NHL Stanley Cup. That's what we're hoping for, Devin. That's what we're rooting for. My Caps are out. Matt Lack's Leafs are out. So we're rooting for the Canadians. That's what we're doing.
All right. NFL owners are set to vote at their May meetings in Minneapolis on two major proposals. First, a playoff reseeding initiative and a potential ban on the tush-push quarterback sneak tactic. The playoff reseeding proposal introduced by the Lions would fundamentally change how postseason teams are ranked. Instead of guaranteeing the top 4 seeds to division winners, all 7 playoff teams in each conference, 4 division champions and 3 wildcard teams, would be seeded strictly by their regular season records. This means a wildcard team with a better record than a division winner could receive a higher seed and potentially host a playoff game. We all know what the tush push is, but let's focus on the reseeding. What do you think of this potential rule change?
I don't need this, personally. Now, I am also not, how to explain this? I am also not so much of a football person that playoff format seeding bothers me on a level that it needs to change. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand every single part of this. It's annoying when you get that bad setup and you're like, what are they doing hosting a game? Why are we doing this way? I understand that. But for me, I don't need it. Like, that's not something I'm going to be upset about if it doesn't change the next 10 years of my life. The tush push, on the other hand, again, is playing football to me. This sort of feels like everybody's got way too much time on their hands at the rules committee. And there are plenty of other things that I would address before that we can get to at a later date. So I don't need a format change. They added a playoff team, and that always kind of threw things off for me anyway. And the tush push should be here to stay, as I see it.
Journalism won the 150th Preakness Stakes, coming from behind to secure a victory just 2 weeks after finishing second in the Kentucky Derby. With Derby winner Sovereignty skipping the race, journalism trained by Michael McCarthy and ridden by Umberto Rizzapoli, I hope I said that right, who became the first Italian jockey to win a Triple Crown race, lived up to his favorite status in a field of 9. This was an incredible race if you saw this, where he kind of got jockeyed and had to come back from behind. What'd you make of the finish of this race?
A big comeback by journalism.
Yes.
And then there was a horse race. No, it was fun to watch. This is obviously important to me from a very incredibly personal, self-serving way, which is the headlines for this were incredible. Journalism wins. If you get, why that's a cool thing to be able to write in a headline, because the whole point of headlines is that you can get some meta reference and still get the news out there as well. Absolutely perfect. I saw a couple tweets that said, every kid you know in journalism class is about to be the most insufferable person you've ever met for the entire weekend. And guess what? That part is true. One more.
And last but not least, Major League Baseball announced Sunday that Philadelphia Phillies reliever Jose Alvarado is suspended 80 games without pay after testing positive for a performance-enhancing drug. The suspension is effective immediately, and Alvarado will also be ineligible for the postseason. Alvarado, the Phillies' most reliable reliever this season, leads the team with 7 saves and a .270 ERA, 25 strikeouts in 20 appearances. Why is this still such a huge problem in baseball?
It's because guys are always playing the game. He's just the biggest name guy. I get emails literally every other week about dudes in the minors who are getting suspended and getting banged out for huge suspensions all the time. Guys are trying to hang around, doing whatever they can. The rules are the rules, though. I mean, it's another blow for a Phillies team that can't seem to get out of their own way in some regards. But it sucks. It's a bad headline every time, even though I don't have some huge problem with performance-enhancing drugs myself. It's not a good look now when it's clearly against the rules and clearly when you're such an important player to your team. Real letdown for the clubhouse, for sure. Oh, man. Clinton and Friends, Weekend Rewind is brought to you by Grainger. Draw up a winning play with Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by.
Clinton and Friends.
David Dennis Jr., I'm not going to air out your dirty laundry, David, and tell the people that you invited me to come on your podcast and then did it with somebody else and did the best episode you've done yet. But I might.
You know what? It was my fault. I'll own it. I didn't go through your agent. I didn't have my people call your people as you instructed me to do before you said lose my personal number. I didn't follow protocol. It's my fault. That's why you were not on Ball Up Top. Friends, a fantastic new basketball show that's on Landscape.
I deserve every second.
I'm Clinton and Friend's best friend, but Clinton is no friend of Ball Up Top. I got you. I got to earn that. I got to earn it. I got to work on it.
Every second of that.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
When you hear that music, you know who's coming through the door. David Dennis Jr., Landscape senior writer, Around the Horn sender offer. You on the show today, bud?
Last show is today, man. It's a weird day. It's a very weird day. Saying my farewell to Around the Horn today.
Yeah.
Kind of bittersweet. It's been a weird weekend, sort of leading up to it. Just thinking about it, couldn't really sleep last night. It's gonna be pour as much love as I can into the show today, and to the folks who are watching, just give them all. It's Game 7. Leave it all on the court.
Absolutely. Well, we don't want to get too nostalgic on that because we do have basketball to address. And also we have to address something that you, my friend, said on game night, I believe. And let's hit it, Steele.
Look, Jalen Brunson, that's it. I'm not. Don't even ask me anymore. I don't care if they're playing the 97 Bulls. I'm not going to say that any other player is going to be better than Jalen Brunson in the series. I have learned my lesson. I am persona non grata in New York. I saw them, the way that they treated Wendy when he was leaving Madison Square Garden. I don't want none of that smoke. Knicks fans, I am sorry. I was wrong.
So you got to learn how to liaise with the Bing Bong community better, David. By the way, just quickly before you break down what the background of that is, I thought Wendy did a pretty good job with that guy getting in his face.
Yeah, Wendy's a class act, class dude. Better person than I am. I'll just leave it at that.
So what was the background of that situation? Explain to people why you're out here apologizing.
So at the beginning of the playoffs, I was on NBA Today in studio. I think that was when I was doing radio with you.
Okay.
In studio, had a very sound reasoning for my belief that Cade Cunningham was going to be the best player in the Pistons-Knicks series. Sound reasoning. I felt as though the Knicks, the Pistons had guys who could defend Brunson a little bit better. Asar Thompson to be as one of those people, and I thought the Knicks just did not have an answer for Cade. For the regular season, I thought he was going to dominate. Now, he had one of the great first playoff appearances that we've ever seen in NBA history, but Jalen Brunson was better, and he was especially better in the fourth quarter of every single one of those games that they won. And really, that's why he's the clutch guy, is where it's got the clutch moniker. The Knicks folks have been on my tookus since the beginning of the playoffs. When I said it, it was, but I will say, somebody in Knicks world made this montage of bad Cade Cunningham better than Brunson takes, and it was like Wilbon, Barkley, and like me, and it was the first time, maybe the only time in my life, I'll be in a video montage of Wilbon and Barkley, so I will take it. It's absolutely worth it.
David Dennis Jr. joins us here on Clinton and Friends. You mentioned Cade Cunningham, and I'm glad you did, because I started the show off talking about how part of the reason why I've loved the way these playoffs have developed and gone on is because we can finally and have to accept the fact that new players in the league are playing on the good teams that are going to win some things. We are outside of the realm of the Currys, the LeBrons, the Durants, the Kawhis, etc., and we actually have to focus on the dudes on the court if we are watching the games. How do you feel about this turnover so far in terms of what squads and certain players have been able to do with the newer generation?
So on one hand, it's exciting because, as you said, we have some of the best players in the league, young guys. They're going to get their first ring. It's either going to be Halliburton, it's going to be Brunson, who's not kind of in the age group of these folks, but still up-and-coming star. There's SGA, and there's Anthony Edwards. One of these guys is going to walk out of here with a championship and sort of have that under their belt. On the other hand, I have issues with the way that the NBA is going about some of this parity. I think my problem is that you're not being able to build teams in consistency enough. So, I'm not sure how long an Ant or some, like, these tandems. I don't think we'll see Steph and Draymond and Clay and the Warriors at another franchise like we have. The Minnesota Timberwolves already made the conference finals last year, and Karl-Anthony Towns got shipped weeks later.
Right.
So I think in the Celtics maybe losing Jaylen Brown, Tatum combo in the near future. So, like, I just feel like there's got to be some sort of middle ground where you have this, turnover and you have this parity, but at the same time, teams are able to be consistent and build in the margins, especially because these teams losing these role players that help them get over the hump, it can close that window shut. And a lot of that is a function of how roster construction is with the second aprons and everything is basically a hard cap. Look at Denver. Like, they had a championship. They had to move some guys, and who knows when they're going to be able to get back.
That's interesting you brought that up because I happen to look at this as a good thing, mainly because it just changes the general brain chemistry on what teams are doing to try to get good or be successful. And the idea of just get a star, throw a couple guys around him and see if it works out. It just feels like even if the cap situation is different, the construction circumstance, I think certain teams have gotten better at this than others. And I, for one, sort of applaud that because I think that what it shows is that there's a way to do this beyond just saying, I want the best guy and we'll figure out the rest later.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely part of it. I mean, the way you construct a team is so different. The problem is once you construct that team and you win a championship, it's so hard to sustain that. So I'm not sure if how we're going to see any dynasties here. And also, we came out of an era of pretty much flawless teams winning championships, right? The Warriors are pretty much flawless. You look at that Heat team, and they had to beat a Spurs teams that were pretty great themselves. We're kind of like in the post-great team era because all these teams are flawed. The Thunder have a historical regular season. We'll see what they do in the playoffs or the rest of these playoffs and win a championship and then go on for the year and the year after that and how long they can keep this going. So my thing is, like, I want to see these teams adapt as you talk to them in terms of construction, and also how can we build great teams? Because if we don't build great teams and don't have the consistency, we're not going to have rivalries, which the NBA is built on.
David Dennis Jr. joins us here on the program. Last thing I'll ask you, where do you want Giannis to go, if anywhere?
Oh, you know where I want him to go. I mean, come on now. He was like, head on over and team up with Wardell. Clinton, you know as good well as anybody, when you have a guy from Davidson on your team, you can do no wrong, right? So I think that
I've heard that.
I think that when that is sort of a selfish thing. Would love to see Giannis and Golden State. I'm not sure how they can make that work. I'm not sure if that's even appealing to Milwaukee. I don't know if anybody would want Draymond Green on a losing situation, right? Like, I think if you want somebody like him, you want him if you're trying to get over a hump and things like that. I'm not sure if that makes a ton of sense. For me, what makes the most sense, if I'm Giannis, I say, hey, I want to go stay in the East, call up Cleveland, say Mobley for Giannis straight up, maybe do a couple things here or there, and you go to Cleveland to a contender. I previously thought that the Rockets made a ton of sense, which I think they still do. I think they're in the running for that. But for me, if I'm Giannis and I want to win and I want to have some consistency, I'm going to Cleveland. I'm saying, hey, we're getting 1 for 1, and let's see what happens.
Minor upset on that pick. All right, I appreciate it. Good luck today on the show, man. It's going to be tough, and I think we're all kind of sharing our experiences in these final days in such interesting ways. It feels like, I don't know, you know how sometimes like these universities will just close up on kids and they're all just sitting there in their dorms like, oh, all right, that's kind of the vibe I'm feeling. So good stuff today, man. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it, man.
Thanks, brother. David Dennis Jr. on Around the Horn is what everyone's watching for. What's to Watch For is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. I was really trying to keep my mind away from the fact that the show was ending, and now it's back there. We're going to be fighting this all week. Coming up, we're going to the watering hole, kiddos, as Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The East is set.
What a big shot!
The Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks go head-to-head in Game 1. Coverage begins Wednesday at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix, and they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned, so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. I want to thank Michael Volpel, ESPN women's basketball writer. You can find him on the internet at M.A. Volpel, for joining the program. Had to talk about the sticky circumstance concerning the Indiana Fever right now and all the unnecessarily, I want to say just flat out bad press that they're drawing to the WNBA as a result of things that are happening with their team and at their arena. I want to thank David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer at David DTSS is where you can find him on the internet, discussing all things NBA and how he is getting himself back into the good graces of the Bing Bong community.
Bing Bong.
And with that, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media,
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui take us into the circle of life where we take stock of everything that's happened on the day. I'm going to sum up 1 to 9 to 10 tweets that basically say, Devin Kane is an idiot because Halliburton wasn't drafted by the Pacers.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry, guys. It happens.
There's just a ton of those. There's an outcrop of, these guys are idiots. ESPN isn't paying anybody if they think that. I'm like, okay, all right, we got it. You made a mistake. It happens.
Not allowed to make a mistake.
You guys got to chill on the nitpicking, because that didn't change the larger point in general, which was that the changing of the guard is occurring in the NBA. That's what matters. Guys are arguing with me about Brock Purdy. Anytime you have to put up a statistical box breakdown and say they played better than some other guy and that other guy has a ton of rings, you lose the discussion immediately from me.
Yeah. I don't want to get on Michelle Smallman, but they did if I did a blind resume, here's the thing about that. Like, he had generational Hall of Fame players with him.
Yes.
And any quarterback would want that. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's like, but at the same time, they had to get rid of a lot of these players because now they're paying him. They were able to have all those players because he was making $2.6 million over 3 years. The real test case is now. I'm not saying Brock Purdy is not a good quarterback, but is he deserving of this top 7 salary? Time will tell. But to do a blind resume, you can't, because he has generational players around him.
It doesn't work that way. Is he good? Yes. And what scale do we use all the time here, kiddos? Poor, mediocre, good, very good, excellent. He's good. At Naptonius Monk says, best guard tandem ever, Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas. Hard to argue with that little combo. I love me a little Joe Dumars and Isaiah. That's a good call. The Indiana basketball and Tyrese Halliburton are going to show they have the marbles to knock out the Knicks and the Bing Bong community. Gator from Texas says, with a gif of Serrano in Major League riding around the bases, doing the dance that is forbidden in the NBA these days.
Bing Bong.
Just saying. You can't even do that. You got it wrong, Devin. Thank you for owning up to it. It's okay. He did play in Sacramento, and the reason why I remember that so well is because he was coached in college, not the head coach, but one of his coaches was the same coach that recruited John Morant to go to Murray State. And I used to talk with that coach, who's at Dayton now, sidebar, all the time about Troy and how he was upcoming as a player. And he's reasonably close to them. So I remember those days quite well. I didn't correct you in real time because it was adjacent to the actual point.
Well, listen, I mean, we talked about team building and if you got to draft a guy versus a good trade. Maybe the Kings need to take a page out of this book because
right,
awful trade.
They don't know what they're doing whatsoever. And with that, the circle of life is closed. Well, I just want to welcome Devin back to the program. We've got some things we got to figure out. We still got to figure out when we're going to go, well, for lack of a better term, booty diving. That is going
you could have just said diving.
I could have. I mean, you know.
Definitely could have, yeah. Definitely could have just said that.
What's the point?
You need to explain now.
What's the fun in that?
You need to explain.
What's the fun in that?
You need to explain why you just said that.
No, I don't. I will. There's a baseball team with that name. We'll get to it later in visual form as well. But I do want to talk about something I got to do over the weekend. On a recommendation from a coworker, I went to see a musical called 44. Now, I love musicals. I think there is something particularly special about the relationship between a crowd and a stage and what it takes to be able to sing, literally sing on stage in front of other people. It's just something that is always a very personal and emotional experience for me. So by the time I hadn't been to a play in years. And by the time I got to this theater, I wasn't really sure what I was looking at or what I was going to think about it. We live in a time in the world where everybody is trying as hard as they can. And when certain things remind you of other points in your life, oftentimes it can bring up emotions that you don't know you were going to feel. And I was there with a friend who attends a lot of plays. And they were like, you know, it's okay to get emotional. And I know that. My point is, I got so emotional at this play that your boy had to leave. Straight up said, intermission, I'm out of here. Could not handle the emotions going through my brain about thinking of living such a life in such a place for reasons that I will not get into on this show at all. But I want to thank the performers in that play for reminding this old man that there are still emotions inside of me that I forgot were there. 44. Go check it out. Joe and Q's coming up next.
Carmen, and you're coming up. We come sweep the White Sox, and Jesse Rogers is in the house to talk.
Yeah, baby. I was there all weekend, Carmen. The team you grew up rooting for looked more like the 2024 White Sox than the early season 25 team. I got to tell you.
What happened? It was pretty ugly. PCA,
the wind and the sun in PCA.
Yeah, the wind, the sun, they're just not that good. And PCA and the Cubs are pretty damn good. So we'll recap the weekend. We got some other Bears NFL stuff to talk about as well. Stadium news from over the weekend. Caleb and his thoughts pre-draft a year ago, plus owners' meetings this week and some potential changes on the horizon for the 2025 NFL season. Plus the conference finals are all set in the NBA. We'll see you to recap the weekend coming up at noon.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4-MILLION.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone had a great weekend. Yerk's off today. Jesse Rogers is sitting in. Good day to have Jesse, and Cubs with a sweep of the White Sox.
Looking good.
We noticed have the exact same record as they did a year ago through 47
Yeah,
games.
it feels like the White Sox have played a lot better, but end up with the same
really,
record.
Jess.
Well, not this weekend.
Not really.
The sun and the wind really got to them.
Oh.
I was talking to Paul Sullivan, the longest tenured member of any person in the media in this city, and he can't remember a time where the wind has played such a factor so much in the first 6 weeks of a season.
Well, Friday was ridiculous.
And Saturday and Sunday were similar. Not quite like Friday.
Friday was ridiculous.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday, though, and we've seen other days, it played a part, at least. And so the White Sox did not adjust to it. And if and when we get Kyle Tucker on this radio station, I mean, he's played a pretty darn good right field so far.
Say that again, Jesse.
If and when we get him on, he's played a good right field.
He's always played a good right field, but it's different when you're playing in Houston in a much more controlled environment than when you're playing in the elements here.
Yeah.
People have always said Wrigley's historically one of the tougher right fields to play in
Definitely.
baseball.
And
he's done a good job.
I think that was Sully's point. Like, it's even harder to play the outfield. And I talked to Venable Friday before the game, and I said to him, have you talked to your pitcher about the wind blowing out? And he said, not really, because you don't want to get it in his head. But he said, I did talk to my team. And I said, be ready on the base pass. Anything can happen. There was a ball that dropped against the Cubs that, the White Sox advanced to base. If you were falling asleep, he could have gotten forced out. But on defense, he said he told them to be ready as well. And they didn't seem very ready to deal with the wind. And there was one thing to happen Friday, but they continued to play bad defense Saturday and Sunday, and the Cubs just took advantage.
They did. PCA continues to be the story. I mean, in a sense, Kyle Tucker, regardless of any sort of surge that he might be on offensively or little valley he might be on that is quite common for most MLB players over a long season. Regardless of where he is in any sort of up and down, and he's pretty consistently good, don't get me wrong. He's a story because of the looming contract extension, and are the Cubs going to decide to pay him or not? But PCA is, I like that wry smile you just gave.
Yeah,
is that intentional?
Sort of, because
he's probably gone.
No, PCA.
No,
Tucker. Oh no, that was.
I thought you gave me a wry smile. I said,
the wry smile is just the entertainment factor.
I thought it was more like when you were like, Carmen, stop talking about the Cubs paying.
No, not at all. Not at all. Although I said on the air today or Friday with Kap and Hoodie that the chances that PCA stays over Kyle Tucker are night and day.
Sure,
a 100% better chance the PCA stays than Kyle Tucker for just the reasons of years of eligibility, so to speak. No, the smile was, I'm thinking about the entertainment factor, and as good as Kyle Tucker is, and I would say this to him because he gets it, PCA is the entertainment factor on this team.
He's the biggest story in town right now, outside of anything that might be Bears related. Everything that's Bears related is always going to be the biggest story in town. And even PCA, at some point, if this continues, is going to push for being the most talked about person, the most talked about sports person in town. Young fans love him. And rightfully so.
Yeah.
They are mimicking him. They love him. Everybody is talking about PCA. Everybody. And they should be, because he plays, as you said, the kind of baseball that, quite frankly, I'm sure the league office would love to see even more of. They need players like this. They want players like this. They want to, what's the word I'm looking for here? They want to make them focal points, especially with rules changes, where it's more, you're incentivized if you're PCA and the guys like him more than ever to run and to steal and to take the extra base and to use your speed. This is what baseball wants. He is delivering and then some, and I keep saying that, and they got him for 50 games of Javi Baez. The Mets had 50 games of Javi Baez.
It's funny how that all works.
And this is what the Cubs got. Look at the way this has worked out.
The great Bob Nightingale was in town for the weekend series, our buddy from the USA Today, and he lives in Phoenix, so he sees Corbin Carroll every day, and they're very similar.
Yes.
They're very similar. The excitement factor, the combination of power and speed, they're very similar. Now, Corbin Carroll is better in this moment, meaning established, all that stuff. But PCA is certainly gaining ground and might surpass them. But they're neck and neck in terms of how they play the game. I said this to counsel Friday or Saturday. It is even hard in some ways to think about Pete Crow Armstrong circa April 10th, 11th, before this took place. And I said to counsel, like, can you remember a player whose ceiling went from, okay, he might steal some bases and hit 250 to sky's the limit? And he's like, yeah, I that's the case. Like, I can't even remember the bad PCA too much.
I don't think anybody can
You know
now.
what I
And it's
mean?
only been 5 weeks, to your point. In 5 weeks, he's gone from like 200 to 1 to be the MVP to 12 to 1. That's pretty remarkable.
And here's the avenue. Okay, Tyler brought it up on Friday. A 40-40 season, obviously, for him to get to 40 home runs would be amazing. But he's on some kind of pace like that.
He's on a pace for it. Yes.
But you need the old split the vote happening in LA. If Ohtani and Freeman keep on keeping on, let them split the vote. You need Carroll to cool off a little bit.
Would absolutely.
You know, and
you
Tatis
probably
a
need
little
Alonso
bit
to cool off at some point.
or Alonso and Soto to split the vote if
Or
Soto
split the
goes.
vote.
You know what I mean? You need
What
a
about
couple split
Tucker
the
and
votes.
PCA splitting the vote, though. I mean, Tucker's cooled off and
Yeah.
he's not. But
But
in any
he'll
moment,
get hot
Tucker
again.
could
He'll
have
get
like
hot.
another
Yeah.
6 weeks where
I hate
he's
to
unbelievable. They're all splitting the vote.
I hate to say it, but if you only care about the MVP, you need Tucker to be bad. You know, just to
If you only
highlight,
care about PCA
just
being
to highlight
the
the
MVP.
PCA. But he has a 325 OBP, and voters like myself will look at that and say, well, compared to Ohtani, Freeman, Tatis, okay, that's too low. 9 walks, 47 strikeouts. That's not a great ratio. I'm talking about for MVP. I'll take everything PCA's doing. He's helping the team win. He's hitting 346 with runners in scoring position. But for the MVP award, you need closer to like 380 on base, you know?
Yes.
So it is what it is. But still a 900 OPS.
I haven't been on the air in a couple of days because Thursday we had the day game. The Sox were in Cincinnati. We were busting back from Louisville. I was off on Friday. The last time I was, when we were live at the distillery at Woodford last Wednesday, I was saying to Jurk and DeShay, we were talking PCA. This is even before this weekend where he just went nuts again.
Yep.
Extra base hits and home runs and basket catches. I mean, it's like he's literally putting on a show for everybody.
Yeah, it is as close to Javi Baez as we can get. You know,
and I
comparison.
said to the guys, I'm like, look, I'm not telling you he's Bobby Witt, but I'm like, boy, you know, when you start thinking about the power and the speed and the defense, and Shay's like, we sure he can't be? I'm like, maybe he can be. That's still pretty lofty.
Definitely lofty.
It's definitely lofty. And I don't know that he has the contact.
A little advantage being a lefty. Bobby's a righty.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot more righties, more chances to sort of keep on improving. And he's still good against lefties. I love how he bats against lefties.
He and Tucker are both good against lefties.
Yeah, they really are. It's
what a luxury.
It's a tough top of the lineup right now. And when Hap comes back, you know, Silvy's been texting me, where do you put PCA? I mean, what a great problem to have here, Craig Counsell. Someone suggested to me over the weekend, maybe you just move everybody down a notch. Maybe, you know, Hap leads off, PCA 2, Tucker 3. Now, that would be 3 lefties to start most games when there's, which maybe that's fine, you know, against a righty. Against the lefty, you might put PCA lower. But whatever Counsell does, he pick out of a hat. When you're going that well, and now Dansby's going well,
I know.
Pick him out of a hat. And now Matt Shaw's going to get another chance. We'll see what he can bring to the table. So, feels like all good things. I mean, if I was doing an everyday talk show, I would come on here and say the division's over and see if people think I'm crazy. I rarely would say that. I've covered baseball for 13 years. They're not the 27 Yankees, but I don't mind coming on here and saying the division's over.
It is May 19th, Jess. St. Louis is not going to maintain this pace. At least I wouldn't think. But I said that a lot about the Brewers last year, and somehow they did.
I agree with you about St. Louis. And
I don't think so.
I do think Cincinnati, I think Milwaukee has a run in them. I just don't think the Reds and Milwaukee, the runs are going to be able to catch the Cubs. And I mean long term.
Right.
Maybe they get within a game or even whatever. Maybe they surpass it doesn't matter. I'm saying over 162 with the toughest schedule behind the Cubs. I don't see it. The Reds, do you realize the Reds, Brewers, and Pirates are 1, 2, 3 in getting shut out this season?
Yeah, the Reds have been shut out, I think, more than the White Sox. Yeah, 7 times. And I think that's 2 more than the White Sox.
The Brewers are 6. The Reds and Pirates are 7. The Brewers are 6. All 3 of those offenses aren't good enough. And the Cardinals' offense is better than I thought. But are you telling me Miles Michaelis and these guys are going to keep it up?
No.
They have a closer, Ryan Helsley.
Helsley's awesome.
Yeah, but they don't have enough pitching. And you know the Cardinals are itching to trade away in July.
I would think.
If they're given a reason to.
This is like the worst scenario for that front office probably right now because I don't know that anybody anticipated it. Interesting question Jesse broaches here, or topic he broaches, like would you deem it good luck to everybody else? Yeah, I think the Cubs are clearly the best team in the division, but baseball is weird and injuries and everything else, and I remember at a lot of different points last year thinking to myself before maybe mid-August, let's say, and then you're like, I guess the Brewers are for real. I'm like, this Brewers thing isn't going to last. Yelich got hurt, and Woodruff missed all of last year, right? And it's like,
and he's due back.
And he's due back coming up here soon. I'm like, this isn't going to continue. And somehow it continued, and they won by 10 games. Is it over? It's an awfully ambitious or risky thing to say to start
with a 2-game lead.
With a 2-game lead in mid-May.
I know it is.
But the Cubs clearly look like the best team in this division.
There's a political reporter I think I follow. I remember seeing some tweets around the election, and he's one of these guys who's really good at calling a race before it's been officially called.
Not Kornacki?
No, and he tweets out, "I've seen enough." That's his phrase. I've seen enough. So I'm using that today. Enough? I've seen enough.
Have you seen enough?
And Carmen, trust me, I'm a jaded, crusty old reporter who knows that 6 weeks don't make a baseball season, that a team and a player can have 3 seasons within one. You can look great, you look terrible, great again. And PCA is bound to come back down to earth, I think. So, but I'm saying it. I've seen enough.
So they're in this great part of their schedule, as Jesse mentioned.
Yeah.
And so far they've taken care of business. They have won 5 out of 6 against Miami and the White Sox. That's exactly what we were supposed to do. 3 more against Miami. And they miss Alcantara again. Not that he's been in great shakes, but still, you don't have to face their best pitcher. Then a more challenging, I would think, weekend series if Cincinnati gets up for it on the road.
I would think they would, yeah.
Then you're home against Colorado. You get Cincinnati at home. And then at Washington, Washington's not a total pushover. They've got a couple of very talented, young, exciting players, but they're not a great team.
Right.
And then it'll be a little bit tougher as they go into June against Detroit and Philly. But really, Miami, couple series against Cincinnati, including a home one, the Rockies for 3, Washington for 3. They can continue to stockpile.
Yeah, I think the great Tyler Aki mentioned over a 21-game span, he wants them to go 15-6. Talking about and they're 5-1 so far, so they're on pace. Joe Madden would break up the season, not the season, but get to 5 over 500, get to 10 over 500. My point is, during this stretch, they're going to surpass 10 over 500.
Yeah,
and maybe even get closer to 15. And now all of a sudden, your chest is out. You're already feeling it now.
Yes,
but when you get to 10 to 15 over 500, now it's not just a good start. We're a good team, and we're into June at that point. So I'm going to go back to what I just said. I've seen enough.
How chesty are you getting, Cubs fans? Are you like Jesse, like full on, this is it, nobody's going to be able to touch the Cubs when it's all said and done in this division? Are you a little bit more cautiously optimistic? 312-332-3776 is the number. The Cubs have the best run differential in the National League right now. They are at a plus 70. The Dodgers are second at plus 63. The Cubs have this NL is tough, man, even with all that said. There's still 4 teams, I think, with a better record than the Cubs, right? Dodgers and Padres have a better record. And then I think the Mets and the Phillies do too, don't they?
Yeah,
they
pretty
do.
close.
And it's all
tough.
close.
It's close, but it's tough.
There are some really good competitive teams in this National League.
Part of the reason, it's not just like, they've played well, Jesse's picking the Cubs. Like, there's little things, games where last year they would have lost that they're winning. Like, yesterday's a good example. It's 1-1 midway through.
Right.
You've won the first 2. You could easily drop that one to a bad team, and they win it. Now, I know they've dropped some third games of series, but I'm just saying last year their offense wasn't good enough to win games that were about to slide the other way. Not only are they winning them going away, giving their bullpen a little, like, who cares who their closer is right now? They're winning 6-1 and 7-3 and 10-3. Now, it will matter at some point who their closer is.
They're not going to face the Sox and the Marlins forever, to your point.
No doubt. But that's where you get chesty. You're 15 over because you faced them, and you faced all those West teams anyway already. Who's left? It's a few series here and there, but it's just trending so well for them.
I like the way you put it. Have you seen enough?
I've seen enough.
Jesse's seen enough. What do you think, Cub fans? And is PCA the most exciting? Is he the most exciting athlete in town right now? I don't know who. I mean, Caleb certainly could be. And
exactly.
Football season is months away, and Caleb certainly could be. And maybe Colston Loveland is,
Right. Look,
by October.
It's a fluid thing. PCA is now.
I don't know that there's
by
anybody
November,
even close
it could be
right
Caleb. It's a fluid thing. Right, I agree. I mean, Bedard, whatever,
No.
But no, I'm saying, okay, he's in the team photo, but PCA, it's his world and everyone else. I mean, for a moment in time 2 years ago, Luis Robert was the best athlete in town or whatever, but that's waned quickly.
That has.
In 23,
that
he probably was.
That fell apart quickly.
In 23, he probably was when he put up the one good year.
I don't know. DJ Moore was still here in 23. I
guess.
But what the way PCA is played, and he's got just a cool nickname. It's just PCA.
Everything
Not
about
even a
him is
nickname,
cool.
It's just an acronym for his name. But everything about him,
he exudes
everything.
cool.
He's got the drip and the flash and the personality and all of it.
And my son asked me what's he like in the locker room. I said he's a regular guy. I mean, you'd think
Good to hear.
That's where I keep bringing this up. I mentioned the Waddle and Silvy. Yes, there are comparisons to Javi, but there's some differences too. I said to Kap J Hood this morning, unlike Javi, if PCA played in an empty stadium, I still think he'd be PCA.
Yeah.
Remember all that talk about Javi? He needs the fans, which I thought was overblown. PCA, I think he's different in some ways, and the maturity he has shown from 21 years old to 23, the leaps he's made, amazing. Within his game and even in the locker room. His teammates love him. I think he's humble. I think he's handling the newfound fame pretty well. I mean, he's a first-round pick, so it's not like he's come
Pretty
out of
highly
nowhere.
touted kid out of a powerhouse school, out of a powerhouse high school in Los Angeles.
He's checking all the boxes.
Yes, he is. And he is now second in Fangraphs WAR behind Aaron Judge.
Yeah,
he is second in baseball.
Right, and remember,
in wins above replacement
Judge
behind
is
Aaron
mostly
Judge.
achieving it with offense. PCA is achieving it both with his offense and defense.
It's incredible right now. So, Cub fans, you can ring us up at 312-332-3776. Talk some baseball, recap the weekend. Jesse's in for York. A lot of NFL stuff still to kind of go over today as well. There's some owner stuff, owners meetings this week, and some different proposals, rules proposals, and things like that.
Where are we with the tush push? My big thing.
That is this week again, right? Doesn't it go back this weekend, or this week when they vote, guys? Tush push is on the table again.
All right,
They're in Minneapolis. I
Tuesday.
think.
It's tomorrow.
Tomorrow
Tush
and
push,
Wednesday.
and tomorrow's the vote for Tush push.
Oh, perfect.
And tomorrow is the vote for reseeding
for the reseed.
the playoffs.
I'm hosting with Kap Wednesday morning. If they eliminate the tush push, it's going to be 3 hours of I told you so.
That's speaking of the things that have been the big talking points during football's off season, like this late winter and into the spring. It's been that. Yeah. I mean, it's. I
think it's very much inside though.
You think so?
I think if you went up to 20 football fans on the street, they could give a crap whether or not the tush push is banned or not.
You think it's like diehard sports
I think
radio?
yes.
NFL
I think it's
fans?
1,000%. Yes.
I disagree a little bit. I understand that people aren't staying up late at night waiting for this decision. But if you ask 20 fans, I think they'd all have an opinion because it's an easy question to have an opinion on. It's an easy rule to have an opinion on.
I think if we went to Philly, maybe you'd get guys that were upset about it because it affects them the most. But otherwise, no other team can execute it properly.
But that's the point. I think you'd get people that watch the Super Bowl and all that stuff, the lead up to the Super Bowl, having an opinion on it. What's your opinion on it?
Tell us coming up next.
All right, I will. I've shared this, though, already a few times over the course of the offseason, but I will. I don't
listen.
Thank you. So I don't expect you to hear everything I say all the time. Jesse's in for Jurko. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hello, friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Silvy. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Silvy, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
What's up? It's J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd, for special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
People have seemed to be very passionate about the push-tush. Tush-push. Push-tush?
Either one.
Push-tush? Tush-push?
Either one.
The tush-push.
It's a funny thing to be passionate about, I guess. But
well, depending on which one.
I kind of am. I was on record the morning after the Super Bowl. I'm like, get rid of this thing.
Really? Why?
Yeah.
First of all, it's an infinitesimally small amount of the number of plays that are running in
I think
NFL
I used the
games.
phrase, it's aesthetically unpleasing.
That's what Jurko says.
Yeah, it's
it is very aesthetically unpleasing. Yeah.
And I don't know, it just feels like a little bit of a loophole. Remember, there's been a give and take back and forth about what players can do in terms of pushing and lifting and carrying, pulling. There's been some. You certainly can't carry.
No.
I didn't Fridge pick up Walter Payton once. I can't remember. There was something like that. Yeah. So I it's not out of nowhere that you might legislate for or against this. There has been, again, back and forth over the years about what you can do in terms of touching a teammate or pulling a teammate. I just think that it wasn't short yard, 3rd and 1 wasn't intended for this. I know that's a weird thing to say, but
should teams really get penalized? Though this is what I would just respond, and I don't care that much, one way or another. If you want to eliminate it, fine. Football will go on; it'll be great. Like I said, at the end of the day, think about how small a percentage that actually is of all the plays that are run throughout the course of the season.
Well, but it should be more, though. That's you're right. Until it becomes more, maybe let the Eagles run it and no one else can.
Well, that's the
I'm
other thing.
shocked that no one else can run it.
A lot of teams
shocked.
don't even try it, or they're not any good at it.
Someone needs to explain to me better why. I get it. Don't have the nose guard to do this or that or to center or whatever. But I don't believe it.
Well, they don't have the offensive line and the quarterback, probably. They've got a nice combination of a big, strong, physically dominant O-line and a quarterback that happens to be able to squat. What is it, Adam? 625 pounds? I mean, Hurts' lower half and his strength and his core are epically strong.
So put your version of Fridge in the backfield.
And just do that?
You still have a professional offensive line and a quarterback. Push them.
Well, you know who does that?
Just push them.
You know who does that? They do it without their quarterback. It's the team that proposed the rule change. The
Detroit?
Packers.
No, Packers. Sorry, Packers. Yeah.
Yeah, Detroit's the other one. We'll get to that one.
Right.
The Packers proposed the rule change. They actually use it without using Jordan Love. They'll use other members of their personnel.
But, of course, then you can't fake it and stuff. You know, you're telegraphing what you're doing if you're not using
it. So are the Eagles, and it doesn't matter. Team still can't stop it.
Right.
And the Packers were extremely successful doing it. Why? I just would ask, why is it that a team suddenly has to get penalized? Because, as you said, maybe they found a loophole or just something unique that they're good at. Nobody else can really replicate, and nobody can stop them. Why does that have to be legislated out?
The only answer I have, it's the same reason why the shift was legislated out. There's not a great...
I figured you were going to go there.
Right. There's not a great reason behind it.
Yes, there is. Because it was stifling the ability for players to get on base in baseball.
Right.
Now, maybe that leads to your aesthetically unpleasing. I think that's exactly what Theo and the powers that be in baseball would tell you. They were saying this game is not pleasing anymore. It's not being played the way it was meant to be played because someone who was pretty smart figured out, hey, if we start doing this, we're going to take away a lot of base hits.
Black Abdalik, how many teams in the NFL do you think use it? We know the Eagles do. Don't the Bills do a little bit, right?
The Bills, the Packers a
3.
little bit.
So, I guess my point is, I'm surprised more teams haven't perfected it, and when they do, I think they'll legislate against it because if 20 teams are doing it, it will become aesthetically unpleasing and boring as hell.
Do you think that's
on short yardage?
But it hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened.
You think it's
the
going to get there?
Eagles have been doing this for a few years.
Yeah,
they have. The Packers, by the way, do it with Tucker Kraft a lot, if I'm not mistaken. I think I read that at one point that they happened to run that, and some people thought it was ironic that they were the team that proposed it because they've been quite good at it. They don't do it in quite the same way they use their tight end a lot.
There's something about being a sports fan that I just hate. That because someone's good at something, you have to create a rule to limit someone who is better than you at accomplishing something on the field.
I actually don't disagree with you. If we get to the majority of teams doing it, maybe that's when a rule change is needed because it becomes kind of boring.
And it becomes like, you've got to legislate it out like the shift was legislated out of baseball.
I mean, you could still make the argument, and maybe Jurko would make it because he's a former defensive player if he was sitting here. You also get 3 downs to limit the team from being in fourth and long. Fourth and short, fourth and short.
I know.
So, you can play a little defense. You're more than welcome to.
No, I agree.
And on top of it, it's not a guarantee. Like every single time they get team gets the ball on the 1 yard line, are they automatically scoring a touchdown? That's not the case.
No. Only the Eagles seem to be able to almost make it a guarantee. They're the only team that really seems to have this thing totally licked.
So, can Baltimore not hand off to Derrick Henry at the 1?
No, of course they can, but...
Yeah, I mean, he's almost like a guarantee from short yardage, right?
Right.
I mean, he's that good.
Why is that more aesthetically pleasing when it's just, here comes Derrick Henry?
One of the best running backs in football. Can they not touch the ball from 3 yards out?
At the 1,
of a dog pile.
At the 1, it's all the same to me, but it's more about 3rd and 1 at the 50 and all that other stuff. But I don't know.
I need, I guess, a more like. I'm with Chris. I've always thought, okay, they figured something out. They have a unique personnel package that can accomplish this. Probably won't last forever either. But in the here and now,
I don't understand.
They figured out something that nobody can seem to stop. We need to make a rule to tell the Eagles you can't do this anymore. Like
I don't understand how their roster is so unique for it. Stick a 300-pound guy in the backfield and have him push the quarterback. He's going to get a yard. I know I'm missing something. I mean, it's you got people act like the offensive line doesn't ever block, and now you're asking them to block. Just do what you normally do and have Fridge push the quarterback for a yard.
I guess I don't know why more teams. To your point there, I don't know why more teams.
I don't either.
Haven't gotten good at it. Is it really all that unique? Like I remember not this last Super Bowl, but the time when Philly was there a couple of years ago and lost the first time, the first Kansas City Philly matchup, and. I remember it now only because this last Super Bowl, NFL Network was replaying it, but 3 years ago, Neil deGrasse Tyson sat down with Kyle Brandt, and they did, because that's when it was.
He did?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And he gave you like a physics explanation of why it's so much easier for the offense. Because the offense knows the snap count.
Obvious.
The offense is firing off the ball first. Right. And Neil deGrasse Tyson goes into this whole thing about the laws of motion and physics and how when they get the head start, they're like using Earth's gravity and the rotation as an assist. And I'm like, well, that seems to make sense. Why can't everybody else just figure it out?
That's
like,
his way of saying what I just said. Have Fridge-like person push the quarterback. He's strong enough to do it.
If I saw that, I would just like go to Northwestern or the University of Chicago and like knock on the physics department and be like, hey, who's the smartest guy here? Who knows Newtonian physics the best? Come spend the day with us.
Yeah.
And he'll say, guys, here's the formula.
And which one of these 50 players is the guy I need to put in the backfield to push my quarterback?
So I don't know. I don't know. Why can't everybody else do it? Why are they really that unique? Do we need a rule that says you can't? Yurko agrees with you. Yurko thinks it looks terrible.
I didn't know Yurko. I didn't know Yurko. I'm surprised. Yurko and I usually don't always agree. I'm surprised. Good.
So, like,
good
if
for
some
him.
team did what you said, Carmen, went to University of Chicago or one of these nerd schools and said, hey, we figured out a guaranteed way to get an onside kick every single time. Like, we got a kicker who is the best. He can bend it like Beckham or whatever, and we get the onside. The other team never gets possession. Are they going to outlaw the onside kick?
If all 30 teams did it, yes.
But if one team, but the point is, if one team did it, would we be talking? Okay, so what's the difference?
No, I don't disagree. We're just talking about it. We're surprised that more teams aren't close to the Eagles.
Why can't everybody master it? They all have big, strong guys. Everybody's got big, strong guys in this league.
I'm going to use my phrase again. I've seen enough of the tush push. I just gave you a new segment. Forget about rapid reaction. I just gave you. I've seen enough.
I've seen enough.
You give your opinion, and you end it with you start it with I've seen enough.
I've seen enough.
Jesse.
The White Sox are going to be worse than last year.
Come on, Jesse.
I've seen enough. The Cubs are going to win the division.
He clanked it.
The greatest.
And then we play that right on top of his head.
Chris, when we're wrong, we play that. We play Len. When we're so wrong.
He clanked it. He clanked it.
I like this segment idea.
I've seen enough.
Jesse delivers again. And you see how the lines start ringing when we talk tush push?
I know. It's crazy.
I'm asking, hey, guys, is PCA the best athlete in Chicago? Crickets. Right. Tush push, the lines light up. The lines light up.
Because the PCA thing, there's no other side to it. You know what I'm saying? There's two sides to this issue.
Football has got us hooked. 312-332-ESPN. Jesse's in for York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
With Progressive customer service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Fat Poor Tap Works is the ultimate game day experience with locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood. Game's always on. Dozens of ice-cold beer on tap and scratch-made food coming out of the kitchen. It's fantastic. Check them out today at fatpoortapworks.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
The owners are going to meet in the NFL again this week in Minneapolis, and they're voting on a couple of, I guess you'd say, semi-important things. There's the reseed option, which we'll get to. There's the tush-push, which has been one of the bigger talking points across the NFL offseason, I think, for, diehard NFL fans, maybe even some very casual ones.
Well, I think because it was the Eagles and they were in the Super Bowl, it's more of a topic than it would be.
And they've been in the Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years.
Yeah, and they've used it a lot.
So it's been a topic, and they've used it a whole heck of a lot. Jesse's in for Jurko is wrapping up a golf weekend.
Oh, is he?
A whole fun weekend of golf. They had his brother's outing, the charity outing to remember Merck. They did that on Saturday. Then they went to Wisconsin. He's at Whistling Straits, I think, today.
It's too bad Pat Murphy's working. He wouldn't. No, seriously, he probably would have golfed in honor of Mirko.
He loves the good kid.
The only
Mirko.
reason he came on.
Holy cow. By the way, the next edition of Carmen and Jurko talk to the opposing manager.
Yeah, we've decided on this, Adam.
Yeah, it's Adam and Chris, just so you guys know.
No, I think they'll be on board for this one.
Will be.
Yeah.
The Tigers come to town in a few weeks to play the White Sox, and we're thinking A.J. Hinch. They might be the best team in baseball. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and he's a really good interview.
And Jesse even said he's open, even if you want to press him on, like, the old
Astro
scandal
stuff, yeah.
He goes, oh, he'll talk about it. I was like, well, I would love to ask him about that.
I mean, I don't know how much he wants to go down the rabbit hole, but he's the type of guy that's an open book.
I would say if we were having AJ Hinch on, I would say, like, do you still hear it?
Yeah, sure.
Do you still get ribbed about it? Do you still? I mean, I would love to hear what he says about it.
I just want to hear what he did to Javi Baez to fix him.
That too.
If anything, I'm not sure it's him or it's just on Javi to. That he did it himself, but yeah.
I almost got for a brief second yesterday scrolling through Instagram when I saw a headline, Javi Baez suspended 80 games, and I was like, and then it said, MLB became suspicious when he laid off 3 straight sliders. It was kind of funny, actually. Javi's been a great story. Of course, when we talk tush push, you know who the first guy to call is every time? Philly Sid. Go figure. What's going on, Sid?
Hey, guys. With all due respect to the genius that is both Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur, and they are legitimate geniuses when it comes to offensive play calling. They have changed the game. What I see in both of those guys, when I looked at their body language in the playoff games when Philly played the Packers and the Rams, was 2 guys who were sitting over there thinking, I am smarter than the guy on the other side of the field. I can outcoach him. Yet I can't stop this play that's just all about pure brute force. Get over it, boys. It is what it is. Do your defensive due diligence to coach against it. Philly doesn't succeed 100% of the time. It's like the high 80s, low 90s.
Yeah, it's
but
pretty
it
high.
has been stopped.
Yeah.
It was stopped in one of those games. It was stopped in the playoff game where they didn't get a touchdown. They ended up settling for a field goal. The bottom line is, guys, it is like you said. Every coach's responsibility is try to find a way to outmaneuver the other guy. So if they're outmaneuvering you on something, find a way to counter it. You're so smart, Matt LaFleur. You're so smart, Sean McVay. Find a way to counter it and keep it out of the courts.
Well, but just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, easier said than done. What if there isn't really a way to do it, stop it more than 1
then,
5%
like
of
you
the
said,
time?
every team will start doing it,
I
and
agree.
it hasn't gotten to that level yet. Right now, there's 2 teams that are having success with it.
Yeah.
And basically, one of them just won the Super Bowl. I think if they hadn't won the Super Bowl, I don't think there would be as much of a spotlight on it as there is right now.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah. But yeah, I see what I see when I see LaFleur and McVay and their body language. I see arrogance. I see them, hey, we're smarter than everybody else is. We've come up with this genius offensive system. So we're upset that we're so smart, yet we can't stop this one play that's built on pure brute force, which, oh, by the way, is the definition of football.
There you go. Thanks, Sid. Of course, Philly Sid's in
I
support of it.
will compromise and say that if it became prevalent and really took away from the beauty of the sport, and I know what he's saying, brute force, but if 32 teams were doing it, they would absolutely ban it. Let's face it.
Maybe.
Take the extremes.
Maybe.
One extreme is 1 or 2 teams are doing it. The other extreme is if everyone's doing it. 1 or 2 teams, I guess he's right. If you can't match it or stop it, then be it.
I think it only becomes like a real eyesore or strain on the game if it's happening like a dozen times every game, every week. I don't know that we'll ever get there.
Maybe not.
Denny, and that, by the way, hold on, Denny, real quick. That, by the way, was what was happening with the shift in baseball. Hold on, Denny. That's what was happening with the shift in baseball.
Yeah.
Not
it became
only,
too prevalent.
Not only did it go just from against the Tomies and the Adam Dunns, it went to every lefty, then it went to every righty.
Right.
It was every single at-bat. There was some sort of shift, and baseball said, this sucks.
Yeah, so
we have to do something about this. Is it ever going to get to a point where 15, 20 times in an NFL game we see the tush push? I doubt it.
So you're probably right. If it ever did, then we would know what they would do.
Denny's in Homer Glen. What up, Denny?
Hey, I believe it was in the playoff game when Philadelphia was getting ready for their push, and one of the defensive players went flying over the top.
The Washington game. Yeah.
Yeah, because, like you said, the offense knows when it's going, and that's that's what gives them a lot of success against the defense. So they were trying to time it, but they went over the top like 3 times, and the referees literally said on the field, if they do it one more time, it's an automatic touchdown.
Right.
How can that happen?
Well, which is a weird rule in the NFL. The rule does exist. It's almost never been exercised,
Which goes to my point. That's how hard it is to stop. They're trying these crazy flying Walenda type defense, and it's really hard to stop.
You give Jurko credit again here. Like 3 years ago, he started saying that. Jurko started saying, I'll tell you what you should do. He goes, you know what I would do? He goes, you know what defenses should do? They should go early and pummel
and pound the quarterback,
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they finally started doing it in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
Jurko was on that like 3 years ago.
Unfortunately, it didn't work, though. You didn't pummel him, really.
No, not really.
And you almost got an automatic touchdown
which
called against you.
I would have loved to see Hockey League actually enforce that.
Yeah.
I think he could threaten it, but then to actually invoke that weird little clause, I wonder if he would have done it.
Oh, I think he would have.
You think so?
I do. If he had done it one more time, I think he would have.
You might be right. All right, we'll grab some more calls. Sit tight. See, I told you, this generates all the conversation.
And I have a birthday wish when we come back as well.
It's a pretty significant.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Not mine, for God's sakes. When we come back, teasing it.
312-332-ESPN. Jesse is in for the good kid. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
Happy birthday, Abdallah. Guess what I got you?
Thanks.
How about some Yingling? It's finally here in Chicago.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois for my birthday. That's in December. And we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're bringing the whole lineup.
That's right, Jesse. Because it's Abdallah's birthday, let's talk about the legend. Yingling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our North Side, South Side rivalry or Abdallah's birthday.
Then there's the light lager. I'm not that old. That famous Yingling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You got Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you like a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is a perfect mix of dark and light. Still working on that naming to change it to Black and Tan. And Flight, of course, if you're looking to slim down for the season.
Yeah, so Yingling, 196 years. Abdallah is 195 years old. So there you go. Happy birthday, Abdallah.
Thank you.
Next time when you're at the bar or celebrating Abdallah's birthday, grab a six-pack. Don't just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Shout out to everybody that came to Jameson's in Frankfurt. It was awesome on Saturday. Chris and I had a great time with Yingling, with everybody that came out there, Chicago and Frankfurt. The wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DJ Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Miguel Vargas hit his third homer in 3 days, but it wasn't enough for the Sox at Wrigley Field on Sunday in a 6-2 loss to the Cubs. The Sox finished their week-long trip at a disappointing 2-4, but they're now home for 6 beginning tonight against the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Reggaeton music fans, join us at the ballpark this Friday, May 23rd for Reggaeton Night, presented by Topo Chico Hard Seltzer as the White Sox take on the Texas Rangers at 6:40 p.m. Be sure to stay after the game for a fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life.
An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
The owners are meeting in the NFL this week. Push again on the table here, so we'll see if we get a resolution on that. I'm fine with it. I think they should keep it. I don't know that you need to make a rule just because one team's pretty good at something. If it gets to the point where every team, 5 years from every team in the league is using it, it's happening 20 times a game, it looks like the shift in baseball, and you're like, this stinks. Okay, I'll revisit it.
You've convinced me. I can live with the fact that only a couple teams are doing it. Just one of them happens to be the most prominent team, and so, okay. But as soon as it becomes extreme, I'm like, get rid of it.
The other vote is significant because it could affect the way the playoffs are played, or at least the way the matchups fall. We'll talk about that after 1 o'clock. More baseball as we go on throughout the day today, too, especially with Jesse here. The Cubs are playing well. They're in an easy part of their schedule, which is just fine for them, and they'll take it because they played a brutally tough schedule through the first, about 5 weeks of the season. They're just, like Jesse said, they're a game away here, a win away from stretching their record out to 10 games above 500.
And Matt Shaw is back. He'll be in Miami with the team, probably in the starting lineup. A little less of a leg kick. You'll see that because that'll be very obvious.
You don't see that much anymore, that big leg kick in baseball.
No, it's tough because the pitching is too good to stay on time. So
he's reduced
That's
what he was working on?
Yep, he's reduced it. It's a little bit, but not the way it was.
The old days.
That was an old school lead kick right there.
You don't see that much anymore. All right, what's the birthday shout?
Well, I have to do it before I forget, because my mom, Irene Rogers, is 90 years young today. 90 years young today. Sharp as a tack.
God bless.
Sharp as a tack. Will call me out anytime I'm doing something wrong, right?
Does she? Well,
of
course. If you were on TV and she didn't like the tie you were wearing.
Definitely that.
Yeah.
Or,
Does she call and say, when you're in Arizona doing an ABC or an ESPN update, does she say, Jesse, did you put sunscreen on your head?
Yes.
She does.
Yes.
She's 90. She's still looking out for you.
And are you eating enough? That whole thing. When you go, when I go say, here, you got to eat something. You got to eat something.
Have you eaten anything?
So
today?
We're having a party at my sister's tonight. Nice. 90 years young. A lot of people, about 30, 40 people there. My sister who likes to, she thinks she's a social media influencer. So pictures of the party will probably be all over the place.
A lot of people think they're social media.
Yeah, and she's at the top of the list. But nice that she's hosting, so she can do all the work.
Is she catering this event?
We're bringing something in. We're bringing something in. And
what kind of food does your mom like?
It's a good question. I mean, she'll cook on the Jewish holidays,
she will?
The briskets of the world and stuff like that. Other than that, I can't think of exactly I love.
What's her favorite? What is she? Does she go out for Italian food? Does she like Chinese food?
She does like Chinese food.
All
yes,
right.
I don't know what her favorite food is.
Your own mother, Jesse. I mean, this is unbelievable. You better find out tonight.
I can ask her mom. What's your favorite food? I've never asked my mom that after 90 years.
We should put her on the air today.
I did offer to put her on the air if you want.
We were like, should we talk to Jesse's mom? She's turning 90. She
would be 100% not purposely funny.
She's pretty together still.
Yeah, she is. Absolutely. She drives.
Yeah.
She drives.
God bless.
And, so 90 years old. Can you believe that?
That's awesome, dude. Seriously.
You and Jurko will still be right here at 90.
There's no chance. Here. There's no chance.
I guarantee you.
No chance.
PCA in the Hall of Fame.
I mean... I like this job, man. I love this gig. I want to do this for a long time. But at 90, if I'm not retired at 90, forget it. At some point, you got to cash out, don't you? You're just like, that's it. I'm going to go.
At some point.
I'm going to go. And after this weekend, I'm getting closer and closer to saying, forget about living in Florida for half the year. I'm going to move to Florida forever.
Yeah.
That's it. I've had it.
The dust storm got to you?
I mean, Friday night, and I was in Iowa, so I was outside at a baseball game. Friday night, watching a baseball game in the middle of May should not be one of the most miserable weather experiences of your life. I'm sorry.
I know.
I am getting less and less. My patience is gone for it. Maybe I'm a big wuss. I'm a baby. I don't care. I hate it. I want out of here. It is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, and then the dust storm happened.
And then the dust storm. Even this morning, like I walked outside this morning, it's 48 degrees.
I know.
What are we doing?
They always tease us. Friday was like 84. Saturday was a little cooler, but still warm. And they always tease it. And then it's going to be another week or two of cold weather, and it won't be warm again until June.
I can't stand it, Jeff.
Car washes must have made millions this week.
Had to have.
Had to have. I tried to go 3 times, lines to the street. Finally, I went today. Today.
Good business.
Right. At least this weekend it was.
I think always. Isn't that how didn't Magic make a fortune in that?
Oh, did he?
Magic made a fortune no matter what. He was a smart businessman. He had, they didn't make the kind of money obviously when he played, but he was smart. He was an endorsement superstar. But I thought
Carmen,
Magic made a bunch of money.
You
want to
leave the cold weather for the hurricanes?
Yes,
for the hurricanes.
I don't care. I can't anymore.
Well,
I can't do it.
Specifically watching Little League baseball or even travel baseball in the cold is one of the most brutal things you can do as a parent.
70-mile-an-hour wind. At least the hurricane winds have to be warm, for crying out loud. I can't do it anymore. John is in Highland Park. What's up, John?
Hey, Carm. I'm calling in just to talk about Jesse to question whether he really went to Rome.
The question of whether he really went to Rome, is that what you said?
Yeah, because my wife knows his wife, and we were there the same days. We looked for Jesse everywhere: the Colosseum, Pantheon, Forum, Vatican, St. Peter's.
It is a big city.
What are you suggesting? There were like millions of people there for conclave. You're surprised you didn't run into Jesse?
But Jesse's so recognizable.
Wow.
We wanted to see a celebrity, and we thought, what better celebrity than Jesse?
Hardly that. But I mentioned on Friday, you were gone, that I did some interviews for French TV.
What?
Yes. And Italian TV. So I have those. I have proof that I did it.
What?
They were, after the conclave, after the black smoke, at least one of them, they were pulling people for interviews, and they grabbed me. And they wanted English speaking, so I did a couple interviews. They were pretty funny.
Do we have the audio?
No, I have them in here. I'm a little.
We were there when the Pope came out. I don't know if you were there, and I bombed like TV stations from Spain and Italy and Brazil and
knuckleheads.
That's what I was doing interviews with those stations that day. The morning, there was black smoke in the morning, and then in between they needed material, and they're pulling up.
Are you telling me you have audio of an Italian reporter asking? Dude, please send this.
You got to hear this.
Do you have it?
No. You got to hear what Jesse said.
Because I'm a little because of people.
Are you ashamed of
it's
what
not,
you said?
Well, people that are religious might be a little upset with me because I pretended to care a lot. And I said things like, they're like, what was the experience like in the square? And I said things like,
why didn't you
well, I've prayed on this moment for a long time.
No, you did not.
Yes.
Jesse.
So I was saying,
we got to play this.
It's French TV. I didn't know it was ever going to air anywhere.
We got to play this. Are you kidding? Why didn't you just say, I'm sorry, I'm Jewish?
My wife started, I could have. My wife started recording a few seconds in. It's pretty funny.
Dude, I think
it's pretty funny.
This.
It was. I'm like, this was a very spiritual experience. Little they know, I booked this 6 months ago, and by chance, I happened to be there.
Wait, what was the other thing we thought was hilarious in spring training that we were dying? We said we wish we had audio of.
The Sasaki.
When he went up to Roki, he's like, you Cub, Chicago Cub. I wish we had the video of this.
Almost Cub.
Almost Cub. Jesse's in for Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Jesse is in for the good kid. Jurko's back from a little weekend golf trip tomorrow. It's Carmen and Jurko. Crosstalk up at 2:35. Waddle and Silvy will get you home. They'll take you into White Sox and Mariners as the Sox start a 3-game series against Seattle on the south side, one of the better teams in the American League West. They'll have to face a couple of those teams here.
Yeah, Rangers after
week.
that.
Yep. Rangers come in after that. I was going to say they'd see their old friend Jake Berger, but Berger got sent down.
Yeah, he was hitting like one.
He was really struggling.
There's a lot of guys hitting under 200 that back in the day, they'd be released or in the minors, but that's baseball now. I mean, if 230 or something is the league average, but there's a lot of 180s out there. I mean, Marcus Semien, I haven't looked lately. He's hitting in the 180s.
Is that just all the velo in the game? What is
everything?
It?
Yeah, velo, stuff, spin. I mean, Luis Robert and Andrew Vaughn look like they've never hit before.
Well, I mean, Andrew Vaughn's never really hit.
Sure, I guess not.
I mean, at least at one point, Luis Robert, college is a lot different. By the way, who leads baseball in home runs? Do you know the pop quiz hot shot?
It's not Stowers. That would be a good guess, but no. It's not him.
My son got me with this one over the weekend. I was surprised.
I mean, you tell me it's not Judge. I know it's not Otani.
It's not Judge, Otani, PCA.
The kid from
Alonso.
The Athletics?
No. Good guess.
Not Alonso, not PCA. Corbin Carroll.
No.
It's
another good guess. And when you hear it, you'll go, oh, it makes sense.
Right, no, I know. Right, it's not the first name you're going to think of.
It's a catcher.
Will Smith?
No.
Which catcher?
Cal Raleigh.
He's leading the league in homers?
15 home runs.
Did not know that.
I said that to my son. I go, Cal Raleigh's leading the league. I mean, I know Cal Raleigh's great, but...
No, but still. It's late
like,
May.
Damn.
I know he signed a big contract. I did not know he had 15 home runs.
So he's on the south side.
And remember,
he
plays in a home park that is not hitter-friendly.
I know.
So, Dan Wilson, a lot of people said good things about him. I didn't necessarily believe in the Mariners this year, but they're looking good right now.
They do.
And they're hitting. They're finally hitting. They did not hit under Scott Service.
And you'd think that they didn't, and you'd think that they'd have the pitching to back it up.
Which they do.
Which they pretty much do.
They have a bunch of pitchers injured.
Right. That's been part of the problem for them, and it was at times last year too, but they just didn't hit enough.
There should be a good race in the AL West. No team is, stellar elite. Maybe the Mariners will turn into it. Maybe the Rangers will. But right now, it looks like a good race. Rangers, Astros, Mariners.
Shohei, I think, hit one yesterday, so Shohei just took the lead.
15.
He's got 16. As of yesterday, Raleigh was tied for the league lead with 15. Judge and Raleigh and Schwarber all have 15.
I think if the season,
pretty unbelievable.
I think if the season ended today, Otani would still win the MVP.
I think he would too. You said something to us in the meeting before that is probably a good idea. Like, after this week, we'll basically be a third of the way through the season. Once this week is complete, teams are going to be at about 54 games. So we'll be a third of the way through. That means 2/3 of the season remains, and that's a whole heck of a lot. But you should do your own little exit poll amongst all your peers in baseball and media colleagues that you know. You know tons of scouts and executives and players. You should do a little informal poll on
especially the National League, because it's so stacked with good players.
The AL is, forget it.
And remember, folks, there's only 30 voters when it comes to these awards, 30. So even if I got a poll of 15, that's a good sample size.
Yes.
So I might do that. I might send out a bunch of emails. Hey, if the season ended today, give me your top 3 votes for MVP.
And I guess if you did top 3, it'd be worthwhile in both leagues. There's no sense in doing it really in the AL. It's Aaron Judge by a million trillion miles.
Yeah.
Assuming he doesn't get hurt.
Yeah,
he is on a different
forget about the home runs. He's in 400.
He's on a different planet.
But the NL,
plain
it's a great
and
race.
simple, he is on a different planet.
And PCA leads in WAR, but like I said, his OBP isn't great. You know, how do you measure? How much defense do you factor into the MVP award? Would Freeman and Ohtani split a vote today? Schwarber's going to get votes.
Boy, you think?
He'll get some votes if you ended it today.
I still think Ohtani. I'd love to see where PCA comes in, though, and what your results would be if you said, give me your top 3 or your top 5.
So let's go. PCA would be in the top 5 for sure.
I would think so.
Okay, does he make top 3? I think so, but not 1 or 2.
No, I would think
he's 3rd or 4th.
Shohei and maybe Tatis? Maybe Corbin Carroll?
Carroll would be ahead of PCA.
Yeah, Carroll probably.
Now, it could also be name recognition, too. PCA is just bursting onto the scene.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Corbin Carroll. Everyone knows Ohtani. There's, all that plays a part in the back of voters' minds. But you know what?
That we're talking about it?
The fact that we're talking about it is insane.
That you would do that exit poll or that informal poll, right now, and that we're thinking PCA might crack the top 3 or definitely would be in the top 5, that we're even having that conversation. I think Cub fans would have said, all right, you guys are, even diehard fans might be like, all right, we're all getting ahead of ourselves here a little bit.
And that's what I meant. We talked about it last hour. Take your mind back to 5 weeks ago, right? He can run, he plays a little defense. And then he exploded.
Take your mind back to a year ago this time when he was getting sent down to the minors.
Yeah.
And he's just a young kid, and it goes to show you how hard it is. And
it's part of the beauty of baseball, right? How you like Ian Happ had to go back and down. Schwarber went back and down. And then you figure it out. Not everybody, but when you do, it's so entertaining to watch.
I won't bore everyone with this too much, but let me just sneak in one question. Speaking of sending guys back down to the minors, I've never heard of a supposed prize prospect in the middle of a AAA season getting sent to Arizona. That happened a few weeks ago with Colson Montgomery. What's the latest with that?
Yeah,
is he still there?
No, he's back.
So he went back to AAA.
Yes,
Sorry, I haven't even kept up with that story.
I'm gonna commend the White Sox on this one. Look,
is he getting better?
It's not a contending team, so you can do a lot of things that you wouldn't normally do, I guess. But why just because the White Sox are doing something unusual that we automatically have to be critical of it? Who knows?
Because they stink?
Well, right. I'm just going to say maybe Chris Getz and that group is ahead of the game on something.
Boy,
his reasoning has some backing, meaning, okay, he's got some swing problems. We could try to work it out every day as he's playing at AAA, or wait till the offseason, which is a lot of times when you do these things, or we could just put a pause and do it now in a more controlled environment in Arizona. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world. I don't know if it's taken hold yet. I don't know what it's going to look like. It's very early since he's back from Arizona, but I don't know. What if this became a trend with some young players that are struggling?
That'd be a White Sox first. That the White Sox front office did something out of the box that everybody else followed.
I'm going to give them at least a chance to see if something like this would work. And you know what it reminded me of, as Chris Getz was talking about it even this recently as Friday? Joe Maddon used to say this. The season is so long, and now the schedule is really goofy because you're not playing in the division as much, so the travel is even more kind of crazy. He always said if it was acceptable, he would send his star players home what's the word I'm looking for? Not all at once, but
staggered yeah.
for a week.
Right.
During the season. Chris Bryant, go home for a week. Javi Baez, go home for a week. John Lester, take a week off. Mentally, physically, get away from it. If it was socially acceptable, he thinks players need that break. This is another version of that. Get off the grind, get off that hamster wheel you're on during the baseball season, and go to Arizona, and let's make the changes now. We don't have to wait till November, December, January.
I'd be kind of neat if they were an actual trendsetter in something. Like if this worked and Montgomery starts playing better and he comes up at some point, which you'd think he would this year, and he's good and he's the prospect they hoped. That'd be interesting because when I first heard it, I was like, "Oh boy!"
Well,
close the book on Colson Montgomery.
Luckily, they traded.
I'd never heard of that before.
They traded for a guy that's playing shortstop now, Mydrith, and he's looked pretty good at the plate. So, not every prospect works out. It'll be another knock against the Rick Kahn era if Colson Montgomery doesn't work out.
Yes, it would be, unfortunately. PCA, by the way, not only is he just all around playing great baseball and he's exciting and he's he's the show right now in town. Let's face it, until football starts, and if the Bears are what we expect them to be or what a lot of people hope and the offense is great, they'll steal the headlines and Caleb will be the star, obviously. But right now it's the PCA show. I don't care what side of town you're on and who you cheer for. I don't know how you can't like watching him play. He is what baseball needs. He's fast. He can hit for power. He's exciting. He's got he's exuberant. I mean, he wears his emotions on his sleeves. I think it's a great thing. There's nothing to me not to like about PCA, and I'm not even a Cub fan. He is tied, I think, for the league lead. I think we were just looking. He's tied for the league maybe in Baseball Reference WAR. He's second in Fangraphs WAR now in all of baseball. He passed Shohei over
first
the weekend,
in the National League,
behind only Aaron Judge.
And when he gets that ball into the gaps and he's motoring for third, it's something to watch. It really is.
He leads the Cubs in hits, runs, stolen bases, doubles, and home runs. He's on pace for about 90 extra base hits and 40-plus stolen bases.
And basically has done it all since April 13th. I think that's the date where he started to get hot. He just figured it out. He got on time. I know that seems like an easy thing. Oh, just get on time. Well, no, it's not that easy. Like, you think you're on time and you're actually behind.
Right.
You got to do everything that split second sooner. Load, get the barrel through the zone quicker, and he did all that starting in mid-April, and boom, he's taken off.
Did you see that? I think it was from this past weekend. Was it this weekend? Was it Giants A's this weekend? Do I have this right? With that, did you see? I saw the highlights of this Mason Miller, Wilmer Flores at bat.
I don't think I did.
I don't know if you saw it.
I don't think I did.
And every pitch Mason Miller throws is 103. Yeah. And then occasionally he will throw something off speed, and it's 89. I mean, that's his off-speed stuff. But there was this epic at bat I saw. It might have been on Pitching Ninja. I don't know. I just was, again, scrolling a lot. I didn't get to watch a ton this weekend, but I was scrolling and I had seen it. And every pitch he throws, they had a bases loaded situation, and Flores ended up drawing the walk. It was just this epic at bat against Mason Miller. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching it with my son, and I'm like, isn't it incredible that these guys can even foul off 104? I mean, at the top of the zone, Wilmer Flores is able to foul it off and stay alive. Everything Mason Miller throws is 102, 104, 103, 104, 101, 103. I'm like, it's sickening.
That's why there's a bunch of 180 averages. The guys that can't do it, but the guys that can are special.
That could be. Just incredible.
Yeah. This is a random stat since you're throwing out stats.
Go ahead.
Guess who leads the Cubs in hitting with runners in scoring position? And guess what that average is?
Leads the Cubs with runners. So it's got to be someone, I'm guessing, down in the middle of the order with a lot of guys on base. Who's on base? I'm going to say...
But no, in batting average, though. So it doesn't matter how many are on base,
Oh, okay.
Who leads them in batting average with runners in scoring position?
I'm going to say... It's a chance to bat with runners. But still, they need that situation.
Yes,
they need runners in scoring position. I'm going to say... Is it Carson Kelly?
No, but that's a good guess.
Is it Seiya?
Nope.
Is it Dansby Swanson?
Nope.
Is it PCA?
Nope.
Tucker?
Nope.
Horner?
Yes.
Nico Horner?
Guess what his average is with runners in scoring position?
415.
426.
Holy cow. Because I thought even 415 was pretty high.
I mean, he's a valuable player. I know he doesn't hit for power. You can't have everything in every player. He's a valuable player.
You can't have everything. I agree with that.
Silvy was on the trade Nico to Seattle for pitching kick. He's a winning player. Clutch player.
But that might not be crazy, though.
I think it's crazy.
You do?
I like him.
Great defense.
He's good in the locker room.
Is he?
Yeah,
he's good at talking.
He's kind of like he gets the Albert Armour award. I used to always go up to Albert Armour at the end of the year, and you get the whole nice guy to the media award.
Yeah.
And he mumbled like, I'd rather be like the MVP of the team.
I'd rather be Barry Bonds.
Right, exactly. Like who cares?
Jag bag to the media.
That and $1.50 gets me not even a cup of coffee.
700.
So I mean, if I was going to give the Albert Armour Good Guy Award, it'd go to Nico Warner.
Joe in Louisiana wants to ask you about Tucker real quick. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey guys, I just wanted to ask Jesse, how far throw the money out, throw the all the does he like Chicago stuff, because I'm not worried about that. I think that kind of figures itself out. How far does this team have to go round-wise, in theory, for it to become obligatory that they re-sign him? Is it the NLCS? Is it the World Series? What is it?
Good question.
I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Joe.
I'm not
Does that
sure.
scenario
did
exist?
Joe mean because the Cubs will be raking in money, or
No, I think
because
he means
he'll love the moment?
I think he means everything. That means the Cubs were good. He loves the moment. They've got money. It'd be insane for them not to bring back a player that helped them go to the NLCS.
But it sounds like he meant, what would it take for Tucker to, right?
Maybe I misheard it then.
No, I think he
meant the team?
I think what he said was, how far would they have to go where the Cubs would have to run it back?
That's
and
the way I
bring him
interpret
back?
it.
Not Tucker, not like.
I don't know. I don't think I think of it that way. I mean, let's take the extreme. If they win the World Series, who cares? They might be like, well,
we don't
even. Well, why should we? We just want. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure that factors in. You know, They're.
You think they'd have the balls to be like, we just won the World Series and he's one of our best players. We don't need him.
Not that. It's about. I just don't think how far they go is really part of the equation. It's about budgets and payrolls and how much do we want to put into one player? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Of course, what the team does is a data point, but I'm not sure there's a correlation, if that makes sense. They could convince themselves if they won the World Series, well, we have a pretty darn good team. Why should we pay a guy $50 million a year? We'll still have a good team.
We want to
and
pay
we'll
PCA.
spread it out.
We want to
play PCA. So I don't see the correlation there.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I don't think his value goes up the further they go.
You don't, because I think that was the question.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay. I thought it was the other way around. Like, does he? How much more? Oh, he said he doesn't. He's not worried about Tucker loving it here. You're right.
Yeah,
it's more about the team. I don't see the correlation there.
All right, 312-332-3776. Some other football stuff, too. We had a lot of tush-push conversation. It always generates, at least it has this offseason, a lot of conversation. They're going to vote again, plus this reseed that could be coming at the owners' meetings via vote in Minneapolis this week. Plus, kind of want to react to some of the Caleb stuff from before the weekend. I haven't had a chance to really talk about that. We were on the bus ride back from Louisville last week when the story was released about the upcoming Seth Wickersham book. There was some, I believe Chris and Adam and Jurko did get to talk about it a little bit on Friday. There's some stadium stuff over the weekend, too, as that inches towards some sort of resolution. So some other NFL stuff we want to talk about. Jesse's with us. It's Carmen and Jurk. Jurk's back tomorrow. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoyak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW, the Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
All right, Abdallah, we talk a lot about baseball legends, but let's give credit to the real MVP of the game.
The ace who never takes a day off.
A hero who always delivers in the clutch.
Beer here.
The beer guy.
Ice cold beer.
He's out there hustling up and down the aisles.
Dodging peanut shells.
Balancing a tray like a pro.
A legend.
And when you hear beer here, grab a Yingling, a legend that stands the test of time.
Tip your beer guy, drink a Yingling, and let's play ball.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jesse's in for Jurko. It's Carmen and Jurko. By the way, we were talking about Chicago Cut off the air, but something I want to say on the air real quick about Chicago Cut.
Yeah.
I have never had these before until last week when I was in Cut one night. I never even heard of it. It's a brilliant idea. Have you had the Wellington bites?
No.
Not the Wellington
I thought you were going to bring up the lobster escargot.
No, that's been on the menu forever.
That's the best appetizer.
You know how, like, when Flammy and Matt Moore redid the bar, they have, like, now they've got, like, a little bar menu.
Yeah.
That's, you know, like bar exclusive. It's a little bit more casual, some lighter fare.
Yeah.
Pizzas. Like, he found some chef in Italy. He's got
I didn't know he's got pizza.
Oh, he's got, like, a flatbread. And he's got the dough, like, coming in from some chef in Italy. I mean, only Flam. Wellington bites. Little bite-sized beef Wellingtons. The most brilliant thing I've ever seen.
You're making me hungry right now.
Oh, my God. I was like, Wellington bites.
Mom, you want to go to Cut for your 90th?
I mean, really, forget whatever your sister's ordering tonight. Like, go get the Wellington bites and some lobster.
Sounds good. You and I haven't been on together since I got back from Italy, and you were I mean, my God. If can I be Italian?
Sure, come on.
I mean, I can
Jesse,
eat I can eat the food even if I'm not. Right?
Of course.
Marone.
Marone, me, huh? Now, Last time we asked you about this, you said your favorite dish. He said his favorite dish was some ravioli he had like in red sauce. Please tell me.
Marone.
Oh, Doug Marone.
I was yeah, exactly.
Doug Marone.
See, I'm trying to. That was 2 days into my trip, though. I was only 2 days into it.
Was there something else that like you had, or
yes.
that popped? What was it?
Two things. Okay. First of all, they were both in Florence.
Okay.
The pizza in Florence.
They have a great
We'll just
pizza.
start with that, and then it's one of these sandwiches. What's the bread you call it? Is it like
ciabatta, maybe?
Yeah, like that.
Like
yeah,
ciabatta?
Just just perfectly crisp but soft at the same time.
Yeah.
People know what I'm talking about. It's in Florence. It's a famous place. 45-minute wait out the door.
45 minute
I mean, I sent you the picture, didn't I?
I don't think so.
Unbelievable.
Did you?
Unbelievable. It's like TikTok
What'd
famous
you have
place.
And I went there too, Jess.
Yeah,
and
you know
it's
what
like
it's
what's great about it is it's like simple ingredients. It's like prosciutto, mozzarella,
Yeah.
and maybe
And
like
the
a
meat.
pesto spread.
And the meat.
Is it on
Yeah.
focaccia or like a ciabatta?
Yeah, kind of. Like, yeah, you
Like a
could get
focaccia
either.
meat, yeah.
But am I right about the bread? That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
key.
yeah. It's
both
crunchy,
soft
but it's
and crisp.
soft. Yeah.
It's not like after I finished it, I
it's
wasn't like, I
unbelievable.
didn't feel full. It
Yeah.
was amazing.
It's incredible.
And I think the secret is in the bread. I think the guy.
Well, the sandwich is always the key is the bread.
Well, I
in
mean,
an excellent
sometimes
sandwich.
the amazing fresh meat or
Yeah,
something.
but
But
the bread-
anyway.
the bread's the vessel.
So those are the two things. Why were you making fun of me? I had a, what was it? Cheese ravioli.
You didn't know seafood.
It was
Yeah.
2
Cheese
days into my
ravioli.
trip. It was 2 days into my trip.
But you were in the Amalfi Coast. That's you have to have like
for
a
one
seafood.
night. I was there for one night. I had
Well,
cheese-
even more reason. You got to have seafood.
I had cheese ravioli that night.
I love it. Jesse
But it was
looks at the
like-
menu. He sees cheese ravioli. He's like, I'm going to get that. I know what that is.
So we were joking here in the studio about you, Jesse, when you were
It was
over there.
multi-cheese.
All right. Did you ever get to McDonald's?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, all right.
We
No.
were worried.
But we passed a ton of them.
There's
Well,
tons.
we passed a ton of them. And
It's a different experience in Italy
there was
because you can get fresh food from the McDonald's there.
So my wife
Big
loves
McMuffin's
the.
got prosciutto.
Did you know this? The Diet Coke at McDonald's is really good and
Yeah,
different.
it's a thing.
Because
Yeah.
the water there. Okay,
Yeah.
you know that.
Yeah.
So my wife likes the Diet Coke. So there were
It's
a moment
crispy.
or two.
It's extra crispy.
We were ready.
Did
to
she talk about that?
No, not extra. We were ready to go to McDonald's for Diet Coke, but
Yeah.
I wasn't going to waste a meal at.
No, like you can get a side salad there at McDonald's, and it's like got freshly shaved Carmen. I'm serious. I went to
Do
a
they have
McDonald's.
pasta?
All right, we were
McDonald's in
driving.
Italy?
We were like an hour and a half outside Milan, and we were going to like the fashion outlet stores because the ladies wanted to shop.
Of course.
And we went
Women
to
be shopping.
we went to a McDonald's off of the highway. And that McDonald's just, like here in the States, you'd look around and be
Wait,
like, this is not a great situation.
Yeah.
The food was incredible because they like people that work in those restaurants actually care. They, you know what I mean? Like here,
I
we
don't
don't
even-
value a job like they do. You know what I'm saying?
Don't
Like
even
it's
get me
different.
started. The service was great
Yes.
everywhere.
Right.
You don't have to tip.
They don't expect a tip.
They don't expect
They don't
tip.
expect a tip. I was almost weird not
But
to
you
tip.
should.
Right.
You're American.
But
You should.
There were times I did, times I didn't. It just was, whatever. The whole experience was great. The food was amazing. But let me take my first time out of the half. There are outlet malls there because all my wife did was Prada,
Yeah.
Christian Dior,
Yeah.
Gucci.
Yeah. So,
What she
that's-
spent was more than the trip itself.
Yeah, no,
in these
no
stores.
doubt. But yes, they have outlets for all of those stores.
Prada, baby.
Prada,
Our
Gucci,
mirror's a big
Dior.
thing with wives. My wife, we have a mirror being shipped from Venice.
Yeah.
Now, Venice is famous for they
glass.
make everything out of glass.
The glass,
Right.
yeah.
So we have a
Well,
mirror.
it's a special type of glass.
A mirror. Would you ever pay a lot for a
No.
mirror?
What do you? Come on.
No, but
Exactly.
it's going to go in the house, right? Like, is it one on the floor that,
No.
like, it's standing, or is it going to go on the wall?
It'll go on a wall
Oh,
somewhere.
I thought it was
All
a
right.
standing one.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
great.
it's made of glass and stuff, but like it's going to go in like a bathroom.
What?
Oh, that.
Yeah.
man.
What's the point? I don't get it.
I don't.
I
get
didn't
it
even
either.
know mirrors were a thing.
Really a mirror.
All
mean,
I can
who would
say is
even-
thank God they sitting chairs in all these Gucci
Yes.
Prada stores. 'Cause
Oh,
that's-
yeah, well, they've
I
got that,
popped down.
Jess? And
I
they
popped
also
down and
have,
caught up on my baseball.
So, like, the best thing about being a husband that goes along with your wife while she's shopping over there is they all have free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
They all offer you a drink when you get there.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that offer.
You could get champagne, sparkling water, coffee, Some have
did
cocktails.
see a guy having a champagne.
Like when we were in,
I was jealous.
we were at Dior in Paris, and they have like a full bar. So like they offer you whatever you want, and then the final item that makes it perfect for being a husband that goes along with their wife in these situations. The bathrooms at these stores are incredible.
Oh, really?
So if you got to go,
I didn't partake.
You say you're in Dior and you go, hey, do you guys have a bathroom? The walls have secret. They press the wall and the door opens up.
I did see that.
And you sneak through.
I did see that.
Because everything is hidden because they want it to be perfect looking. It's crazy.
And I saw another one where she pushed it, opened up, and she brought the drinks out from there.
Yeah, exactly. They hide everything behind the wall. It's pretty crazy.
So we have stuff getting shipped from Italy like every day coming in.
Did you order any wine or?
No, it was all like furniture. Not furniture, but like
home goods,
and it's
clothes.
What do you call centerpiece for the table? I'm like, you probably
had
should
to buy all that in Italy. I mean, geez, really?
I'm with you.
Like, go to TJ Maxx. I mean,
I'm with you.
Things. I mean,
a mirror.
He's going to Home Goods.
They got a Home Goods, don't they, Adam? I mean, there's a Home Goods down the street. I mean, really, a mirror.
Like even a painting would have been like a mirror.
Yeah, a painting maybe. If you spent a fortune on like a painting and an artist you found,
that's
in
where
Florence.
it started. She's like, we should get a painting for the house from Italy. That sounds like okay. That's something you do.
That's a great idea.
She came back because she went to another store. She came back. We're taking this mirror. I'm like, what?
I don't understand that. I'm with you. A nice piece of art is one thing.
And then they're like, it's going to be like 8 weeks to ship it. And then we looked at her strange, and she said, well, Trump's tariffs. I'm like,
Trump's tariffs?
Yeah, that's what she said.
I don't know if I buy
that's
that.
What she said. That's what I'm like, that's an easy excuse.
What's Trump's tariffs?
I don't
tariffs
know. That's
on
what
mirrors?
she said.
I guess. Who the hell knows?
But about shipping it, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. The tariffs, forget it. That's over my head, Jess. It's out of my pay grade.
Yeah, me too.
Above my pay grade.
I'm going to stare at that mirror to get our money's worth. That's all
you're going to have to. Ask a question, see if it talks back. Coming up, we will do the lunch rush. We'll sneak in some of this other NFL stuff that we wanted to talk about, too. It's all coming up. Carmen and Jurko, Jesse's in. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Class is in session at Whiskey U. We're back this week. You can join me Wednesday night, 6:30 at Empire in Naperville, right? Downtown Naperville. It's our latest lesson, and it will feature Horse Soldier bourbon. Now, what does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, it takes hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a master class in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville this Wednesday night at 6:30 with me. So come on out and hang out, sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. See you Wednesday night. Please drink responsibly.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Miguel Vargas hit his third homer in 3 days, but it wasn't enough for the Sox at Wrigley Field on Sunday in a 6-2 loss to the Cubs. The Sox finished their week-long trip at a disappointing 2-4, but they're now home for 6 beginning tonight against the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Reggaeton music fans, join us at the ballpark this Friday, May 23rd for Reggaeton Night, presented by Topo Chico Hard Seltzer as the White Sox take on the Texas Rangers at 6:40 p.m. Be sure to stay after the game for a fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Talk about our players of the weekend coming up. Lots of good nominations, I think, for guys to discuss. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. Crosstalk an hour from now. White Sox and Mariners tonight at 6 on your home for White Sox baseball. Jeff Miller's got pregame 6:40 first pitch on the south side with Len and DJ. It is time right now for the lunch rush. Let's see what else is happening that we haven't touched on yet. There's still a bunch of stuff actually from the weekend, so let's get after a few things. All right, Adam, where we start?
All right, gentlemen, we'll start in the NFL. Brock Purdy over the weekend, you mentioned he signs his extension. Mr. Irrelevant signs about a $50 million average. 53-ish.
Yeah.
5 years for him. A full no-trade clause in there as well for Brock Purdy. It's
good to be a quarterback, boys.
It's good to be a quarterback, but no one has gotten over Dak's $60 million. I didn't think Brock Purdy was going to get that, but
yeah, I think
none of these extensions have gotten over that.
So who's going to get that? Who will? Because Burrow's taken care of, Allen's taken care of, Lamar's taken care of, Mahomes is taken care of. I said Burrow.
Yeah.
If I did, Herbert's taken care of. Right. Those deals have been done.
Right.
It'll be Caleb
or Jaden.
Is there somebody well, C.J. Stroud would be first.
Yeah, C.J. would be first.
Would it be C.J.? Like, if he gets kind of back on the path we expect?
Well, he'd have to get back on that path. Man, he had some struggles last year.
He did.
He did not look good at times.
But if he gets back on the path, I think it's C.J., right? And then you're into the Caleb Jaden class that's going to be pushing that $60+ million as the cap is only going to continue to rise over the next 4 years.
Yeah.
Good for Brock Purdy. This is a tough one for me because you remove him from that system, and I do wonder a little bit what it would look like. We don't know.
Yeah.
I've got some reservations about it looking quite as good.
I remember the argument we made. We had this debate more 2 years ago when Fields was still with the Bears. I think I made the point, God knows with me, I'm back and forth on flip-flopping on everything. I think I made the point, if you put Fields with the Niners that year, he would look a lot better. Because, again, coaching, the team around him.
Personnel, coaching more than anything.
I think that was it, right? That was the whole thing. Flip Fields and Purdy.
Would
Purdy look more like Mr. Irrelevant and Fields look more like a all-pro?
We can never really know or answer it. So while I might have some reservations about how good Purdy would be away from Shanahan, personally, I do not think Justin Fields would thrive the way Purdy has thrived.
Probably not.
I do not.
Yeah.
Because I see limitations in Justin's ability, quite frankly.
To see the field.
Yes,
to see the field.
Not his physical ability.
Yeah.
His ability to understand where the ball's got to go and how to play on time. And I think Purdy's good at that. And because of it, it's allowed him to go from being what would otherwise be a very sort of average career to a career that has been quite exceptional in Shanahan's system because he understands where the ball's got to go.
What's important here is, and I'm using just extreme language, we go from like the lowest paid quarterback to a guy now eating up so much of the cap.
20. What was it? 20. Chris sent the article.
19%.
19%. So how, now the Niners, the challenge to build around him, which is what Caleb and the Bears will face in a few years, which is why everybody says win now, because when he does get expensive, all of a sudden you're not going to have 3 all-pro wide receivers and all-pro lines because you can't pay everybody. So we'll see what the Niners are with Purdy taking up 19% of the cap.
Purdy has started 36 games, you guys, and he has played in 40. So it is a pretty good sample of games since entering the league and since becoming a starting quarterback in 2022, all right? Here are Brock Purdy's ranks in a few key metrics. Yards per attempt, first, 8.9 in that offense. Adjusted net yards per attempt, probably a more accurate gauge. First, 8.07. I think we just got some good news, so hold on. EPA plus completion percentage over expectation, first. Passer rating, second. Success rate, second. Touchdown percentage, third. The only real knock on him would be the interception rate's still a little high. It's at about 2.5%, and that's a little high, especially among some of his peers that you'd look at and say these are the best handful of best quarterbacks in the NFL. But other than that, the stats are really good, and they've won a lot of games. And
it's one of those things when you find your quarterback, you got to keep him as long as you can because it's hard to find the next one. Despite whatever limitations he has physically, despite the cap, he's solid. He knows what he's doing. They've won with him. And that's kind of my feeling. Like it'd be different if the next quarterback was right around the corner.
Yeah.
Because that would be the best thing to do. Use up 4 years of your quarterback and then get rid of him before he gets expensive.
Back.
Right.
But
exactly.
That's hard because running backs you can find, quarterbacks you can't. Yeah.
So you just, you know what? This is the going rate. You pay him, and now you have to build around him.
And that's it. What else, Adam?
All right, speaking of money, I saw this over the weekend. I think this came out last week. Forbes put out their list of highest paid athletes of all the sports. All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Meaning motorsports, all of it?
Yeah, everything. There's no motorsports in the top 10. I'll ruin that for you.
Okay.
But other than that, there's basically, besides hockey, there's basketball, baseball, soccer, and football, and then boxing represented. And this includes on-field and off-field earnings that combine. So, for instance, number 9 is Shohei Ohtani. He makes $2.5 million on the field and $100 million off the field.
Wow. That's all they're paying him this year, $2.5 million?
It's all deferred, man.
That much of it's deferred? Why did I think it was like $10 million he was making in the rest of
Like Juan Soto's making $109 million on the field. He's making $5 million off.
Wow. How about that flip? Isn't that something? That's the power of the tapping into the Asian.
No doubt.
The market, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Holy cow.
Well, that's not even the best market to be in, I would say. So let's go through these. Number 5 is Lionel Messi. He's making $60 million on the field, $75 million off. Dak is making $127 on, $10 million off.
Wait. Dak's making $127 million on this year?
This is how this is going. I don't know how they factor in that $127 million. I don't. They might have football messed up because
of signing
bonuses and everything and guarantees.
Something?
Yeah, I don't know how the football's worked out. Everything else seems to be right though, because Steph's making $56 million and then $100 million off.
That's right.
He's number 2. Number 1. Pays to go overseas, guys. Cristiano Ronaldo's making $225 million to play soccer and $50 million off the field.
And he's not, how good is Cristiano at this point?
He's the best in that league.
The best in that league?
Yeah.
$225 million to play?
Woo. They got a lot of oil over there.
Good, yeah, a lot of oil. Good to be a football player or football. That's good to be a quarterback or a striker.
Well, good to be Kyle Tucker this offseason, right? He's going to get a big chunk of that, and we're going to talk to him coming up in a few minutes.
Is he joining us at 2?
That's a professional.
150.
Kyle Tucker live from Miami.
He was going to join us at 2, but he's got to bump it up a little bit earlier.
It was 2-ish.
150. All right, 150. Kyle Tucker live in Miami. We'll take a quick break. That's the lunch rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoyak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoyak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
That's it well. Right field. Way back. It's gone. Kyle Tucker, you are the man. Two-run shot, 7th of the year, comes within one. It's a 10-9 game.
He's been good. He's been clutch. Some people don't really believe in the whole clutch thing. I don't know. Sometimes you see it and you just kind of know it.
The better hitters are going to be more clutch, right? You know what I mean? Like you're going to get the guys that get a lot of hits are going to sometimes get them with men on base. And he's done that. A lot of players on that team have done that.
They really have. I mean, the Cubs have been, at the very least, I think what people expected and probably have exceeded expectations for a lot of people.
Certainly on offense.
And certainly on offense, yeah. Although the projections really did like the Cubs' offense. I think the one question, if you looked at and if you buy into a lot of the projections, and some people refuse to even acknowledge it, and some will look and say, okay, maybe there's a few things we can glean. I think pitching was expected to be the problem by progressions, by the projection standards, but the offense, I think the offense and defense, people knew we're going to be pretty good.
Well, defense for sure. Offensively, this good. I mean, it's basically leading baseball in scoring. You know, fluctuated, but
maybe not this good.
Close to 6 a game. I'm not sure we could have predicted that.
Kyle Tucker's going to join us in just a second. Jesse doing great work as always. Asked Kyle Tucker to come on over the weekend, and he said he would. So he'll join us in a few minutes from
from Miami. So when you talk about expectation, I thought it'd be good, but this is a whole other level.
I mean, they're like the Yankees.
You're right. This is Dodger-Yankee good.
This is Dodger-Yankee
I'm not sure anybody thought that.
Inside that lineup. And now Michael Busch is coming back as well. Not Michael Busch. Matt Shaw.
Matt Shaw.
I said Michael Busch. Excuse me. You're like, what happened to Michael Busch? Matt Shaw is coming back. He had a little bit of a power surge down in AAA.
Yeah, 6 home runs in 24 games. Ian Happ's on the IL right now, but they haven't lost anything really with Suzuki out. Suzuki threw out a guy at the plate yesterday. He's played some good left field.
All right, we get out to the Yuengling guest hotline, and we welcome Kyle Tucker to the show. He joins Carmen and Jurko now. Jurko's off. Jesse Rogers is sitting in. Jurk's back tomorrow. But Kyle joining us from Miami ahead of the Cubs opener against the Marlins a little bit later tonight. Kyle, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
We're great. How was the first taste of Cubs socks at Wrigley over the weekend?
It was nice. I mean, it's always fun playing in Wrigley in Chicago, and obviously it had the Crosstown Classic going on, so it was a lot of fun to be a part of.
What have you learned about just kind of the, settling into the neighborhood, the ballpark, some of the day games, just the atmosphere? It's great when you guys are good, too, and you guys certainly are right now, but what has the Wrigley experience been like as a home player now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously winning games definitely helps, but it's been a lot of fun. I mean, our crowd is always out there supporting us. I feel like it's always, for the most part, sold out, and whether it's day game, night game, middle of the week, weekend, doesn't really matter. The fans love to come out and support us. So, I mean, we've been playing really good ball, and hopefully we can continue that today and the rest of the year.
Was it an adjustment to move to more day games, like a weekend series? They're the only team in baseball that plays a home day game on a Friday. Was that an adjustment? Because we've heard that from other players that come here.
Maybe a little bit. I think it also makes it a little bit easier just coming from spring training, doing all that, because, I mean, we play so many day games in spring training. So, I mean, it's obviously a little different than any other team in the league having to play those many day games. But, I mean, I think that transition from spring training to the season definitely helps out. And, it's not bad. We still got to go out there and play and, have fun anyways.
How about that right field, though? The wind, the sun. I mean, over the first 6 weeks, I can't remember sort of a more extreme situation from day to day, hot, cold, like I said, sunny, windy. Is that right field as tough as it gets in the league, or how are you feeling about it?
No, it's great. I had a lot of fun catching those. No, it's awesome. Not too big of a problem. I mean, obviously, yeah, it was pretty windy this past week, and you got the sun right in your face and everything. And I mean, especially this last week, you can see how difficult it is with guys diving all over the place trying to catch it. But I mean, at the same time, you just got to do your best with it and try and catch it and get the ball in. So, I mean, even though it was difficult, I mean, you saw guys making plays all over the place for us. So, I mean, it's just kind of part of playing in the city and playing at that stadium and stuff, so you just got to go out there and do your best.
That right field, everybody says, is hard under normal circumstances, though, right? You got that little part that jets out. I mean, it's just like players have for years always talked about how difficult it can be out there. Have you noticed that at all? Has there been a big adjustment?
Well, obviously, I mean, no other stadium really has all the brick and ivy all the way around the field, and there's not really much of any foul territory, especially down the lines once you get to the outfield. So that part, it's a little different. But you just got to know that and be aware of your surroundings and everything, and just do the best you can with trying to catch balls or trying to get them in as fast as possible. So, I mean, that's just part of knowing the ballpark and, navigating the field.
Kyle Tucker's our guest. It's Carmen and York. Jesse's in for Jurko. He joins us on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Like you said, when you win, everything seems to just be a little bit easier. The vibe's got to be good. But what have you come to know and like about this group of guys? You guys have had a lot of amazing comebacks. There seems to be an energy and like a vibrancy about this group. What is it kind of just about the clubhouse that you're kind of digging at this point in the season?
Yeah, well, obviously, everyone contributes in their own way. I mean, from our lineup, just 1 through 9, everyone's able to do their job and do their part with hitting or drawing walks. I know we're at the top of the league with walks, putting the balls in play, extra base hits, stolen bases. We can win in multiple different fashions. So I think it also makes it easier rather than just knowing you got to go out there and, hit a couple 2-3 run homers and, because that's also really difficult. But when we're able to win in so many different ways, whether it's playing defense, running the bases, hitting, it definitely makes it easier because you don't have to put so much emphasis on one part of the game. So I think really everyone kind of contributes to that on all sides of the ball.
And a guy that sort of epitomizes the ability to contribute in all sides is, of course, the one playing next to you in center. PCA, he's getting so much attention. Kyle, can you describe what we're seeing out of him? You played with some really good ones in Houston. I'm not sure many of them had the same skill set when you talk about how fast he is, and then you add the power to it. You have a great, obviously, vantage point of PCA's game. Describe it to us from a Major League Baseball player's perspective.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you guys can see all the different kinds of tools that Pete puts on pretty much every single day. I mean, his defense, is definitely top tier. I mean, he's very fast in the outfield, tracks the balls down really well, has a cannon of an arm that you guys have seen on display multiple times this year. And then on the other side, he's, I think he has 13, 14 stolen bases already, 12 home runs. So, I mean, he's able to put the ball in play, do it with power, run the bases really well, and also be able to track a lot of balls down in the outfield and cut runners down on the bases. So, I mean, he's able to do everything that you want out of a player and out there on a baseball field. So he's done a really good job at, kind of honing in all of his skills this year and kind of putting it out on display out on the field.
He's been great. Before right now, when was the last time someone asked about your upcoming free agency and if you are or aren't going to sign?
How many times a week do you get that question?
I'm guessing
Kyle?
It's been recent.
Yeah, I get it, quite a good amount of times. But I mean, I'm just out here trying to play the game and not worry about it too much and, deal with that a little later.
Are you feeling it at all or sensing it from the fans when you hear the kind of reaction, whether it's they're hollering at you on the street when you're passing by or in the ballpark or on sports talk radio, wherever it is, because the pay Kyle, keep that man, pay that man his money. I mean, that's been a pretty popular refrain from Cub fans here. You must notice it a little, I would imagine. How do you process some of that?
I mean, it's nice that, hearing it from the fans that, they want you to, stay with the team and, how much support that and love that they're giving you and everything. So that's been really nice from the fan base side. And I mean, all I try and do is just go out there and win games, just like we're going to try and do tonight, and try and do my best to help out the team in however way I can, But I mean, for the most part, I just focus on playing ball and going out there and just doing my part to win those games and kind of just let the other pieces kind of fall into place whenever they shall.
I know we're only 6 weeks in. The summer hasn't hit yet, Kyle, but have you experienced Chicago? Have you been to some restaurants? What's it like away from the field for a Kyle Tucker?
I mean, we've gone out a few times. I mean, especially the off days or, having those day games that, we play so often. You have more of a night off to where you can go out and grab some dinners and stuff like that, or, have a little bit more of the normal life, just going out and hanging out with your family and stuff. So, I mean, I try and get a decent amount of dinners in with my wife as much as I can, especially since we're, on the road for so long, just trying to have that downtime together and just try and relax and get prepared for the next day and try and get to bed early because you got to wake up early for all the day games. But,
for sure.
It's been a lot of fun just hanging out in the city and everything and just trying to enjoy my time here.
What's the hardest part about hitting big league pitching at this point? Jesse and I were talking about just some of the averages across the league and how hard it is to hit and string runs together, and the velocity in this game is so great. You seem to do equally as well, righty or lefty, but what's the hardest thing about hitting big league pitching in 2025?
Probably the fact that you got to do it every day. I mean, if you just got to go out there, every now and then and face a guy that's throwing 100, like, that's fine. Like, you just kind of deal with it then. But when you got to do it every single day, you kind of got to lock in every single at bat and everything. So that's probably the most difficult part, is just trying to, maintain that focus and everything just from a day in and day out standpoint. Just because there's so many great pitchers that throw hard and have such good off-speed pitches and can locate really well that you can't really take too many pitches or at-bats off. So just honestly, just the everyday at-bats is probably the toughest part.
Keep up the good work. The start has been pretty incredible. We appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us, all right?
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Kyle. There's Kyle Tucker getting ready for the opener in Miami tonight as the Cubs start a 3-game set. A little road trip here to Miami and then Cincinnati. We'll recap a few things that Kyle said and talk about a few points he was making about this Cubs team, about his future. I want to get into some of the Caleb Bear stuff. They got OTAs this week, so Caleb at some point probably going to be pressed about the story we learned last week, what's going to be coming up in Seth Wickersham's book later this fall about quarterbacks in America, the NFL, and in college. So still a lot to do, plus crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. Jesse's in for Jurk. It's Carmen and Jurk back in 2 minutes.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Cub fans are hoping that Kyle Tucker falls in love with Wrigley Field. Said nice things. He handled it about the way you'd expect. A guy who probably doesn't want to talk about his free agency too much until the offseason.
That's the standard answer you're going to get. But what amazed me is how nonchalant he is about playing defense at Wrigley. I mean, I thought he'd be like, it's been an adjustment. It's hard. He's like, do your best out there. Sun, wind, whatever. Fine.
Sun, wind, doesn't matter.
100-mile-an-hour fast, but whatever.
Brick wall behind the ivy.
Fine. I mean, that's the one thing, even though he's quiet, you get the quiet ones, supremely confident.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you wonder the personality. Well, don't forget, these guys, even if they're quiet, are as competitive as hell, supremely confident. They can be laid back, but still have those qualities. And I think that comes through with him. He knows if he's in a slump, he's going to get out of it.
Yeah.
He knows if he made an error, he'll be fine the next 20 games or whatever the case
I bet if you looked, like, his slumps throughout the course of his career are probably not too prolonged. He's been too good for too long. And that's the sign of a guy. That's what makes, some guys be able to it's the difference between, like, guys that can't make it in the big leagues, guys that, like, just sort of hang around, then your average players, and then your very, very good players.
Yeah.
And it's like shortening those slumps. And I bet if you looked, you'd notice that he's been very good at making sure that those slumps are short over the course of his career. He brought up something I thought was interesting just about the way this team plays, the way they win. You know, they do a little bit of everything. And baseball today is a little bit more conducive to it with the rules changes, but they have the team and the personnel for it, with their speed, with their ability to get on base. He was talking about how they can walk and they can steal bases. The Cubs are top 3. Not only the best scoring team in the league, like Jesse said, and the offense, I think, has surpassed what anybody would have expected. If this continues, it'll be amazing, and it's one of the big stories of the MLB season. I don't know that anybody thought they'd slug kind of like the Dodgers, like the Yankees, the Mets, although they've outslugged the Mets clearly. But they're 3rd in the league in home runs. They're 1st in the league in stolen bases. I think they're 3rd in the league in walks. So it's this culmination of things where you've got a bunch of slug, guys that can hit extra base hits, all this speed. They can steal bases. They go 1st to 3rd. Singles become doubles because they have speed. They hit it out of the park. All of these things have combined for this team that leads baseball or right in the top 3 in runs per game.
Something I've talked about that I do think gets overlooked, and this is where maybe the David Ross to Craig Counsell thing has some legs. It's the idea of taking a small market mentality, I've mentioned this many times on the air, and bringing it to the big market. I think it's worked in the executive world. Andrew Friedman from Tampa taking that philosophy and putting money behind it.
Right,
David Stearns from Milwaukee taking that philosophy, putting money behind it in New York. Right. Craig Counsell taking that philosophy, putting money behind it in Chicago. I wrote about Christian Yelich today. Christian Yelich is so important to the Milwaukee Brewers. Read it at ESPN.com, not just because production, although he's struggling. It's because they have one chance to win every year. Young players have to succeed. Yeah. And Yelich has to be the bridge. It can't just be the manager. Teams like Cleveland with Jose Ramirez, Milwaukee with Yelich, they have to bring along the young players. And the veterans are key to it because there's only one style Milwaukee can play to win. They can't pay for slug. Slug costs money.
Right.
Defense and stealing bases don't,
That's
at
true.
least not yet.
That's true.
And so Craig Counsell has, in his second year, has been able to implement that philosophy from a roster standpoint and also think from a DNA standpoint and combine it with the money that slug brings. Tucker, for example, even Swanson has some slug. And now you see this offense crystallize.
But what is that though? What are they doing that? You know what I'm saying? Is it in messaging? What is it?
With
because
roster.
You're right. OPS is what costs money. Slug costs money. You're right about that.
Yeah,
RBIs
it starts
money.
with roster. I'll give you just one example. Like, I thought Paul DeJong might be a good fit for the White Sox at third base as a backup or whatever, because they wanted a veteran after Shaw. But they went and got John Birdie because John Birdie can run.
All right, I got you.
So it starts with roster. It starts with roster. Vidal Brujan can run. You saw him. I don't know if you saw it yesterday.
I did
he
not.
Took the extra. He took an extra base. He went 1st to 3rd, threw the ball into 2nd, and he took home.
Wrong.
He took home. Yeah, because Michael Taylor threw to 2nd. It was a 1-1 game. He probably should have thrown it towards home. But you have to have the speed to do that. So it begins with roster, and then it does begin with messaging.
Okay.
In spring training, this is what we want to do. And you push the envelope, and not always will it work out, but more times than not, it will if you have the speed to back it up. So I just feel like saying it's a small market mentality put into a big market with slug, and then all of a sudden you have this kind of an offense.
Well, and you asked him about PCA, and I wrote that down too as we were getting ready for the interview. I was just going to say, what do you make of the kid? You're right every day.
Yeah.
I mean, and he had a good answer about PCA, and as much as Kyle Tucker's been a story, and
PCA has surpassed him now.
Yes.
He has surpassed him because he's come out of nowhere.
Yes.
Tucker is a known quantity, and he's
Right.
actually cooled off a little bit. PCA has surpassed him because of the coming out of nowhere aspect, the entertainment aspect.
It's sensational.
All that. Yeah.
It has been flat out sensational, and it is every day. And even though it was at the expense of my team a couple times over the weekend, and I didn't get to see I got to see a fair amount of Friday and some of Saturday's game. But every time you see him or you watch a highlight right now, it's like, man, PCA had another triple or PCA had a double. Oh, PCA just had 6 RBIs. PCA made a basket catch in the outfield. PCA stole a base. Look at the hook slide by PCA. And
I forgot to ask Tucker about his hook slide yesterday.
Swim. You wanted to.
He tried to bunt and did a hook slide.
Everything he's doing is sensational.
It is. And that's why, as I was asking Tucker the PCA question, I'm trying to think of, in Houston, I'm not saying he's better than Altuve or anything like that, but I can't think of someone that had a skill set like PCA.
Like Houston roster?
Tucker's probably the closest one.
I would say Tucker's probably the closest.
I was trying to equate Tucker, thinking about Tucker in Houston, who reminds him of PCA? It's almost himself.
Maybe like a young Correa, but you never had the stolen bases like this. No. But you had the premium defense for a little while.
Yeah, and some slug, but not the speed.
Not the speed.
Not the speed. The ability to steal bases. Tucker is the closest thing.
Yeah,
and
Tucker,
the Cubs have both of them.
Tucker probably is the closest.
And they have both of them.
Yeah, because you're right. I mean, look, I was just looking. What were the highs for Carlos Correa in stolen bases? The most stolen bases Carlos Correa ever had was his rookie year when he had 14.
It is a Lou Brock-esque skill set. It's a Ricky Henderson-esque skill set. Not saying he's those players.
But they have all of them.
Yeah.
Like, as great as Correa has been in his career, and he had the combination of great defense, premium position, great slug. Like, you don't often see the true 5-tool guys. If you were going to, knock PCA for anything, and I'm not, because his strikeout rate isn't abnormally high where it would give you some cause for concern. Like, his strikeout rate right now is about the same as the guy we compared him to, Corbin Carroll. It's about the same as Shohei's. So it's
but his walk to strikeout rate
his walk rate is low. That's
but he's
what I was
making
say.
contact.
But he sure puts the ball in play a lot.
Yeah, it's 9 walks, 47 Ks.
The walk rate is very low. The strikeout rate's not abnormally high. The walk rate is very low.
And here's the thing. He's been able to hit pitchers' pitches, meaning he's actually done the whole Vlad Guerrero Sr. thing. Remember?
Yes.
He's hit bad balls for hits.
Yes.
Now, will that, even he understands that may not continue. He's golfed. I even joked, a couple wedge shots out for home runs I've joked with him about. But he even knows. I thought it was very mature of him to say, yeah, I hit those out, but should I be swinging at those?
Right.
And there will be a point where if he swings outside the zone, likely the hits won't always fall. And, he's just, everything's going his way right now. So the walk to strikeout rate's got to get a little bit better. It just has to. They're going to start pitching him more carefully, but in that lineup, he's still maybe the young guy, the sort of unknown, even though he's becoming known. Mm-hmm. So all of that is part of it. But
yeah, that's the one maybe area for growth, right? As he gets to be an older, more experienced player. Maybe it never matters. Maybe he just does have this elite bat to ball.
It's going to matter.
But I think it will.
It's going to matter.
He has 5 times as many strikeouts as walks. Kyle Tucker has more walks than strikeouts. So,
and Kyle
just
Tucker,
think of what PCA could look like if we see a player whose on-base percentage just goes from 325 to 365 someday.
But these ifs
you know
are
what
big.
I mean?
These are big ifs. Javi Baez didn't make the leap. There's plenty of guys that didn't make that kind of a leap. Now, Kyle Tucker did.
Yes.
Kyle Tucker did not enter the league with more walks than strikeouts.
No,
he was your typical many more strikeouts than walks. And he simply, I wrote about it in spring training, he simply said to himself, I'm going to stop swinging at balls. Now, easier said than done.
Right, I get
but
it.
he shrunk his strike zone. He shrunk his swing zone, I guess you could call it. And when you do that, eventually pitchers are going to come into you because they know you. Look how many walks he takes now. And it's going to help his, and it does help his game. His batting average has gone up over the years. The walk to strikeout ratio is so much better. If PCA can follow Kyle Tucker's path, sky really is the limit for him.
Yeah, and I keep going back to this Bobby Witt comparison because they're both young, and I've said there's not a player in this league I would take if. Forget about Judge and Shohei right now. I'm talking about the next 5 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Next
generation.
There's not a player in the league I'd take over Bobby Witt Jr. Not one.
Yeah.
He might be the best defensive shortstop in the game. He's maybe as fast as PCA or even faster. He's probably one of the three, certainly very small handful of guys that are the fastest in the league. He's got this incredible bat to ball ability, and he puts the ball in playing time, and he's got power, and he's got gap. It's incredible. And he's done what you just said. It's gone from way too many strikeouts and not enough walks to like just this year. Like even last year, 106 strikeouts. Okay, that's actually pretty good for a guy that's going to hit 32 home runs. 57 walks. This year, 19 walks to 36 strikeouts. And you look where it's all trending, and it's like that what you're talking about. So a player's ability to understand what I should and shouldn't be swinging at, what is my pitch, what isn't. I'm not always going to hit the bad balls. And let me take my on-base percentage from 319 in my second year to 390 last year in a year in which
I
he
hope
finished
someone
second MVP.
smart in Bobby Witt's life pointed out to him, look, you signed up with Kansas City for a long time. We don't know if they're going to sign another stud or two. So you might be the only thing in that lineup, which means you are not going to get – we don't talk about this enough. Yeah. You're not going to get a lot of pitches to hit at night in and night out. So you're going to have to take your walks. That's the only way that eventually they will start pitching to you, maybe. I mean, think about what Bobby Witt does in that lineup. At least PCA does have some protection on other days. Like, I'm a big believer in protection. Yeah. And that protection can mean a lot of things. Focus, pitcher's focus wanes, more guys on base in front of you, which mean when you're up, which means you're going to get pitches to hit. Nobody wants to give up walks with men on base and bases loaded and stuff. Like PCA's got some help around him. Bobby Witt doesn't have a lot of help. No. And then you throw in the fact that Bobby Witt plays shortstop. Incredibly valuable, like you said. And the fact that PCA plays center, also incredibly valuable. Not maybe as valuable as Ohtani, but Ohtani's DHing right now. When he starts pitching again, a whole nother story. But center field and shortstop, come on.
Primo.
Yeah, primo.
Like slugging, like Cal Raleigh we were talking about. Like primo defensive position, best in the game at it, and he's tied for the league lead in home runs. Like that's what you want. When you get those rare kinds of guys, that's pretty special. I don't know why the analytic community has always pushed back against like the whole idea of protection in a lineup. It does seem, maybe it's just anecdotal evidence and they look for real evidence. And maybe we're just old school baseball fans. Like, to me, there seems to be some thing behind what you just said. Like, hey, Judge is coming up next. Let's just throw Soto some strikes and hope to get him out. Right?
I think so.
And it behooves the guy in front of him because you don't want somebody on base ahead. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right? It's like
100%.
We're not going to walk Juan Soto. We're going to challenge him. If he beats us, he beats us. But we don't want a free pass to a guy with Judge coming up next.
I should ask that question around the league because I will tell you, first of all, the old school guys like Joe Madden for sure believe in it. But I would tell you that almost everybody in uniform, even newer school,
believe it?
I think so. I think so.
Because I've always been with you, and it's a big, like, if you're into an analytic community, you better know better. There's no such thing as lineup protection. And I've always sort of said, really?
I'm pretty sure Counsell believes in it, at least a little bit, because this came up with Counsell. I don't think he believes, and rightly so, Kyle Tucker impacts the number 8 hitter.
Oh, well, of course. But the guy immediately around?
Personally, I think he's impacted Seiya Suzuki.
Like, are you telling me that the guys in front and behind Aaron Judge, like it doesn't matter?
Let's start with the facts. The more guys are on base in front of a hitter, the better the pitch you're going to get to hit.
Probably.
There's no way a pitcher nibbles with the bases loaded like he would with nobody on base. So you can't tell me more good hitters in a lineup doesn't impact.
Like there's a trickle down.
There has to be.
I kind of think that
I think almost anybody in uniform would say that, old school or new school.
Yeah, that was always like, oh no, you can't believe that. There's no such thing as lineup.
They're looking at I'd like to ask Carter Hawkins. He's more analytically driven. Maybe I'll ask him if he believes in protection.
We'll grab a few calls if you want to talk about PCA or the Cubs. 312-332-3776.
Or Kyle Tucker's contract.
I
mean, that's why the caller that brought up the idea of like, oh, if they go far in the playoffs. I mean, you just listen to what he's just going to deal with this later. Like
you can 100% feel it.
It's just he's got a big agency, agent, big time agent.
They're not going to come down at the All-Star break and be like, "Hey, we signed Kyle Tucker," right?
Not for hometown discount.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
So I don't think it matters. All those ancillary things matters. It's just going to be. Is he going to get paid the going rate, which is $500, $600, $450, whatever the number is?
It's a lot.
That's the key.
We didn't do our Players of the Weekend 30 minutes ago because we were talking to Kyle Tucker. If you missed it, go on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Like and subscribe when you're there. You can also catch the recap on the, not on like the recap KAP, the recap just on the.
Dude, I've been on the recap. Don't knock it. I've been on that recap. I've been to the studio. The paycheck is still in the mail.
It's still in the mail? What is he?
I'm waiting.
Still waiting?
Luminati, something.
Come on,
Got me waiting.
a pizza.
I watched Godfather 3 times on the way to Italy and back. You got me waiting in the lobby.
It's like Frank Pentangeli. You can get it on the ESPN Chicago app as well if you missed it. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Peggy Kusinski. And I'm Dionne Miller. We are very ready for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. If you're selected for Team Peggy and Dionne, you understand we are bringing a significant advantage to the course. Okay, that is a silly play on the fact that Advantage Dealer Group is the sponsor of Team Peggy and Dionne. I actually just bet that we're way better golfers than the rest, but okay, yeah, that works too. See you June 11th at Seven Bridges Golf Club for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoyak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoyak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Users apply in app only.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Miguel Vargas hit his 3rd homer in 3 days, but it wasn't enough for the Sox at Wrigley Field on Sunday in a 6-2 loss to the Cubs. The Sox finished their week-long trip at a disappointing 2-4, but they're now home for 6 beginning tonight against the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Reggaeton music fans, join us at the ballpark this Friday, May 23rd, for Reggaeton Night, presented by Topo Chico Hard Seltzer, as the White Sox take on the Texas Rangers at 6:40 p.m. Be sure to stay after the game for a fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits Black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 Black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, it's Carmen and Jurko Crosstalk coming up in like 10. Jesse's been hanging out today. Time to talk about our players of the weekend, brought to you by Orloff. Discover the Land Rover Defender. The full lineup is ready and waiting for you at Orloff. Designed to conquer any terrain with confidence and style. Iowa and back. The Quad Cities and back this weekend in the Orloff. It's a great ride. Love it. Go check it in the Orloff. In the Defender, which I got from my friends at Orloff. Go see the guys today. Bill and his team are the best, and the showroom's open. So duck in or go to orloff.com. All right, Jess. Players of the weekend, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to move away from PCA because that's too obvious.
Why is it too obvious?
Well, I don't know, because it's too obvious. I mean, it just is. I'll let one of these guys do it. I'm going to go to Friday's Cubs starting pitcher.
Okay.
Cade Horton.
Cade Horton.
Not going to get a lot of press off that outing. 5 innings, 3 runs, 7 hits, but he has pitched a total of 9 big league innings without issuing a walk. I really like that. That day, the wind is blowing out. He gave up 2 home runs, but you know what? He made the White Sox earn it a little bit. The worst thing you can do on a day like that is start walking guys, and then all of a sudden a solo shot is a 3-run or a grand slam. So 9 innings. He's pitched a complete game without issuing a walk to start his big league career. So I'm going to give it to Cade Horton.
Pretty good. I like it. All right, Chris, who are you going with?
This segment's usually called Players of the Weekend, or I like to call it Jurko Selects a Golfer. And since Jurko is not here, I'm going to go with Sky Scheffler, winning the PGA Championship over the weekend.
And even though he had to change drivers, right? Did they deem at some point his driver was not up to standard, so he had to put a new driver in his bag like on Saturday? That was kind of a weird story, and he still got the job done and then some. I mean, it looked like it might be a little bit tight down the stretch for a minute yesterday, but it was easy peasy. And I heard a stat about him, Chris. This is impressive. He joins Tiger and Jack as the only players ever with 3 or more majors and 15 or more PGA Tour wins before turning 30. Yeah. It's Jack, Tiger, and Scotty Scheffler.
He's the only guy possible that could do the Grand Slam, whether it be in 1 year or just even own all 4, in a calendar year. He's the only one. That's kind of the thing I would love to see, if he could win 3 or 4 or 4 or 4 or something like that.
Can he be like the guy? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
well, just imagine if he was better at putting.
I know.
Like, that's the thing, is like he's this good, and he has a flaw where he's not great at putting.
Right.
And, like, if he was, we would be talking about the next Tiger Woods.
Like, if he had Tiger's putting ability,
yeah, exactly.
You're right.
So he's been number 1 for, 2 years? Is that maybe more? Is that about right?
Has Rory not at any point here overtaken him?
No, I don't think so.
No?
He's been number 1 for less. So
he's awfully good.
Yeah,
man.
he is. He's on his way to a hell of a career.
Adam, who are you going with?
I'm not going to say PCA either. I'll leave it for those guys.
Nobody going to say? I wasn't going to.
We'll all nominate
because
PCA.
It's my player of the weekend. It's not Jesse tells us who our players of the weekend are. But mine isn't a player. Mine's a group of fans. I am not rooting for the Knicks to win anything, but their fans are insane. Like, not the fans inside the arena. The fans that are outside shutting down streets of New York and yelling and screaming and going nuts after every single game. It's my new favorite thing, is to go on Instagram after games and watch these dumb Knicks fans just party. No, in a good way. Dumb in a good way.
Dumb in a good way.
Dumb in a good way. And party every game that they just won the finals.
Yeah,
it's great.
Didn't I see something that they attacked a Pacers fan in a Pacers jersey, and Tyrese is going to fly him in or something?
Halliburton was on the Pat McAfee show today saying that he's going to fly him to
don't do that.
To the game.
But the ones that are just jumping up and down and chanting stuff and climbing on light poles,
the meatheads.
It's how fans celebrate championships. They're doing it after game 2.
Well, they haven't won a championship in 53 years, I think. 54?
Was it 73?
72, I think.
72, 73?
Yeah, early 70s.
71 was Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Who's
73 might
longer,
be it,
them
Chris.
or your Maple Leafs?
The Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs haven't won since '67.
Wow.
I hedged against that.
Oh, you did?
Not even that it was a big bet. The Maple Leafs are disgusting.
Right. They kind of come up short in the clutch a lot.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So it was a dumb bet anyway. I did it just for fun, and then I hedged against it yesterday. I bet money line. I bet Florida money line yesterday.
Good idea.
So I hedged against it. Yeah.
73.
73. Good call, Chris. Yeah. 73. You guys, they haven't won in over 50 years. They haven't been in a finals since '99, since the strike season. They haven't been in the conference finals. They haven't been this far since 2000.
Are they going to get there?
That. I think Indiana's going to win.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I do. I think Indiana's pretty good, man.
Indiana Pacers are going to be in the finals?
Listen, I know that's weird.
That's a weird sentence.
I know. And it's been a weird playoffs. We're going to have to do more of this tomorrow with Jurko, if he'll allow me. It's been a weird playoffs, but Boston's out. Cleveland's out. Like Indiana in the finals, I know it seems crazy, but that team's pretty good.
No,
like,
I know they're good. It's just a weird thing to hear.
Their coach is pretty good. They play at this breakneck
I didn't
pace.
watch much of that series. How did Cleveland go down so easily?
Well, the second game was the killer because even with all the injuries in that game, they had the friggin' game won, and they blew it in the last 16 seconds. That was the real killer. But by the end, you had Garland playing basically on one foot.
Mitchell.
You had Mitchell, who got hurt his ankle. He wasn't 100%. I don't think Mobley was 100% either. So, and that game, too, was a killer for them. It absolutely was. I think maybe the Pacers. I was going to go with Alex Caruso, believe it or not.
Okay, that's fine.
But I think PCA needs a nomination here because he was incredible. I thought somebody before me would shout out PCA.
That's what I thought.
All I know is this. I was at youth baseball all day yesterday, but I did bring my iPad, and I set it up for those of us that just wanted to keep an eye on Game 7. And we kept an eye on Game 7 really until about the late third quarter because at that point the golf had gotten close, and we're not at a sports bar. We're watching on my iPad. So some of the dads were like, hey, let the golf, like it's down to 1. Like, let's put the golf on. The Denver game, it was a 30-point game or it was a 25-point game. I said, all right, let's turn it off. But we watched early, and Alex Caruso having to guard Joker, I don't know what to say. I mean, and like that he even was able to give them the effort that made it reasonable to sort of frustrate. And it was a pretty team effort. I mean, they sent a lot of guys at him. But a few times, whether you saw him trying to hold his own in the post or front him and make it hard for them to get a good entry pass into Joker, what Alex Caruso did yesterday, he was a plus 40.
Wow. Oh, my.
What Alex Caruso did yesterday, defensively in that first half on Joker, where they stemmed the tide and they ultimately got the lead and then ran away in the second half, was just sensational. And it's why I've liked this Oklahoma City team all year. They can just guard better than anybody, and they're more versatile.
Yeah,
they do it better than anybody else. And
they're going to win it all.
I think they're going to walk
Yeah.
to it here.
They're going to win it all.
We'll see if Ant-Man has some like incredible series that he can pull out of his bag.
This
Maybe
is
he can, but I think Oklahoma City's walking to it.
And I was going to say, I think personally, this is the championship. This series
kind of feels like it a little.
Certainly,
bit.
if Oklahoma wins,
feels like it a little.
And
bit.
even if Minnesota does, I kind of feel like it.
Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy is coming up next. John in Highland Park has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
John is in Highland Park. What's up, John?
I'm calling in just for talking about Jesse to question whether he really went to Rome.
Question whether he really went to Rome? Is that what you said?
Yeah, but Jesse's so recognizable.
Wow.
We wanted to see a celebrity.
Come on, Jesse.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery. For sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2025, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then, it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thanks to Kyle Tucker of the Cubs for joining us today ahead of their series.
willing to do it,
Yes.
Jess.
In that range. I mean, they may wait for the right moment, like maybe not right now because he's at his best. But I absolutely think the guy more likely to sign up is PCA over Kyle Tucker.
Do you believe that if
reasons.
they did that, it would be less likely then that they would be able to get a deal done with Kyle, or would those be mutually exclusive
Mutually
deals?
exclusive. I think it's just going to be tough to get a deal done with Tucker for the obvious reasons, less so with PCA.
But let me ask you this, and this has always been my contention. How many years do they have control of PCA?
5 more.
5 more years. So if you pay him more than he should be getting over these next 5, because you want to buy him out of a couple free agent years, so you're getting more value if he stays good for the next 7 or how many years they would buy out of free agency. What is it, like usually 2 or 3?
Yeah, 2 or 3 for sure.
You know, so would that, I think, to me, I worry that Tom Ricketts takes that money out of his payroll for going forward. Like next year, you have to sign Tucker. And if you, and to me, you have to add to this nucleus too. Are you willing to pay more for PCA now to save for later? But you may
I see what you're saying.
you may not be able to build as good of a team because this is like the quarterback on the rookie contract.
So
what do
you're
they
saying-
always
yeah, I see what
say?
you're saying.
Like, do you want to pay Patrick Mahomes after year 2?
Yeah. Good
Of his rookie deal? No.
You
And I
wanna
think there are
take
rules.
advantage.
And so my only counter all this, like, yes, you have to sign up PCA. You're not the Dodgers.
Right.
You don't have an endless salary. And with these new rules too going forward, is there what are they going to be allowed to spend? So if you're giving him $25 million a year when you don't have to,
it's a great
just to
point.
buy him out of free agency for a couple more, are you hampering you going forward in the short term?
Well, what's 150 divided by 8? It's not the worst annual number, right? What
Every
is it?
cent
It's
we
under
know-
20.
Yeah,
It's under
it's
20.
not
Every
terrible.
cent counts
I
with
get
this
it.
Cubs with Tom Ricketts. You know this,
but it's more about value and things like that. Let me make my
It's
point.
18.75.
All these guys that have signed up, the Jackson Merrills, the Jackson Churios, trust me, the teams are thrilled they signed
they've
these
gotta
deals. If you sign PCA for 8 for 150, Tom Ricketts or 130 should be thrilled.
Should be.
Because he will outplay the value
Well,
if he
and
continues to
not
be
just-
PCA. Well,
you
have to-
think, but he's
everything's
always,
a gamble.
but
Everything's a gamble.
he's always going to be a plus elite defender. He's always going to be
And
a menace
speed,
on the base paths. I think this is one of the more intriguing and positive developments I've seen in sports over the course of I don't know how long.
Chicago sports in a while.
Yeah, because if you watched him last year, he slugged, he had 10 home runs. He
10, I
slugged
think.
370, something like
a
that.
big hole in his swing.
Well, but I would have never, ever guessed that the power would be what it. There's 4 or 5 guys in the league right now that have driven in more runs than him.
Yeah,
I mean, there's only a handful that have hit more home runs.
Well, you'll like what I brought up to council. I said this, I think, to Sylvie on Friday. Just the idea of a month ago.
Yeah, 6
what
weeks ago.
we thought of this player and his ceiling is so much different than now.
He's going to be a singles hitter, a guy that will drive the ball
Right.
into the corner some. He'll get doubles, turn
Strike
them into
out a
triples.
ton.
He's going to hit 10 to 15 home runs a year.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my uneducated baseball projection was.
Right. And
Now
it's
he's
a
got all
whole
this
different thing.
He's not a
power.
big guy either, is he?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's all in his bat speed, but he's.
I just don't think that the PCA signing would impact Tucker that much because it's not 2 deals for $400 million.
Not just Tucker, I'm saying your salary going forward where you're getting him on a great deal.
Yeah.
And I'm
But you're also getting great production out of him.
We're in a rush, too, to remember sign Chris Bryant to a team-friendly deal. Remember all the deals that they were throwing out there? Did they offer this? Did they offer that? We know. We've talked about this. We talked about this Friday. Luis Robert had changed. Tim Anderson had changed.
Yeah.
We know how it changed for Chris Bryant. We know how it changed for Javi Baez. Just because someone is great in 2025 doesn't mean he's going to be great in 2030.
Especially,
even though he's young.
It's a good counterpoint
it
for
is.
But
Sylvie.
Tom
like
brings up the best point. He's playing center field.
Yes,
the defense
the
isn't
floor.
going to go from Gold Glove to crappy. The speed's not going to go from elite to Carmen. Right? So there's already a
Especially with that Nia
baseline.
years.
There's already a $10 million. He's worth $10 million just for those things.
You wonder if you got in a little too late now. You know what I mean with him exploding? If he's going to be an MVP candidate,
He's not even
150 may not be enough.
Right. What's in it for him?
Yeah.
Well, you'd get the security.
But the counterpoint that Waddle just brought up,
Yeah.
he knows what his floor is too.
Yeah.
He's not even ARB eligible
I mean, listen,
until after next year.
if he never improves on his on base percentage and his discipline at the plate, and you're not going to stay on.
Hard to stay on this kind of heater.
I'm not going to say he can't do anything anymore because he's far exceeded what I thought. But to think he's going to hit 40 home runs a year is kind of
probably lofty.
So, but Jess, if he hits 17 to 25 a year and he's a 260 hitter, with the other commodities, he's still a $15 to $20 million a year player, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it just he feels like a guy that should be the face of the Cubs for a long time. Yeah. There's all these other factors that it's just so much more complicated with Tucker because you don't have the Yankees and Dodgers banging down the door for PCA anytime soon. You can get something done there. Most young players want the security, but the number has to be right.
What'd you say, Carmen?
Unless you're Boris Klein. He's not.
50 games, 47. I think. I don't even think it was 50. I think it was 47 games Javi played for the Mets. 47 games, I think it was.
It's going to go down as one of the best trades in Cubs history. My best trade in Cubs history is Arrieta and Stroh for Feldman and who was the catcher?
It was
Clevenger. Clevenger and
this
Feldman.
This might top it, Silvy.
I don't know, Carm.
Arrieta won a Cy Young.
Arrieta was the reason why they rose to the great heights in 2015. And got to where they may not beat the Pirates if they don't have Jake Arrieta to start the window.
It's also a reminder that this is all about percentages. Like they made 5 or 6 trades in 21. Bryant one didn't work out. The Darvish trade looks like a disaster. They got one guy left. He hasn't made but that's the game. You roll the dice, and this one worked.
This is Jed's plan unfolding in front of everyone's eyes, right? Remember when he said what we need guys to outplay their backs of their baseball cards?
Yeah, we all laughed
look at PCA, totally exceeded expectations. Like even Nico Horner, who is not Silvy's favorite player, but he's still hitting 280.
Well, I mentioned he's 420 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah,
so
there's
on the
Carson Kelly, Miguel Amaya, all of the guys that you need, and even Swanson is starting to.
And what did I say to you in the offseason? This is the year where AAA is going to help. Cade Horton already, boom. Yeah. Ballesteros is just starting, but there's help from AAA that's going to contribute the rest of the year.
I'm buying what you're selling too. And I know I don't want to go murking on everybody here and then jinx your team. I find it really hard to believe anybody else in the division has got the guns to.
Well, the Cardinals have been red hot.
Yeah,
I don't buy them. I'm not buying them.
I didn't buy Milwaukee for a lot of last year. That proved me wrong.
My only thing about going back to the Nico Horner point. My thing with Jed's teams in the past were Nico Horner and Ian Happ were supposed to be the great players.
Right.
We know they're not great players. It's what used to drive me crazy about Kirk Heinrich. The way people treated Kirk Heinrich in this town when he was their best or second best player. We knew Kirk Heinrich could never be the star player on a contending team. Ian Happ is better than first of all Nico Horner as far as a hitter.
Yeah.
But those guys as your 5th or 6th best player are a lot more tolerable. And then when you've got Tucker, when you've got PCA doing what he's doing, and other guys.
You couldn't be more right. Remember a moment in time where Nico was a 1 or 2 hitter?
Yeah.
He can't hit a home run. You don't want him getting the extra bat in the ninth inning.
Around. He's nice to have on your team. Don't get me wrong.
On this team.
Right, but I've always thought he's hot and he's got a 700 OPS now.
No, you're right.
He's risen his OPS to 700.
But you like him because he's also a winning player.
Sure.
He doesn't have to carry you.
Firm handshake, kiss on the cheek.
Yeah.
Take your daughter to prom.
He just can't be one of the guys leading you.
Right.
He just, you got to fill out your lineup, though. Yeah, you can live with him if everybody else is playing the way they're playing.
100%. No doubt.
Cubs, man, I tell you, it's nice when you get to play the likes of my team or make hay where you can. You got the Marlins,
the Reds.
You got the Reds are decent though. I mean, they'll give them a challenge. Washington coming up.
The Reds team that's been shut out 8 times this year.
But that's still at least they're a 500 team. I mean, at least they're still decent.
120,000 there over the weekend. It was.
Is that what it was?
Oh yeah, 40,000 each day.
Well, they're lucky they had the day game on Friday because by Friday night it was
the
miserable.
wind?
It was miserable.
Carmen, I heard you bitching about the
miserable.
weather,
I
and
can't say.
you couldn't be more right.
I'm with you.
I was saying to my wife over the weekend, we had like 3 different seasons in a 72-hour period. So like Friday, it was hot.
It was 87 degrees.
Then we in monsoon season, Friday night into the dust storm or whatever. And then Saturday, it was freezing and windy. And then I came downtown Saturday night. By Saturday night, the temperature kept rising.
Yeah.
And like at 10 o'clock at night, it was 70 degrees outside. And then it was back to like late winter, early fall, or whatever it is. Yesterday, windy and 50.
I don't understand.
And, you know,
so
Wrigley is
bad.
even more pronounced, these
Yeah.
extremes. So I'm like, I asked him, I don't know what to wear today
I know.
to this ballpark. What the heck are
I
you
had
supposed to wear?
I had
The
to-
windows are open at the press box. They're closed. They're open. They're closed.
I had to go to Dick's Sporting Goods in Davenport to get. I didn't bring pants. to buy a pair of sweatpants.
You didn't wear any pants?
Well, I brought shorts.
Oh.
It was
That-
87 degrees
listen,
when I left
that'll-
on Friday.
Carmen, no pants will usually get you kicked out of a
That's
Little
true.
League tournament.
That's
I don't know
true.
where you were. Where were you?
I was freezing. I said so. I went for Saturday. I went in the morning. I bought pants. I bought a pair of sweatpants.
Did I hear you at games late last night, too?
I didn't get home till 11:45 last night.
Where in Iowa?
I'm not going to talk about this weekend. So.
Where was it?
What do you mean?
What happened?
Oh, now you have to talk about this
all
weekend.
I know is we got.
Whoa, time out. I needed 20. Let's make it a full.
Well,
Let's make it a full.
Let's give the context. We got a nice text from Sylvie on Braxton hitting a double.
Yes.
I didn't get any
Nice.
text from this guy and his kid. What did he not do?
No,
well?
it wasn't Gio.
Oh, okay.
It's
Was there a parental people not behaving?
Is it
Not
just
at
too
all.
much
Not
for
at all.
travel baseball?
just
for 12-year-olds.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to upset tournament organizers. I've been
Oh,
advised.
poorly run tournament.
No, I not that it was poorly run. There's been I've been
playing against
I get
16-year-olds.
They say they're like, hey, listen, big mouth. They're like, you're on the air. You got to the whole pickleball thing. They said, listen,
really?
Wait, there's a pickleball story?
They're like,
Well,
listen,
when he ranted
they're
against
like,
the new
you better
pickleball
not be
courts.
spilling neighborhood secrets. And so I was advised because I was like this. So I was like, listen,
Well, give me a tip because we're going on our first real travel tournament.
I'll tell you off
to
the air.
Wisconsin. We got
I'll tell you what
the
to
one
look
in
for.
Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Well, first of all,
Nice.
I've done them all. I've done the Wisconsin. I've done the Iowa. There's good tournaments and bad ones. There's good parents and bad ones.
Maybe I'll make a friendly suggestion.
Okay.
to
Here
the
we go.
organizers, okay. If you're going to do a consolation bracket, which I'm not even sure you should do anyway.
That's a moneymaker.
Okay.
Because you're guaranteeing
you've
a
already
certain amount of
paid.
games.
Of course. You already paid.
That's a moneymaker. That's all it is.
Well, but you already pay.
You already paid,
but all right. If you're going to do a consolation bracket, maybe play the games first thing in the morning. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I used
you
to
gotta
Carm.
wait. Yeah,
We used to have
That's all I'm gonna
on soccer tournaments. You'd have to play consolation games after the championship game.
We were the last team playing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
That's
In
wrong.
a
Yeah.
consolation
Well, win.
final.
Win.
Well,
Not
and
when
that's
you've
why
been
I don't
there.
want to talk
Yeah,
about
that's
the
easy
weekend.
to say that, but when you've been there all weekend.
Because
Oh,
what
I
we
know.
did on
Freezing
Saturday,
your ass off.
Because what we did on Saturday, and
What would it be a bad example to say, guys, we're leaving?
Who is better, the
Well,
White,
yeah,
White
yeah.
Sox
Yeah.
or
Would be
your
a bad
team?
You wouldn't be invited to the tournament the
You would never
following
be
year.
invited back, yeah.
And that would leak around the.
Oh, and listen,
tournament
they're
circuit.
13 years old, so you're not going to unload on them. But
Oh,
what we
there was
did
no
on
effort.
Saturday,
No effort.
Who was worse,
There
your
was
team
no
or the White
effort.
Sox?
it's not that there was no effort.
Are you
but
an assistant coach?
no.
Okay.
Not that there was no effort.
Did the
It's
coaches
not
party
it,
the
but
night
it's like,
before? That
no,
usually that
it's
would
not our
happen to me.
coaches. No, not at all.
Really?
Yeah, the morning games.
But
are
like
terrible.
Sylvie said, you gotta.
Carm,
It's not
this
only
is- I've
winning.
said
We
that-
did win Saturday, but
I've said
you gotta
this-
win by. Sometimes you gotta win by more.
Yeah, yes. Exactly.
Sometimes you gotta win
I've
by
said
more.
this too to Sylvia a bunch with my girls growing up. I said if my ass is getting in the car and I'm driving to Kansas, okay, for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, okay, I'm investing. Your ass better be flying around out there. To quote
right.
Ronnie.
You better
be flying around out
geez.
there.
Balls to the wall.
Yes, like I'm putting the effort in. I'm paying for it. Your ass better be flying around out there. We're gonna have a long ride home.
No doubt.
I think my son's
Be
team's gonna have a long
Wisconsin, they're
practice
pretty
tonight.
good. They feed them different up there. I'm telling
really?
you.
We're
Sylvia.
going to Wisconsin this weekend,
It's
too.
steak-fed 7-year-olds. I don't know what's going on. We got our ass kicked in
you?
Wisconsin back
Yeah,
in the day.
I heard it's pretty good.
We got it. We're in deep this weekend. We got a tough one.
Before we go,
It's going to be a tough one.
I've been
If we play
saying
like we did this weekend. It's going to be a tough one.
I've been saving something for Waddle from Italy.
God.
My last story from Italy.
Okay, good. No, I want to. I like all your stuff that you're sharing.
This is after visiting Pompeii, which was very cool, buried in 79 AD by the volcano.
And still looks like it
looks like amazing. Just how they lived, all that stuff. And one of the things they talked about was, of course, using the facilities, going to the bathroom. Very near and dear to the Waddle and Silvy show. I
tell you about how
it's part of life, right?
How the villagers used the bathroom.
Yes, and of course, if you're rich, you had your own latrine. If if you're poor, you didn't. You went to a public latrine, right?
Sure.
So I learned 3 different.
Did they call them latrines? That sounds very army-ish.
The tour guide did.
Okay.
The tour guide did. Now I don't know if any of this is true.
Baños.
I do like how he's using latrine.
That's what she said.
Like latrine is an army reference.
That's in the army.
Yeah, that's what she said. She called it a latrine. And I don't know if these sayings are true. I didn't Google it. I think it's cool. It's not just in Pompeii. It's obviously ancient wherever. So, a public latrine, everyone's using it, right? No toilet paper. They didn't invent it then. So they used a stick with a sponge. And you would just reuse it all day long because it's
Same
public.
people.
Yeah, just
That
reuse
can't
it.
be sanitary.
That's why people only live to be 14 years old.
So
everyone died.
The first saying she told us, that's how you got the short end of the stick came from.
Oh, no.
After a full day of using it, okay? It gets better. The next one is... The next
short
one's,
end of the stick.
Listen to this one, Waddle. You know when you sponge off someone? You know, you're mooching off them or whatever?
Yeah.
That's where that came. Hey, I lost my sponge. I need your sponge. You're sponging off them to use.
I've never heard that one. Okay.
But the final one's the best.
That is horrible.
The final one's my favorite one. Okay, so I guess the laundromat back then, the cleaner, they had a cleaner.
They had a laundromat?
Yeah, I guess. The guy that would wash the
Only a dime to wash your clothes, Carm.
The guy that would wash your clothes.
Did they have folding too? Did they fold?
The guy, I'm a big believer in protection. Yeah, the rich guy that would, I guess, for the rich, the guy that you would bring your clothes to, he would partly use urine in his formula to clean the clothes.
Where did you go? Like, there's no way.
This makes
you
sense.
You definitely went to Somerset, Kentucky.
About
You are
extra
not in
starch.
Rome.
It was called the Lou Cleaners.
This makes sense. So people would sell their urine to the laundromat guy.
They do that on OnlyFans, I think.
So he could clean your thing. So here's the people would
clean your thing with his urine?
Clean your clothes.
Oh.
So here's the point. So people would sell their urine, but if you were too poor because you would have to bring something to catch your urine in. If you were too poor to catch your urine at the public latrine, you didn't have a pot to piss in.
Ah, that's pretty
You
good.
didn't have a pot to piss in.
There's no
I don't believe any of it, but
I
This
believe
woman
it.
was a woman, right?
Yes.
I think
She
she's
also
messing
was
with you
doing
guys.
the local comedy show
I think
when
she
you
was
guys
messing
left.
with you guys.
There's
I
no
believe
chance.
all of that. You didn't have a pot to piss in because so you couldn't sell your urine.
Why would I be getting the short end of the stick?
There's no way
There's
at
no
any point
changing
urine.
the
Let me
length of the
Google
stick.
this.
Well,
There's no way.
it morphed into short end of the
This
stick.
wasn't the tour guide. This was
There's no way at any point
you
they
got
were.
got in Italy.
Yeah, you got.
She says they would sell their urine, and if you couldn't use if you didn't have anything to catch your urine, you didn't have a pot to piss
There's no
in.
way they're using urine to clean clothes. Like at no point, even in the dark ages, does that make any sense?
It was mixed in with the soap of the day.
that I don't buy any of it.
I believe
think,
all three.
Oh, wait.
What do you got? What do you got? I didn't Google any of it on purpose.
Some believe it comes from worse end of the staff, used since the early 1500s, which in the mid 1800s became, in some instances, short or blankety blank end of the stick, allegedly from a stick poked up one's rear by another in command of the situation. So there's something there.
You're talking about stick
It's
in
there.
somebody else's rear.
I'm just like
what's
short end
happening
of the
here?
stick.
Sponging off someone makes sense. Hey, I lost my sponge. Can I use your
I don't
sponge?
think anything that they were using colloquially is in 79 AD is
I'm
still
with
around
you.
today.
This was a comedy
There's
skit
no
that
way.
the woman had going.
Jesse went to Italy and came back with a bunch of like English expressions.
Oh, hickory dickory dock.
I mean, really, like a bunch
were
of
you
fake
on this
stories.
trip with Andrew Dice
The
Clay?
saddest thing, Sylvie, is I turned to my wife Tracy. I'm like, Waddle's gonna love these.
You're thinking
You're
about
right.
that.
You're right. I thought it was great.
Waddle's gonna love this.
She's like, really?
It's like, and I finally shared, and she was finally interested. Now that Allie's a baseball mom, that she was finally interested in the root of where can of corn came from.
Oh, well, that's from the groceries.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Top shelf
Top
of the grocery
shelf,
store.
yeah.
Everyone carried back baskets, and the clerk would knock it off with
Yeah.
a stick.
Can of corn.
And you got a can of corn.
There you go.
And apparently, the ancient Italians were
Now-
very short because of lead poisoning. They imported lead. I don't think you went to Italy. I don't. I think you went somewhere
Coming
else.
up next,
the Greeks were gods and muscular and all that stuff. The Italians were very short because of lead poisoning.
You're going to get your ass whipped by some Italians when you leave here, Jess.
Speaking of baseball vernacular, Silvy will tell you where TWTW comes from.
Oh, that's right. Next. Yeah, you got it.
Waddle and Silvy are next.
That
Jesse,
came. You didn't know this. That came from the Croatian people. Jurko will tell you about that tomorrow.
TWTW.
This is why they let me in here once every few weeks.
Croatia.
All right, Waddle and Silvy are next.
See you, boys.
See you tomorrow.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
But if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene at Elmwood Park is second to none. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano, he's the best. He's going to tell you himself. Elmwood Park is something special. Come on, Waddle. It's more than just the incredible restaurants. It's the people, the neighbors who care, the families that thrive, and the businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it. And you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal. Next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. Take it from me and Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Users apply in app only.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
3-2. That is hammered down the line. If it's fair, it's trouble. That one is gone. Hit for Armstrong. Up. Foul ground down the right side. There, grabbing it, falls. In to score is Nico. And Pete's looking around like, wait, what just happened? To Palacios, center field, PCA. Drifting back some more, near the wall. Oh, did he make the catch?
Potentially.
There you go.
Into the corner, launching run. On his horse around second. PCA to third. It's a triple. Hammered center field going back. Robert reaching, can't get it. PCA towards second, around second. On his way to third. Pico Armstrong. It's a triple. Line drive. Down the line. It kicks off the top. Rowan racing for third to hold him up. PCA dives in front of the plate. Save! Left field. Ball in. And it drops. PCA racing for third. Tucker diving towards second. And he's safe.
That's right. What a weekend for Pete Crow Armstrong. He just raked Marquee Sports Network. Those are highlights from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
I just got it, too. That's counting crows. I was thinking Mr. Jones.
Right. And
Like,
you
wait, was his
that
name
was
Pete Crow Armstrong? But then I connected the dots. I'm a little
maybe
slow
a little
in that, man.
Cheryl Crow, too. Like, you
There
can
you
do a
go.
lot of different things.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Now I get it, Charlie. Good job. Well done.
Sometimes you got to dig a little deeper.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
Charlie made us dig
I'm
that
just a
time.
surface guy. If I don't recognize it right away, then my head
Got to be in the
spins.
hook, right?
Yeah.
4D chess from Chardog.
Say what?
4D chess from Chardog.
4D chess. That's right.
I like that. Listen to this, guys. Friday, 4 for 5, 6 RBIs, 2 runs. Saturday, 2 for 5, a triple, 2 RBIs, a stolen base, and that crazy catch we heard there. Sunday, 2 for 4, triple, double, 2 runs. For the weekend, PCA was 8 for 14 with 8 RBIs, a home run, 2 triples, and 4 runs. What a weekend.
Sounds like a month for some guys.
It is. It is. I think for PCA, that could have been a month last year.
And I have to extend on that. 11 for his last 21. He's reached base in 15 straight, now currently has an OPS of 909. Do you realize there's only 5 guys in Major League Baseball? This is what's as surprising as anything to me, that have more RBIs than him. Like, I don't know how people feel about the RBI stat. It still is meaningful to me.
Right, and
there's only 5 guys in the league with more than him. You know, one of them is his teammate.
He's been good in the clutch, too.
Suzuki's got is one of the 5 that's got more than him, but it's been. I don't know if you're a Cubs fan. There's been a number of different things you can point at. Carson Kelly, guys stepping in and taking the ball every 5th day and delivering despite other guys being hurt. But that story on the north side with that kid this is why everyone loves sports.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you should not rage against it. Oh, no. I don't know if you can make any proclamations, but, like, I know they're all, well, Silvy hasn't done it for that long. It's all true. And doing this for as long as we've done this now, not only do we have the experience longer of being a sports fan, but we've covered a lot of these guys. Like, the Derrick Rose era was going to last forever.
Yeah.
But injuries played a role. Sometimes it's injuries. Sometimes it's all of a sudden maybe an off-the-field problem weighs in. Tim Anderson was going to be the new face of baseball. Tim Anderson was everything that was good with the White Sox, and that window was going to be open forever. And boy, did that slam shot.
Listen, and being good at that sport in that aspect, hitting the baseball like consistently, it's all hard to do. But to be able to stay on top of things offensively in that sport is really, really hard. He's never going to lose his capacity of playing great defense. He'll always, barring injury, knock on wood, he'll always be a menace on the base paths.
Right.
Staying at the top of the game at the dish is really hard to do. So you're right. There are no guarantees. I would just say if I was a Cub fan, I'd just be enjoying the hell out of this. Where it will
that's
take
all
you,
I'm doing, yes.
I don't know. But right now, they're a good baseball team. He's an exciting young player, and I would just be enjoying the ride.
That's all I'm saying is, for the people who do want to diminish it, well, it's been a good 6 weeks, or, well, it's been this. If you can't enjoy a player's rise in popularity and production, his WAR is 3.1 right now. If you would have told me at the beginning of the year that Pete Crow Armstrong would have a WAR of 3.1 for the season, I may have taken it. Yeah. I'm talking about for the season. I know we could have sat here and said, well, defensively he's at least a 1 or 1.5 just on defense alone. But none of this. I don't care who you are. Like Bruce, our good friend Bruce Levine, came at me about a week ago, and he said, "Hey, how did that?" Because we were poking fun at him. I think he asked Craig Counsell a question, or he asked someone about winning the MVP, PCA, in spring training, and we played it and we made fun of the bite early on. Nobody, even if you're asking the question, could have seen this coming.
No.
Nobody. And to give you an example of that, I read this from the Athletic article today by Patrick Mooney. Pete Crow Armstrong, do you know how many home runs he had 73 at-bats into the season?
This year?
This year.
How many home runs he had 73 at-bats?
73 at-bats into this season. How many home runs did Pete Crow Armstrong have?
2.
Tyler, do you have a guess?
I would guess 0.
0 is right. So anybody who tells you, well, I saw this coming in spring training, 73 games into this year, PCA had 0 home runs and a batting average below 200. That's from Patrick Mooney in The Athletic today. We forget, and then it was that Dodgers series where he hit the 2 home runs in the game and he in L.A., in his hometown, and he took off from there. And I was hoping 15 to 20 home runs for the year.
You know, look, you don't have to be a monster to be successful physically in baseball, but even Bobby Witt Jr., I think, is 6'1" and 200 pounds. PCA he's what, 6 foot and 185? You look at him and you would never guess that the power is there, and I get it, bat speed will hit the ball out of the ballpark regardless of what your size is, but you would never expect him. I may be wrong, but if you look at even the home run leaders so far in the national or in Major League Baseball, my guess is he's probably the smallest of them, isn't he? Of the top home run hitters, who's his size?
You're again though going at mass, right? Because 6 feet is not that small of a player.
Yeah, but he's not
little.
but he's not.
Look at what Altuve does at his size.
Yeah, but he's compact. He's 5'8" and probably 180 pounds. PCA looks more like a lean guy who's going to hit doubles in the gap, and he's going to stretch doubles into triples. I don't look at him and go, there's a guy that I know has got a ton of power.
Well, nobody did.
Right.
And that's what I mean. That's that this story has been so much fun because the best stories, I always say, is the rise. And I don't know if he's going to be great in 5 years. Baseball, we've given you examples. Luis Robert on this station 2 or 3 years ago, we thought would be a perennial MVP contender. Perennial. Yeah. And I brought this up on Friday too, Waddle. Cody Bellinger and Chris Bryant were the faces of Major League Baseball in that 15, 16, 17 era with Chris Bryant winning the MVP and then Bellinger doing how dominant he was with the Dodgers and his defense in center field. And then remember, he had 2 of the worst years ever. The shoulder injury played a big role. Yeah. He came to Chicago. He revitalized himself. But even a year ago, he didn't repeat what he did 2 years ago last year.
Yeah.
And he's having a nice season in New York. He's still not. He's not a star anymore.
No.
So while I am not telling you that PCA is going to be this great player in 5 or 10 years or is going to be one of the best baseball players we've ever seen, if you're not enjoying it and you're a Cubs fan, you need to wake up and smell the roses.
You know who he physically reminds me of is the kid in Arizona, Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, those 2 are on top of the leaderboard for a lot of things.
Yeah. Doesn't he remind you physically? He may be a little bit taller than Carroll, but you would never look at Carroll and say, that guy's going to hit 14 home runs. But, you've got the bat speed, you've got the hand-eye coordination, you get the ball out of the park.
The comp has been the ongoing conversation we've had. We asked Jeff Passan, and he said Grady Sizemore when Grady was in his prime. I tweeted yesterday jokingly, or I think it was Saturday, that he's Willie effing Mays. It's just in the context of it's unbelievable.
I bet everybody took that one.
Yeah, of course. No one takes anything with a grain of salt. Right. He's played 50 games this year, whatever it is. But it's so much fun. I don't know who he is. Someone said, is he Ricky Henderson? Ricky Henderson had that sneaky power and would lead off and steal a bunch of bases. and play great defense.
I would say just sit back and watch him define himself and enjoy the ride.
Yeah. So if you want to weigh in on that, who is he? If you've enjoyed it, do you think he can really be a serious MVP contender? Because he is now. 312-332-3776. I've got a couple of build-off topics on this, too. I have a poll question on this, Waddle. We had 2,000 people vote. And, of course, all the responses are nice and, just...
Civil?
Civil, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's a civil environment.
Who will have the more successful Chicago sports career? Is it Pete Crow Armstrong or Caleb Williams? It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers, Toyota Let's Go places.
It's a good question.
Both are our first-round picks. Obviously, Caleb was the number 1 overall pick. You have PCA entering his second full season. You know, he was called up in 2023. He had a really rough go in the first half of last year, and he gave a lot of people hope in the second half of last year. It still wasn't anything like off the charts that would ever make you think he could do this season. Caleb has that tag that he should be a star. So, I think the ceiling in baseball, it's harder to predict where a guy's going to go. So which way would you vote today? And it's like someone said to me, well, the question should be who's going to have the longer career. Length doesn't mean greatness.
This is just on the surface without giving it a deep, think here. PCA, even if he cools off at the dish, is still going to be a fantastic defender, a Gold Glove winner, and is going to be in the top 10 in stolen bases. So he can affect the game even if he's not killing it. Whereas I don't know that Caleb can have the same impact unless, he's slinging it.
Can't you say that his playmaking ability to, even though that could be a fault at times, like PCA's swing and miss, and not walking, that his playmaking ability, those throws, that we still marvel at, and we want them to happen more, but he still can make something out of nothing. Isn't that similar to?
It's a great question. It's pure guess because my expectation is that he's going to play significantly better this year with Ben Johnson and the group that he's with. So I expect him to take an enormous step forward. Last year, again, PCA hit 10 home runs and slugged 375. This is...
exactly.
This is, it's hard. I think that, Caleb plays a position where you can have the greatest impact because the ball's in his hands on every play. But PCA can affect the game in ways that aren't just offensively
and we're seeing
related.
it now. We're seeing it now, too.
I'm trying to talk my way through an answer, and I don't know.
I've had a tough time with it, too.
I'm gonna have to hit pause and give you an answer before we leave, but I don't know.
Well, Waddle needs a 20 here.
I do. I'm going to turn it into a full because I'm not going to give you an answer here.
You're going into halftime.
I got to think about it.
So if you want to weigh in on that, 312-332-3776, if you're buying stock on the future greatness of one of two players, whose stock would you buy today? Is it PCA's because you've seen it and you know he's going to make an All-Star? I think he's going to make the All-Star game this year. I would assume he is.
Who would he be battling with?
Well, it's outfielders, so it's Tatis, Corbin Carroll. I'd imagine he'll start. Not just make it, but start.
Is he getting a lot of votes? Is he one of the top vote getters?
I don't think the voting is open yet, but it is a popularity contest, and he's quickly becoming one of the more popular players in the sport, and he leads the entire NL in WAR.
Yeah, I was going to say, he at this point, when you factor in everything he's done, if the All-Star game was 2 weeks from now, he deserves to be in the starting lineup. That's reality.
I think he would really have to slump here in the next 6 weeks for him to not make, even by manager's choice, the All-Star game.
Well, and think about who you're playing coming up. You get the Marlins again. You're going to get the Reds. You're going to get who else? You're going to get the Pirates.
Pirates, yep.
Then the Reds again. So everyone's got a chance to stretch their legs here.
Who would you guys say? Who did you guys vote for? I'll give you the results here in a minute.
I would probably vote for Caleb just because when we would view it, if it's close, we're going Caleb. We'll feel like Caleb won. Yeah. And it's the quarterback. quarterback obviously much more important than center fielder and wherever you slot him in the lineup guy.
Charlie?
I didn't even have that hard of a time with it. I
Oh.
thought it was PCA, like, clearly, because the highs that we've seen from PCA, at this point, we can call it sustained, I think. He's on track to have the highest WAR of any NL player since Barry Bonds, I believe. The highs we've seen, what's the highest point we got from Caleb Williams last year? Probably that Jacksonville game. And
that was a pretty elite performance.
For all-around games, right? We've seen it in flashes with comebacks
I'll say this,
and stuff.
Go back and think about this: the stretch where he played really clean against the Rams, and then he not only played clean, but he had big plays against Carolina, and then they go overseas. That 3-game stretch, highlighted by the game against the Jags, was pretty good football.
It was pretty good football. This is elite baseball right now that we're seeing from PCA. And I think that, to me, that's the difference.
That's the thing. You have to work that in to your calculus. You've seen the elite from PCA. Will we see the elite in year 2? That's what I wrote a couple weeks ago. This is what we're dreaming about with Caleb. We're dreaming about that it all starts to click. Even if he does start the first couple games off with that new coach sort of trying to figure it all out, like I told you, where PCA had 0 home runs and a 200 batting average through 70 games. Maybe there is a little adversity at the start. I don't know. But by mid-season, I think with Ben Johnson, with these weapons, that we hope we're talking about Caleb Williams the way Cubs fans are raving about PCA. But you have to project that, and you're seeing it right now. The other point of it is what we've talked about with baseball. I just don't know how often a guy makes it and then continues to play that great for season after season after season. We've seen it with Schwarber. I've given you so many already where a couple of people were ready to write off Schwarber, and now Schwarber could be one of the most accomplished postseason guys in the history of the game and could end up with 500 home runs. Like, not everyone's Anthony Rizzo, where you knew you could write him in for 30 home runs, a pretty good batting average, Gold Glove defense, and he would pretty much do that year after year after year from 2015 to 2021.
They're pretty similar players, too, in how they play the game.
The swag, right?
Yeah, and at times they both try to do too much, but they have ridiculous ability that is on display quite a bit. It's a good question. I mean, it's hard. I would probably, if you force me to make a decision right now, I'd probably still go. I'd probably still go with Caleb.
I would go. I've worked my way into Caleb too. I feel like if he arrives under Ben Johnson this year and he plays like a lot of people scouted him to play, that I still believe he's going to be great for many, many years.
If Caleb has a PCA level year this year, how many wins do the Bears have?
At least 10.
Yeah, double digits.
I would think it's almost even more. If
Well,
he's
yeah,
playing like
yeah,
They're
at
almost
least.
decidedly a playoff team.
I mean, that schedule is still tough. We
It
know
is, yeah.
that you could have a great game against Lamar in Baltimore and lose.
For sure, yeah. But like you're talking about a
Joe
guy
Burrow.
who's in the MVP conversation right now in PCA. If we're translating that to the Bears,
I mean, it's really simple. You're not going to go through your list of quarterbacks who have had statistically fantastic years and it doesn't equate to. I mean, maybe Joe Burrow in the Bengals because their defense was so damn bad. But if you're going to put up numbers that are comparable, and it's hard to compare baseball
in
and
football terms, yeah.
the wins are going to follow you. They just are.
Can you imagine the excitement level in this town if he has a breakout like PCA this year? Where there's nothing that you, like, yeah, maybe he does like PCA. Maybe he does still not take walks, and maybe he does look to force it every now and then. But it's all really, 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 really good. And if maybe there are a couple plays that you're like, Caleb tried to do a little too much there, you're fine with it if he's having a star season.
Right. I mean, again, I guess the only guy, and I'm looking at this now, the only guy that I can can sit here and kind of as an exception to the rule with what we're talking about is probably Joe Burrow because they were 9-8. They didn't go to the postseason, did they?
Missed by a game.
But look at the guys who led the touchdown throwing. Burrow threw 43. Baker Mayfield threw 41. I was going to say,
isn't Baker Mayfield just a good example of that?
Yeah.
Like Baker Mayfield just gets good again, and all of a sudden the Bucs go to the playoffs, 2 times in a row and won a playoff game a year ago?
Well, let's give you Sam Darnold as well. Sam Darnold had a year where he threw 20 or 35 touchdown passes, and what did the Vikings do? They won 12 games.
Yes.
So I think if he has one of the years, Tyler, like you're talking about, I think the wins follow.
By the way, speaking of Caleb, we have Dan Orlovsky on the show at 4. He was very, very passionate about his take on the Bears not teaching Caleb how to watch film over the weekend and in the wake of this story. So we'll talk to Orlovsky coming up at 4 o'clock on Caleb. If you want to talk about PCA and his development and what the Cubs did to the Sox this weekend, there is one thing that I do know for sure in the immediate time that PCA must be. And I will tell you that, share that with you coming up next. 312-332-3776. Waddle and Silvy till 6.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here to speak on behalf of my new favorite place. If you have not been to Fat Poor Tap Works, I'm telling you, you are missing out. 3 locations for you, so you don't have any excuses. You can go to Lincolnwood. That's where I went with my family. I was there for Derby Day as well. Place was spectacular. And they also have a place at McCormick Place. Game's always on. Doesn't matter what sports you're into. If you are a sports fan, there's a bunch of screens and there is always a game on. Dozens of beers on tap, made from scratch menu items that are just flat delicious. The beer's ice cold. The flat screens, as I said, are everywhere. This has to be your destination. Check them out at fatpoortapworks.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We've all learned since childhood that the only way to stop a bully is to stand up to them. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we believe that injured people are being bullied every day into accepting lowball offers from insurance companies. Here's how it happens. When a claim is filed, the insurance company looks to see which law firm is representing the claimant. A simple search tells them whether or not that law firm has a history of taking cases to trial. Think about it. When insurance companies see lawyers that rarely, if ever, take cases to trial, they know the lawyer is afraid to try a case. So why would they ever offer them top dollar? On the other hand, when lawyers consistently fight for their clients by taking cases to trial, insurance companies are left with no choice but to offer them top dollar settlements sooner and more often. Over the past several years, you'd be hard-pressed to find a plaintiff's law firm that has taken more cases to trial than the Verdoliak Law Group. If you want a law firm that's been standing up to insurance companies and trying cases for over 50 years, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers and Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandSnoringMD.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. SinusandSnoringMD.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Before we get back to the topic at hand with PCA, Caleb, weaving all of it together. And then I got a little piece of advice for the Cubs. I'll go Danny Zetterman on them.
I'm shocked that you have some advice for the Cubs.
I do. I have advice
this is
for
the first.
And Craig Counsell. What is your guys' what's the unwritten rule on group texting? So when I ask you that, so Meller now that he's not a part of the show, I'm in two group texts or two group chats with Meller. We have our afternoon show group, which he was a part of for many years, but he's moved on to greener pastures to do the Sox pre and post game. Don't look at me like that.
I'm just looking at you.
I know what that look is. I
speak
Waddle looks.
Yes,
I
have
do.
No idea.
With your Gulf's wind and sunburn you have today.
I got, I use moisturizer now, so it makes my face glow. Makes it even redder.
We need to bring that one back.
Yeah,
Waddles, what kind of moisturizer are you using?
Something my daughter bought for me. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Some
I don't
fancy
buy
stuff.
no chance Waddle knows the brand of the moisturizer.
No, unsolicited, she bought it for you?
Yeah.
Or you asked?
No, she bought it.
Oh, here's a hint, Dad.
Oh, boy.
I think I said, my skin is dry, so
okay.
That's
not
one
as
of the
bad,
benefits of having a house full of very intelligent women.
You thought that you just came up, with no questions asked, just said, "Dad,
using this.
Use it. Put it on your face. Lube up."
Excuse me?
Well, with the moisturizer.
I don't think my kids have ever said that to me, so Jesus.
So what is the unwritten rule? Because now that Meller isn't on the afternoon show, he will get, and I like that he's still being a part of our text. Like he gave us a heads up the other day, or today, this was, where he's like, hey, Jesse said this. You may want to bring it back as a drop. But now he's doubling down on these texts. He'll send us one, and then he'll go to the Bucky No Sucky, and we'll have to read duplicate text because he wants to share
you're going to have to, first
with
of all,
both groups.
I think you're going to have to explain. You just said Bucky No Sucky and just moved right on. And there's some people probably saying, what the?
So our group, we have a group chat with Carmen, Pat Boyle, you, me, Meller, And Randy Merkin is in that.
Abdallah's in it, too.
Abdallah's in it, and so is you added Connor McKnight, who I think Connor has probably muted us years ago.
No question. Absolutely.
I think I got everybody.
He'll make a special appearance every now and again.
Yeah. And so what at one time he said, he called it Bucky what? Bucky.
I think it was
big
Merck.
time because he's a Wisconsin guy.
And then I think I changed it and took a swipe at him.
And then you wrote Bucky Sucky.
Yeah.
You know, and then he wrote Bucky No Sucky.
Yes.
So now it's called the Bucky No Sucky group chat.
I'm almost
You want to get aroused?
I'm almost 60 years old, and this is the type of behavior that I engage in. It's just son of a...
So... All right, so that's fine. It's fine. It's fine, even though you know the same people are in some of these same
skin
chats.
off your ass. I mean, what's the difference?
I'm getting a duplicate.
Okay.
So wait, he sends the same thing to both chats?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So he'll send to us. You saw, and I'm in the other chat. So is Waddle, and he'll send the exact same picture like you just sent. And I'll tell you what picture he sent us. With the same exact caption.
I got to tell you, it did not inspire any reaction at all from me. Like, I just said, oh, yeah, well, he's sharing it with two crowds. Some are cross-pollinated. But I didn't have any problem with it. You think it's breaking protocol?
No, that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
So Mellor said,
is there any rules?
I guess there's a Pope wall now at the rate.
Are you shocked?
No. Well, let's do this.
There may be an image of a Pope on every base before they get
that would
done.
be cool if the Pope was on every base.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be wise about this. I'm telling you, like, that team, that organization does a pretty damn good job on most things not related to actually the game. Is that fair? Is that cruel? Is that mean?
Well,
I don't mean it that
this,
way.
This just in, Miguel Vargas is your AL Player of the Week.
I was just going to say, and by the way, that is a little preview of my good, bad, and dirty today, is a little recognition of what has transpired for that team. My point is they do an excellent job with presentation at their
marketing
ballpark.
is second to none.
That's my point.
Yeah. So they have a picture. It's of the Pope. And it looks like it's in the entrance to section 141. And as you walk down in the 100 level, it's right there on that wall before you enter the seating portion of the 100 level. And it's a picture of the Pope. And it talks about how he was cheering on the Sox in the 2005 World Series. And now he was named Pope on May, whatever date. What day was it? May 8th? May 9th, 2025.
Can I just give a honor the mural? Just, I would say, if you go
honor thy mural?
Honor the mural. And by that, I don't mean you need to go by and bend a knee or anything. Just don't do anything stupid. How about that?
Apparently, it's the section that he sat in for that World Series game.
Fantastic.
Which I don't know how you pulled that, but well
From
done.
the video?
I'm just saying, like, people tend to... When you go to a ball game, sometimes have one too many, and next thing you know, you're doing something that you may regret. And I'm just advising.
You've got a higher power to pay for that. Like, even if
that's
security
why I'm
does
advising.
yes. Like, that's. But
Don't
you're
tempt
right.
fate.
It is a ballpark.
Yes. Don't go there and do something that you're going to regret.
Yes. So that's, if you want to see that, that's at 141.
By the way,
Mellor sent us that.
Did Carm change the name of it? It's now Bucky Big Time Very Sucky.
Oh, no, maybe I forgot which one it is now.
Okay, that's what the name of the...
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here's my advice to the Cubs. Don't try and outsmart yourself. Don't try to outsmart yourself here with PCA. When Ian Happ comes back, he does not go back down to 6 or 7, especially if he's hitting the way he's hitting. Your best hitters hit towards the top of the lineup. Jesse said this today. If they want to put Ian Happ back at the leadoff position because they like what he does and he's a switch hitter.
Has a good on-base percentage.
Put PCA second then and make Tucker third. And you want to push Seiya down a little or Bush down a little, but do not push PCA back to 6 or 7.
Don't exercise the Bush push. Don't do that.
Don't. We got to talk about the tush push too later. But he creates havoc.
Yeah.
And by getting on base for the big dogs, too. Not only can he hit for power, you want him up because he's one of your best hitters for the third and the fourth time sooner. And then late in the game, you want him up sooner because if he gets on base, it's basically a double. So don't let him go back down to 6 or 7. That was fine what you did early. He's now seems to be pretty comfortable. He had a really good last week batting first overall. I'd be fine if they kept him leading off, and you still want to have Tucker bat second and find another place for Hap.
Only Suzuki has driven in more runs. So where can you put him where you're benefiting from everything, including his run production? Like, that's what I was saying.
He does more damage, even though the RBI, the counting total, he's just a better player than Seiya is.
Absolutely. No, I'm just saying, like, you have to take it all into consideration. Like, if you put him second and Hap gets on, there's a good chance he's going to drive Hap in.
You know that PCA is a better on-base percentage than Seiya. He has a better slug than Seiya. He has a better OPS than Seiya. Obviously, his WAR is a lot higher.
Yes.
Even though Seiya has come through with 11 home runs and driven in 39, there's no reason why at this point, unless something changes with his production, that you would move PCA down in the lineup.
I
when
think
Hap gets
the
back.
exercise that you just went through with Suzuki, you could say the same thing about PCA with every player, other than maybe Tucker has he's got more home runs than Tucker.
Yeah, right now.
He's got more driven in than Tucker.
Right now, because of Tucker's, he went through a pretty good slump. Even with after the slump, they said this on the broadcast yesterday, he's got an 897 OPS.
Yeah.
And this is like the low. He'll probably now boost that back up and get hot again. Like, Dansby's low point was 185. Tucker's low point is 264, 375, 522. And he's got a 1.7 WAR.
I'm just saying, like, we could go through that exercise of saying, PCA's got a higher this, that, and the other than Suzuki. You do it with everyone on the roster.
So why move him back down to 6 or 7? Don't get too smart.
Give him as many at-bats as possible.
You would love for him to take more pitches, obviously, but to me, he's kind of the perfect example of the modern leadoff hitter, where, and I think he's actually a combination of the old idea of what the leadoff hitter was supposed to be and the present idea.
It's
because
a good mold.
he causes so much havoc on the base pass. You have to worry about him as soon as he gets on, and he can hit for power. And he's the exact type of guy where you want to maximize the number of at bats for him.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. Ted in Lake Geneva, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ted?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good.
Hi, Ted.
So PCA. I mean, I don't know if we're just getting high on our own supply here, but in terms of an exciting, and I got a question that's a little bit more critical at the end of this, but just in terms of exciting player, a position player, I mean, there's been better position players for sure. Obviously, KB, I called in a couple weeks ago. You brought him up in relation to Tucker for sure, other guys. But in terms of an exciting position player, I think we're going a long ways in terms of just every day you have to kind of wonder, what did PCA do today? And I'm honestly going back to, like, Sammy Sosa. I feel like on the pitching side, when Jake was hot, must-see TV, even when Big Z was hot, like, I loved watching Big Z. You never knew what you were going to get. But, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. In terms of day in, day out excitement, this guy is as good as it's been in a long time.
Yeah, in this, you're right, because I've experienced it with my kids. I've experienced it just as a Cubs fan myself, where every time he comes up, when okay, it's the bottom of the order, PCA's coming up next. Guys, Mace, Brax, watch this. And Braxton he's my travel baseball player, and he's slow as you-know-what. He's a very slow runner, and at times hustle is a problem. He watched PCA this weekend, and before his game yesterday, he said, Dad, today at the game, I'm going to run like PCA.
You should dye his hair blue, too.
I would. Yeah, he would look good in that. Yeah. And he tripled. Sure enough, he tripled. Yeah. So PCA is already inspiring 9-year-old players who are just starting to get into the game. And that's what it's all about. That brings the young eyes to baseball. These are the types of players you want more of these. It's like Ellie De La Cruz we've talked about. Can he put it all together? But he's got every single skill that you would want in that exciting player.
Enjoy it. It's a tough sport to be very, very good at, especially at the plate, to be that good consistently. Enjoy the highs, man.
Yep.
It's a long season. There will be gaps. There will be valleys, but right now it's a fun watch.
Darren Orlovsky coming up at 4. He'll talk to us about the Bears, about Caleb not being taught how to go through the film study. Want to take your calls. If you're buying stock in one Chicago athlete, are you buying stock in Caleb or PCA? 312-332-3776. Do you agree that PCA, as long as he's hitting like this, should not go back to 6 or 7? You keep him at the top of the order when Hap comes back, or you move him to 2, and then just move Tucker to 3rd. 312-332-3776. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Guys, we love Connie's Frozen Pizza. It is true Chicago-style pizza and the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. You know, out-of-towners think, hey, it's the deep dish, it's this and that. That's not true. If you live here in Chicago, we look at this tavern-style pizza as Chicago-style, thin, crispy. I like to cut it into squares just like I'm at the shop. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy that true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. Perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do and get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. Miguel Vargas hit his 3rd homer in 3 days, but it wasn't enough for the Sox at Wrigley Field on Sunday in a 6-2 loss to the Cubs. The Sox finished their week-long trip at a disappointing 2-4, but they're now home for 6 beginning tonight against the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. Reggaeton music fans, join us at the ballpark this Friday, May 23rd for Reggaeton Night, presented by Topo Chico Hard Seltzer as the White Sox take on the Texas Rangers at 6:40 p.m. Be sure to stay after the game for a fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It doesn't take much to have the best-selling White Sox jersey these days as the team struggles, but the new bestseller is that of a notable fan. Local merchandise stores have been hawking Pope Leo XIV Sox gear ever since the Dolton native and Sox fan Robert Prevost was elected earlier this month. Grandstand Sports near Rate Field said it's been fielding a rush of orders for Pope Leo Sox jerseys, which they're selling for more than $200 a piece. A nice boost after the worst season in modern MLB history. The team itself, meantime, has been trying to embrace the global interest while not exploiting such a well-known religious figure. The Sox will let fans make their own Pope jerseys at the team store, but say they're still working out details with the Chicago Archdiocese on how to officially capitalize on the team's new most famous fan. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
All right, Dan Orlovsky's going to join us here about 10 minutes. Really good stuff. The Caleb Williams story. You know, the Bears story is going to be red hot all offseason. Their first OTA open to the media is Wednesday.
Ah.
And
it's supposed to be crappy weather, so maybe they're going to be inside.
Maybe inside. We'll see. Ben Johnson's supposed to speak. We'll see if Caleb speaks. If I were him, I would.
Yeah, you want to put this behind you as quick as possible, and it will go behind them quickly.
And just be honest. You're like, and there's nothing wrong with what he did. Like, I don't blame him. I think that's most of Bears fans' reaction was, hey, I don't blame you. Like, puts the Bears on notice too. You know, you've never done this before. Make sure you do this right this time. Our video stream is brought to you by IKEA. Register in Bolingbrook or Schaumburg to win a trip with Kap and J Hood to Milwaukee to see the Northsiders. Don't forget, you can follow us and watch live as well on our YouTube page for Waddle and Silvy. It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy.
Do we know whether or not did Jonathan knock him out today? Because I heard Jonathan talking about knocking Kap out.
I would say no. I think that's smart. I heard the same thing. It was over the White Sox taunting.
Yeah.
And about how they would be better if a few things.
I think it was some White Sox frustration just rippling through Jonathan. And I think on more than one occasion,
very good.
Told him he was going to knock him out.
They were good as always. Yeah. And look, and he wouldn't be the first to want to do that.
Do you want to knock him out?
No, never. Do you know what he did on Friday, though?
What did he do on Friday? No, I don't.
This wouldn't surprise you. He, on Friday, was talking about how I was going to be solo after the White Sox game because you had an event on Friday, and how I was broadcasting from home. And then he poked fun at me for broadcasting at home.
Why would he poke fun at you for that?
When he was broadcasting from his Wisconsin vacation house that exact moment.
That seems weird. Like he actually made that taunt or made that statement while being on remote himself.
He was in Wisconsin at his like a mansion. Doesn't he have a mansion now or what? Like a big summer home?
I think Jesse's been there.
I think a pool. Do they have a pool back there?
They do have a lake, I think, and a pontoon boat. I don't know if they have a pool.
And he had the nerve broadcasting from not just a house, but his, quote, summer house that Silvy was going to be broadcasting from home.
So how did he, what did he say? Like
exactly what I just told you.
But I mean, just that's all he said is Silvy
Charlie, do we have
broadcasting
that?
from home.
I know Jack cut it up for Friday. We played that in a rejoin on Friday. So if you could, let me take a call, then you can bring it when you're ready. Our buddy Mariano, heir apparent to the Mariano family.
What's happening,
and all the
fellas?
stores in Kenosha. What's up, Mariano?
How you guys doing? So real quick, though, the day Cap stops being hypocritical is the day pigs will fly. We know that's not going to happen.
That's right.
I would say PCA, let's just enjoy the ride. You know, we're so quick to hump as Chicago sports fans, all these bad teams. I would just like Silvy, play it out a little bit. Let's start building the infrastructure. Let's win a couple years and not just solely put our eggs in one basket for this year. So.
Yeah, and I don't know what the correct answer is either, Mariano. That was during crosstalk about, do you pay PCA now because you're expecting to save in the long term of the next 7 or 8 years, but you've got them under control for 5. What I worry about is Tom Ricketts' wallet, and we've seen biblical losses. We've seen breaking even. So if PCA is making year to year more than he has to because you want to keep him for 7 years, I understand the long-term investment, but I also don't want it to cost this current team.
If this was the Mets or the Dodgers or the Yankees, you'd be like, oh, okay, because if for whatever reason this does go sideways and it's not considered to be a great deal, it's not going to matter because those teams will spend themselves out of their own mistakes. That's not so much the case here. And you're right. Like, I would be concerned if I was you, if they did go ahead and pay him. Your budget should be unlimited based on who you are and the revenue stream that you have, but would they be willing to add? Or would they look at you as a Cub fan and go, we spent money. Look at who we spent it on.
I just always hear about NFL teams. You have the benefit of the rookie contract.
Oh, yeah.
The quarterback contract. This is the time now to spend on other parts when you're not paying your star. Now,
He'll
I get
get
it.
his.
And I just don't know if you have to do it so soon.
I'm with you, totally. Now, the longer it goes, the more expensive it's going to be. But in my world, I'd rather overpay for more of a certainty than pay a price for something that I don't know what I'm getting.
Let's go to Nick in Volo. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
Mariano was exactly right. So, you know, these guys both have potential, but when was the last time we had to have a question like this? Isn't it a beautiful thing that we have to bring this question up? That, you know, we got two young stars that have nothing but potential, but they have to come together. But when was the last time we had that? It's exciting, you know, and
I mean we've had that.
Mitch and Matt Mervis
at the same time though. At the same time.
I think when the Hawks were coming up, so like in 08, 09 with Kane and you had 2 on the same team. Yeah, you had 2 on the same team. I'm trying to think like at that time who was on the Sox and the Cubs and D Rose's rookie year was 08. So you had Derrick Rose in 08, and you had young Patrick Kane, and I look, it's a great point, Nick. I'm not trying to break down what you're saying, but we've been starved for winning, but we've had some star players in this town too.
No, for sure. I agree with that, but I'm just excited that we have to, you know, have this as a question. I think it's great.
It is.
I'm just excited, and I hope the best for both of them, obviously.
Yeah, and hopefully Bedard then starts living up to when he's surrounded by more players, what we all thought he would be. And I don't know if we could ever help the Bulls. But Kobe White's been pretty good, but I don't know if he's like a must-watch player or anything like that.
Maybe Matas becomes that guy.
We'll see. All right, coming up next, we'll play you what Cap said on Friday so you could hear that. And then we'll go to Dan Orlovsky, who will talk about Caleb not learning how to watch film in his rookie season. Is that on the Bears or is that on Caleb? Orlovsky weighs in coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
Class is in session at Whiskey University. Join Professor DeFalco Wednesday night at 6:30 at Empire in Naperville for the latest lesson featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It is a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. And please drink responsibly.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make an application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Harry Douglas here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, folks. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
I did want to say one thing. I was driving yesterday to Silvy.
Yes.
And Silvy said, I heard Kap going after the callers again. First of all, I wasn't going after anybody. I simply said, Don't be calling in here anymore telling me the Bears are cheap. They spent $65 million, $13 a year on their coach, and they got Joe Tooney, and they got this guy, and they spent for that guy. The money meant nothing this offseason. They just spent. Sylvie's like, you can call here anytime with whatever you want. You can call this show anytime you want, too. But I am going to go at you when you say things. I don't mean Sylvie, I mean a caller.
Yeah.
You call the Bears cheap. They're not cheap. They may not be smart. We'll find out. So that was my message back in response.
Yeah, so it's okay. I mean, the idea that we are shutting down the phone lines because you don't agree with us, that's not the case.
Correct.
That's not the case. So
it's a safe space right here. But we will spar at times. I think it's fun. That's what makes it fun.
And because of this segment, Sylvie's solo show at 5 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock, done. Tyler, cut what Cap said while playing in drive time, right?
Loop it.
That's what's going to happen.
I'll work from home.
You'll hear this again at 5 o'clock as Sylvie addresses this.
Hear that?
Yeah, I don't know
working
why.
from home.
I don't know why. Was that intended to be a shot? Because he was.
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
said it from home, his home.
Oh, I think he was directing it towards me because he
No,
knew.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is just like
that's
it's
why
odd.
it's like he's sitting in Wisconsin
Doing the
starting
show.
the weekend early.
Yeah. It's like making fun of you for wearing a Bears jersey while he's wearing a Bears jersey.
Yeah.
What?
Are those Cap sound effects?
Indeed.
What else you have?
Yeah, what else? What's
Jackass.
That's the classic
It's a
one.
classic.
That's the greatest hits.
I got called a jackass over text, by the way, for the comment that I made after we came back with that, because we were talking a little bit about how he may have been at, or I said he's making it look like he's at Wrigley Field today for Cubs Sox on Friday.
Yeah.
Based off of his Instagram story. And he was like, hey, jackass, like, those are guff, like, posting those. And it's like, I'm like, this is from your account. Like, how
he
am I
was
supposed
taking like a stock image that Guff took from Wrigley Field from his phone, and he posted on his story. He goes, "It's a beautiful day of baseball here at Wrigley Field."
Like, how am I supposed to know that
Cap said that?
That Guff has access to posts from your account?
I don't think he said here at Wrigley Field, but he goes, "Beautiful day for baseball." With that picture, making it look like Cap was taking it from Wrigley Field.
And he called you a jackass?
Yeah, I got called a jackass. Yeah.
Did you respond?
I just said, dude, this is your account. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm
And
supposed
what
to
did he
think
say in
it's
response?
not you. He's like, Guff and someone else have access to my account.
He didn't give you a double jackass?
No.
Just one jackass?
Just one jackass.
What else do you have, Charlie?
Small hand mother.
That's a good one. That's the top track. That was after we had a big blow up many years ago. We're on good terms now.
Are you?
Well, yeah. As he says,
Are
I
you
think
watering his flowers while he's in Wisconsin? Or you live right down the street?
Watering his flowers.
Yeah. Are you taking care of any of his stuff? Putting
Hell
his
no.
newspapers on
No,
his deck?
No, he was back today.
I don't know.
This was
I don't know where it
Friday.
came
Yeah,
from.
he was in studio today.
Take a big sip of passion, kid. Let's go.
What does passion taste like?
Wake up, win a baseball game, have a cup of coffee, wake up, win a baseball game. What order is it in?
You wake up, have a cup of coffee.
then you win a baseball game?
Yes, try to win a baseball game.
That's right.
There's been a lot of that.
There has been.
You guys can see eye to eye on your Cubs love.
Yeah, that's for sure. Also, I want to give to big friends of the show. They listen every day on the drive home from school. I want to give Nolan and his sister a happy birthday shout out. So to Nolan and Morgan, happy birthday.
How old?
They're twins, and I believe they just turned 9 or 10.
Wow.
I think
got to
9.
clean up this show
Yeah.
for them. Is when are they in the car?
Now.
Oh,
They're in the
boy.
car now.
I apologize to their parents.
Yes.
My
So,
bad.
I wanted to give
But
a heads
happy
up.
birthday.
I'm not sure about their parents, but
Are they Cub fans?
no, they're Sox fans.
Oh, okay.
Yep. All right, let's get to Dan Orlovsky. We recorded an interview with Orlovsky downstairs a little bit earlier. He has, I think, NFL Live duties at this point, but he's been very outspoken about the Bears mishandling Caleb Williams in the wake of the whole Seth Wickersham story. So I asked him to start this conversation as he joined us on the Yingling guest hotline. What was his biggest takeaway from the Wickersham book?
My biggest takeaway, really, there were two. One was, I guess the rumors of maybe Caleb's initially low desire to go to Chicago, and then at least it sounds like he warmed to the idea. And then the second thing was that no one was consistently watching tape with him from the staff or veteran quarterback, and I know they didn't have one, watching tape with them, teaching them how to study tape, teaching them how to study defensive tape in the NFL. And I know that's been a massive talking point since then, and there's been differing experiences or opinions on it. But the fact that you ran that type of offense that is a pretty, wordy offense, and really no one was taking his football understanding to the next level or kind of to the starting point necessary in the NFL was literally shocking to me. And I've been around some stuff in the NFL that I was like, there's no way that that's real. Because part of my reaction was like, that's not true. Like, there's no way that you would be that unprepared and candidly dumb. And if, again, those reports are true, which it seems to be, it's just unbelievable to me.
Dan, two parts to my question here. First of all, how much of the film study do you think Caleb was used to, having played for Lincoln Riley and then at least for a year with Cliff Kingsbury? And based on what you've described, on top of that, how damaging do you think can it be for a young quarterback if, in fact, he is neglected in the manner in which was described?
It could be wildly damaging in that year. I don't think it'll have long-term effects because, hopefully the new staff completely changes the way that they go about things and teaches him. But in the moment, yeah, it could be really damaging. Like, I've said this, Caleb's 4 billion times more talented than I ever was, but I'm just sharing my experience of when I was a young player. For really the first couple of years, we didn't really have a ton of that. I had some veterans, but I remember being in meeting rooms, an install, and the coaches not paying attention to that install because they knew the writing was on the wall, that they were getting fired, and so they were preparing for other jobs. As a young player, as a young quarterback, and everything's falling on your shoulders, like you're just defeated. You're just sitting there going, oh, I really am all out there by myself. And I'm not saying Caleb felt that way, but I could understand it if he was. So I think it could crush your psyche. I'll touch on the Lincoln Riley, Cliff, and experience. So, a lot of times quarterbacks that are coming into the league nowadays in comparison to 15, 20 years ago, one, everyone knows they're probably not experienced in the huddle. Two, most of their life has probably been running no-huddle offense, which you're not changing formation a ton. You're not shifting a ton. The defense is going to be a little bit more basic because they're just trying to get lined up. I've said this. You talk to college coaches that have to deal with teams running this tempo, no huddle all the time, which is something he did for most of his college career. You go, what's the number one thing you got to do on defense? They go, we just got to get lined up. So you're not even seeing different formations when it comes to fronts or coverage changes. And so there's a simplistic way that you play offense in college, and there's also a simplistic way that defenses play. So not having experience of seeing a lot of different stuff in college, I don't know how much tape they watched in college. Studied, truly studied. Because as a quarterback, I was taught from Gary Kubiak and Kyle Shanahan and Matt LaFleur and Greg Knapp. Like you have to study what the defense is going to do in situations and what they're going to do to our personnel and what they're going to do to our formations to try to get an advantage of what you're going to see post-snap. You don't really do that in college right now because think about it from this regard. I'm running to the line of scrimmages at USC. We get to the ball, and there's 30 seconds on the play clock. Well, Coach Riley can see what the defense is doing, and he just signals the play into me, and then we just run the play. I don't have to figure that out. And so that doesn't mean he's not capable of it, but it's just not a tool in his toolbox right now.
Dan, it's amazing, and we're talking to Dan Orlovsky. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. And I know you referred to a lot of other people with different opinions, too. Kurt Warner, I know you guys have a great relationship and can go back and forth on Twitter a little bit. And I love Kurt. Covered him when he was in the NFL. But what I don't understand is when someone like Kurt says, well, I didn't get that tutelage too, so Caleb should be able to survive. Or other people saying, well, Caleb should have asked for help. Like, this is an organization, the Bears, that has never developed a quarterback, that said before he started, we want to break the cycle. Those words are hollow until they do it, so I don't understand why other people are making excuses for the Bears in this regard.
I totally agree, and I love Kurt. Kurt also spent some time in some other leagues, too, so maybe when he got to the NFL, he had it. Like, he had learned it, and so God bless him, and it wasn't a necessary thing that he needed. I'm not absolving Caleb. I'm not saying, like, oh, my gosh, Caleb should have done this. It's very easy for everybody who's, and I'm saying this with all due respect, but it's to make the point, that hasn't done that bared the burden of that position to sit there and go, well, he should have known how to do it, or he should have figured it out in college, or he should have asked the coaches. And this is what I always say. You're just trying, and you use the word, you're trying to survive at that point. You're just trying to survive, let alone thrive. You've got to take in, how much it is for a young quarterback to learn all of you have to learn, from the playbook to the huddle operation, to the cadence operation, to the verbiage operation. You're trying to study your game plan. Like, you're trying to memorize your game plan, let alone having the time and the brain ability and just the non-mentally exhausted window to learn how to study what the defense is doing. And so that's why there's just so much, like, just from going from a day-by-day perspective, let's live in the world where Caleb had the reports are true. Monday's game gets done. You're just watching tape on, or Sunday's game, Monday you're watching the day before game. Tuesday's the day off. So you go in and start to study some tape, but the coaches are usually spending the whole day Tuesday game planning. Wednesday you get in there, and it starts to install your game plan, and you spend all of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like, doing your game plan. So it's easy to sit there and go, well, Caleb should have figured it out and done it himself or spoke up. He might have just been trying to figure out what they were doing, let alone firing an offensive coordinator. Like, it's very easily point the finger at Caleb. I'll do it for 1%. 99% of this story and the reporting of it falls squarely on the organization and the staff.
What about others? We look on unsportsmanlike. They were saying, not they, but who's the former NFL player?
Chris Canty?
Chris Canty was saying on Unsportsmanlike that Caleb is entitled. And I heard Boomer Esiason sort of have the same sort of take where this could affect him in the views of other players or fans. What do you say to that a lot of the statements that Caleb and his dad said made him look entitled?
Yeah, I would probably agree that some of that stuff in some of the comments do make him sound, with the level of like, hey, I'm coming to you, so you have to bend the knee to me type of thing. So the entitlement, I can understand that. And the reality is Caleb and his dad and the quotes, it does point the target at them a little bit like, okay, like we're out of that now. You got to go get it done. And so I understand that. I think there's also reality that a lot of the kids that are coming through the NIL world and college world, it's a different viewpoint that they have. There is an expectation of entitlement or, I don't need you type of mindset at times because these guys are making so much money in college, and it's not the NFL is their best opportunity to make life-changing money. Many of them have already experienced that. I mean, Caleb lived a unique life in L.A., high-rise. Mm-hmm. He was driving expensive cars. I understand how easy it is to sit there and say that about him. We probably all would have taken advantage of it as 19-year-olds if we were given the same opportunity as well. So we're trying to be real about my mindset of it. Listen, the target's huge on Caleb right now. It just is. Last year was a disappointing year. It is probably as good a situation as you could hope for as a second-year quarterback. He's got the hottest named offensive coordinator in the NFL over maybe the last 5 to 10 years as his head coach. They've got a ton of perimeter talent. They spent a ton of money on the offensive line. He's got world-beating physical talent, and these quotes come out saying initially he doesn't want to go to the Bears. The target is very much so on his back, and there is not one quarterback in the NFL that has got more pressure on them to take a giant leap than Caleb Williams this year. That's just his reality.
And Dan, with that said, does the addition of Ben Johnson help him clear that hurdle and actually solve some of these issues that maybe were persistent last year and could be as they go to training camp this year?
If Caleb obsesses over his feet, if Caleb can do something that he's not really consistently done as a player, and I don't know if you guys heard it, but, months back when the reports of the names, I had hesitation with Ben Johnson going to Chicago just because I was like, listen, the foundational points of the pass game in that offense is you have to play on time and on rhythm with your feet. Sure, it's fun to be creative and all that. And you have to. That's why Jared Goff thrives in it, because he was brought up in it. And so that's not the strength of Caleb's game. That's the flaw of Caleb's game. Is he incapable of it? No. But he hasn't shown to be the calling card of his game. So, if he can obsess about that and really, really make that a strength of his game, then yeah, this will work out very well, and Ben Johnson and him will have a ton of success. But that's a big if. I want people to understand, that's not something that just comes, through 10 practices and OTAs and a mini camp type of thing. It takes a very long period of time and hundreds of reps to really get control of that part of your game.
It's funny you say that, Dan, because I guess I've just ignored the concept of, yes, there has to be buy-in. That's just because I've been so frustrated watching them try to develop a quarterback over time. But what you're saying is, and you got a pretty strong-minded coach in Ben Johnson, that if Caleb doesn't buy in, there could be some friction there, especially early.
Oh, gosh, yeah. There has to not only be buy-in, but there has because the saying is, be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there and never fool the quarterback when it comes to the perimeter players in this kind of offense. When you're running those deep in-breaking routes at 18 to 20 yards and that ball's supposed to be ripped 4 yards inside the hash, and when that guy comes out of his cut, he's expecting it to be on his face mask. If DJ Moore is running his butt or Rome's running his butt off on those routes and it's not there and it's behind them or, miss, the window is only the window for so long. And so, yeah, it's got to take a buy-in. It's got to take a trust. It's got to take an understanding. And, you might be able to mask some of the misses because physical talent and playmaking. But the best, think about it from the Green Bay perspective world with Jordan Love. Because Jordan has had some highs and lows. It's a very similar system. When Jordan's on and his feet are proper, it's this offense can hum. And when Jordan gets a little bit into some of the bad habits that physically talented guys do, that's when mistakes get made or that's when opportunities are missed. And so it absolutely has to be a buy-in and, let's be honest, an execution and application pretty consistently.
Dan, before we let you go, what would your prediction be on everything? You just mentioned he's got the most pressure in your eyes of any quarterback in the NFL. But as you also added, he's got Ben Johnson. He's got great skill guys. When we have you on midway through the season or next year at this time, what will we be saying about Caleb Williams?
He's taking the jump. I don't know Caleb personally. I don't. I have heard he's a really good kid, and he wants to be great, and he's a hard worker. So I'm banking on that a little bit. And knowing now the Wickersham story and how it sounds like he was on an island by himself last year in many ways. If you take the work ethic and you take the smarts and you take the desire to be great, you take really good coaching, they've got plenty of talent, I got to believe that young man sits there and realizes, goodness gracious, if I can just be totally locked in on this for the next 2 years and trust this coach, I'm going to get so much money and we're going to have so much success. I got to believe that that's his mindset and he develops the timing part of his game.
Dan, great stuff. We always appreciate your time and all the best heading into the football season, okay?
Thanks, Dan.
Great to catch up. Be well, guys.
There he is. Dan Orlovsky joined us a little bit earlier today, and that was our conversation. Well, any takeaways there?
I like the fact that Dan is open to the concept of, look, if he doesn't buy in and he doesn't go 150% into this thing with Ben, there could be some friction.
Yeah.
Like, that's just reality. And, Dan is always, I think, since they came into the league, he was a guy that would tell you that Jaden Daniels was his pick. And, there are some guys that have preferred Jaden Daniels over Caleb. I'm still not upset that the Bears took Caleb instead of Jaden Daniels, but I agree with him. And I think Caleb, and I've always said this, I think Caleb wants to be coached in a hard manner, and I think that he will flourish in the environment that's about to unfold up at Hallissaw. And I think he and Ben Johnson will have we'll see much more on the same plane than they will disagree.
It bothers me about I've seen a lot of it. I've seen it from local guys. I've seen it from national guys who've played the position, arguing about it. I mentioned Warner. I think he was debating with RG3 a little bit about it. I get it. Maybe there are some who know how to watch film right away, or maybe there are some who would have done this. But the Bears, Ryan Poles had the answer to the test. And it was the mistakes of his previous general managers about linking the head coach with a quarterback who was just drafted and that coach being on the hot seat. And he did everything wrong. We knew that this could happen with Eberflus. And then Ryan Poles watched this happen where he said, he's not preparing like he's in the NFL and he's doing it like in college. Weigh in. Get the coaches. The coaches have to develop these guys both on and off the field. And I don't mean off the field as a social life guy, but as far as their preparation habits and how to watch film, Jurko tells the story. Greg Blasch turned him on to how to watch film properly. Sure, you can look at it, but do you know exactly what you should be looking at? It's up for the coaches to tell them and explain to them, here's what you're looking for, here's what you're doing wrong, here's what you can correct. And going into each and every game, these are your keys on how to watch film. And I think the other people who are ripping Caleb are being too cute regarding it.
First question would be, where was your position coach, even more so than your offensive coordinator? Because I always spent more time in a classroom with my position coach versus the coordinator. So where was your position coach? I think it's one of the reasons why they signed Case Keenum as well, is to add this type of element. I thought one of the other things that Dan said that was very telling too is that, and Kirk comes from a different era as well, where, the game now is as Dan described it, with USC and even back to Oklahoma, like a lot of that stuff happens at the line of scrimmage. Like, so it's just different. The college game is so much different. The coach is doing so much for you that I thought it was a good answer as to why maybe he didn't learn some of those things at the collegiate level, because you're going to be asked to do more at the professional level, because you can't just stand and have everything signaled in from the sideline anymore.
The stuff about the quarterbacks coach, let's not forget that Thomas Brown never talked to Caleb because he wasn't allowed to before he was the offensive coordinator. The Bears had very strict rules on who could and who couldn't, because they wanted to, quote, quiet the noise. But what he didn't get then was the proper coaching. And Ryan Poles just can't make a motto and say it's time to break the cycle and not follow through on how to break the cycle. It's all a hollow battle cry. Let's break the cycle, and then you don't give them the proper coaching. It's malpractice. The general manager and head coach and offensive coordinator are all responsible well before Caleb Williams as the student.
Yeah, I would just be interested is maybe they run things differently. But, I mean, who are you watching? Is nobody watching film? Like, after every game and after every practice, we would watch film with our position coaches. So, like, once practice is over, there's no film session. We watch film every day. We watch film of ourselves and of our opponents. Like, I don't...
But like, Poles told us, again, going back to that, he identified that Caleb prepared different... He needed to prepare differently in the NFL season. If that was your takeaway, while watching him during the season, why didn't anyone intervene? Why do you just stand there when you're yelling, break the cycle, and you allow it to happen?
I have no idea, and that's why I'm puzzled as to where was your position coach? What is your schedule after practice? Is not everybody watching film? Like, I don't know how the game is. I don't know how things are held these days.
312-332-3776. It really bugs me. We've got Waddle's World coming up. Matt Shaw also in the lineup for the Cubs. He is batting 9th tonight, so he is playing third base.
Does he have that giant leg kick still?
Maybe they've quieted that down.
Have you seen some of the quotes?
What did he say?
That was one of the big things they took out.
Yes.
He still has it, but he has lessened the kick.
But it's with PCA too, right? It's a much less.
And Amaya.
Yeah, exactly. That's been
That's some good hitting coaching.
You know, hitting coaches get ripped all the time. I think tip of the hat to Dustin Kelly for what he's done.
Yeah, well, this is a good example of it, right? You had a prized rookie who you expected to start at third base. You didn't like what you were seeing, so you made corrections.
It seems like everybody who's ever had a leg kick has been told to stop with the
you
leg
can't
kick.
do it. Listen, you can't do it at the major league level.
It's too much velocity.
Yeah, dudes throw the ball too fast.
Baez had a huge one, and then he didn't.
Okay.
Charlie's breaking down. He's like,
that's 4D chess coming from Char Dog.
That's right. All right, coming up next, Waddle's World.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
It's that time of year again, and if you are or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do with all the finals, the papers, the party prep, and more. It's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great, Charlie.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/SoxCrawl.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery Incorporated.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Guys, check out my new basketball hoop from FenceWorks. It's theguyon41.com. I posted it over the weekend or just before the weekend on Instagram. Check out how much my boys love the new hoop. It's got the best backboard around, the NBA backboard. There are different styles you can choose from. Mine goes from 6 feet to 10 feet, and the kids can do it. I show the demonstration there. So if you're looking to play a little driveway basketball and want the best hoop and customer service around, or you want a custom play set for your backyard or the safest, best trampoline on the market, go to theguyon41.com. FenceWorks is a family-owned business. It's been doing it right for over 58 years. Grandpa Stan started it. It is still running in the family, third generation now, and it's in the name. You get the best fences from FenceWorks. These aren't out of the boxes. These are custom made from what they look to see works best, the best materials around. And check them out today. Theguyon41.com, theguyon41.com. Play sets, basketball hoops, trampolines, and the best fencing around. Theguyon41.com. Check them out today.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Would this surprise you guys, this headline? Psychopaths are more attractive, a study warns.
Oh, that's interesting. Like, it's kind of like, to another extent, to a greater extent, the bad boys. You know, like the bad boys get the girl.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you're saying the attractiveness isn't just...
Nobody
it's
likes
not
the
just,
goody two-shoes, right?
It's not just about physical looks. It's about behavior and what is more attractive. Well,
Who are
this
the
study,
serial killers? Aren't there like some good-looking serial killers?
Ted Bundy's the
Ted
famous
Bundy
one.
is, yeah, definitely. Very attractive. He's dead, but like before he died.
You want to play handsome or not handsome with serial killers?
Ted Bundy, totally handsome.
He's played by Zac Efron in the biopic.
Wow. Yeah. Jeffrey Dahmer, not so much.
No, not handsome.
No.
John Wayne Gacy, not handsome.
No.
And very, very creepy.
By the way, did we ever get, I let go of the rope, so to speak, on the Menendez guys. I think that their sentence was, they were resentenced to like 50 or 60 years?
Yes,
Are they eligible for parole now?
I believe so. I think that's where they still have not had time served, but they should be up for parole.
How many of the Menendez brother documentaries have you seen now?
Just one.
Yeah?
That's it. That was the only one I
How
watched.
does the guy, so did he have to lose his hairpiece when he goes to jail? I mean, is it mandatory? Can you have a hairpiece in jail?
I wouldn't say it's a good question because I don't know if that is a good question. If that's atop my list of things I would want to know about going to jail.
I would think though that if you're going to jail, the piece has got to come off, doesn't it?
You could probably hide things in there, smuggle some things in there.
I'm pretty sure in the show, the dramatic recreation, he has it on in prison. It's like a big...
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen him bald in a lot of the prison shots.
And all the pictures now, he's fully bald. But I think in the show when he first goes in, one of the bigger plots to kind of sidetrack you on is him with his hair in prison.
I think toupees are now more in vogue than ever before.
You do?
I think I read an article.
I think it's more about the hair transplant.
That too, but not everyone can afford the hair transplant. It's not cheap.
You go to.
I think bald's having a moment. I think people are embracing the bald.
I was with Brian Urlacher on Friday, and he's still very handsomely with his hair.
Not a hairpiece, though. Not a toupee.
I did not. But we did talk about this story of when he was constantly, he would wear his hat because he was going through the process, and then finally, voila, he shows up, no hat. He's got a full head of hair.
Yeah, it was great.
And I asked if I could touch it. He said, sure. And I gave it a tug.
Whoa. And then you touch his hair?
There you go.
Yeah, his hair. Gave his hair a tug.
By the way, we have a caller who is a correctional.
Oh, let's go, Mike. Michael's in South Carolina. Michael?
Hilton Head, how you doing?
All right.
We need to come out and play some golf, Tom.
Okay, definitely. Are you still a corrections officer?
No, I retired early 2000s, but Lyle was in my unit.
He was?
No, you cannot have a hairpiece in prison.
No, okay. So you were working in L.A.? Or
no, in the state.
Where was he incarcerated?
He spent time at Wasco, Tehachapi, and then I believe later on, when he was able to be housed with his brother, they moved him up to Northern California.
So no hairpiece?
No hairpiece.
When you say someone was in your unit, these are the people that you're
guarding?
Yeah, and what kind of this is weird, do you favor some prisoners over others?
No, there's no favoritism. The one rule to being a good correctional officer is be fair, firm, and consistent with everybody.
Okay.
And how did the Menendez brothers behave?
Well, they were not allowed to be housed together, which was something that they fought for in court. And at the time, Lyle was at my institution. His brother Eric was at a different institution. Later on, after I had retired, my understanding is the court ruled that they could be housed together, and that eventually they did move them to the same institution. But for a long, long time, they were not housed even in the same institution.
So no hairpiece. What else? What other rules along that line?
And is it because of smuggling?
Yeah, it has to do with a lot of different things, but for sure, that's probably the main one, yes.
So you can hide stuff in your hair.
What's the worst thing you've ever seen in a prison?
Oh, my God. What?
If we got a correctional officer, I want to know.
Well, you see some death, you see some physical beatings that are pretty bad. As an officer, you don't want to be put on potty watch. That's a bad deal.
Potty watch? What is potty watch officially?
So let's say you suspect an inmate has swallowed some drugs.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well,
you got to wait for it to come out.
You got to put him on a toilet that don't flush, and you got to sit there with gloves on. And when he's done, you got to collect the evidence.
What movie best resembles what it really is like in prison?
You have to go back. I know American Me was one that was pretty. There was a good depiction.
Okay.
But, a lot of movies, they sacrifice the officer. I mean, it's all about the inmate, and so they're biased to a certain extent. But American Me was pretty realistic.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michael. We appreciate the info.
You're welcome. Anytime you get to Hilton Head, Tommy, look me up.
You got it, Michael. All good.
All right, buddy.
You got to be a tough guy to do what he does.
No
or
doubt.
what he used to
How about
do.
that? No hair pieces in jail, guys.
And he had Lyle Menendez. American Me is a 1994 Lives in Hazard documentary.
Huh. By the way, I just started watching the, was it the Osama bin Laden
Yes.
documentary?
I started watching it over the weekend as well.
Can I get back to this article, though? Dark personalities may not just be uncaring, self-obsessed, and skilled at manipulation, but they may also look trustworthy, according to a new study that sheds light on how physical appearance can subtly disarm our instincts. A new study published in the journal Personality and Individual Differences examined how people perceive strangers' trustworthiness based on facial appearance alone. Researchers found that individuals with high levels of the so-called dark triad, narcissism, psychopath.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? And Machiavellian.
We got to bring that back.
No, wait. I'm going to get this. Narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism.
Okay.
Done.
That was pretty good. At first, it was like an old car trying to start.
Have to call somebody.
We're consistent. I think I stroked out. I'm not going to lie. I think I had one of those TIAs or whatever they're called.
AAA.
We were consistently rated as more trustworthy. The answer lies in looks. People with high dark triad traits tended to be perceived as more physically attractive, and this perception strongly influenced how trustworthy people believe them to be.
So you're saying they have an advantage. The good-looking serial killers have the advantage because of all this. Are we still on the serial killer story?
Kind of psychopaths.
Yeah,
read
psychopaths.
Read those words.
This is like the thesis of American Psycho, basically, right?
You bet your sweet ass, Charlie.
It's narcissism, psychopathy, and mechanism.
It is a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't good.
That's not good. Oh, man. A drug smuggling cat, a feline busted sneaking narcotics into a Costa Rica prison.
So no toupees and no cats.
How about your cat? Meow. Is that your cat or is that just your drug smuggler?
Mule.
In a bizarre incident at Costa Rica's whatever penitentiary.
Oh, no, now you have to.
Pocochi Penitentiary, prison guards intercepted a black and white cat attempting to smuggle drugs into the facility. The Costa Rican Ministry of Justice and Peace released a video on Facebook documenting the incident, which quickly went viral. So the dog is trying to get in some booger sugar, I think, and probably some meth.
Dog? I thought it was a cat.
Cat. What did I say, dog? Yeah. I'm drunk, Charlie. I'm drunk.
Hey, Charlie, he has stroked out.
Not read in a while?
Yeah. I pretty much I did, didn't I? All right, I got a good story for you. I'm going to read the headline, then I'm going to bring the body of the article to you when we come back. Mysterious UFO collision. A UFO crashes into U.S. Air Force fighter over Arizona during terrifying encounter.
I look forward to this.
That's next.
Okay.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Kap J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
There are over 100 types of known cancer, and all are horrific. But cancer is especially cruel when it strikes a child. Though cancer is the second leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 14, it is far more likely to be misdiagnosed than cancer in adults. Some reports say that cancer misdiagnosis rates could be as high as 28% in the United States. However, to make matters worse, when correctly diagnosed and treated early, 84% of children survive and become cancer-free. Given that survival rate, a missed or wrong cancer diagnosis in a child is especially devastating. For almost 60 years, the Verdoliak Law Group has been helping families who have suffered the loss of a child due to medical negligence. To have the Verdoliak Law Group fight for you and your family, visit VLGlaw.com. That's VLGlaw.com. For help, call 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
It's time to make your yard the best on the block with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Start by keeping the weeds at bay with Earthgrow mulch, now 4 for $10. Then keep your garden thriving with Miracle-Gro garden soil, now on special buy, 4 for $10. Give your neighbors yard envy all summer long with Memorial Day savings going on now at the Home Depot.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Researchers found that individuals with high levels of the so-called dark triad, narcissism,
Yeah, I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? And Machiavellian. It's so funny because I was rolling there for a while, and then I just ran out of gas. But Machiavellianism. I said to Sylvia at the break, I just said, sometimes it's hard. Or no, I said, sometimes I just can't read. You didn't even look at me. And you said, reading is hard.
Reading is hard. Yeah, it is.
You know, it's like a grade school conversation in here.
Do you enjoy reading?
Sometimes.
There's some people who love it, who just love reading a good book.
No, I used to. Not anymore. No.
I think we learned that in the last segment.
No, see, that's wrong, Charlie. Jackass. It's not that I wasn't good at it. I may enjoy it. It may take me much longer to read a book than others because I constantly don't read the words correctly. But I'm Machiavellian.
It's like how some people are with golf. You're not good at it, but you enjoy
Just
it.
keep playing. That's why. Tyler. It's a great explanation for me in reading. I'm not good at it, but I just keep doing it. Psychopathy, I didn't even know it was a word. That's why it scared me. I looked at it and was like, I don't think that's a word.
You thought it was a misprint?
I didn't know. I don't know what it was. You said you had an update from prison?
Yeah, so Joey Villagomez, who is a Chicago comedian, he's under Joey the Clown. He's awesome. He DM'd me on Instagram about the caller who is the corrections officer, said, Silvy, caught the interview with the corrections officer today. I don't know if it was an interview, Joey, but he called in. But yeah, we did then ask him questions. He says he was talking about the 1992 movie, American Me. It's about the Mexican mafia in the California state prisons. Great movie. He said a lot of crazy stories about how certain scenes in the movie pissed off the cartel. A couple of former members who were consultants on the movie were killed after it came out.
Yeah, I don't want to have anything to add.
So you don't even want to go near the movie?
So for any of your questions, address Silvy on his Twitter account. I have no interest in even going further with that. But thank you for the info. You know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I know.
I just think you have to steer clear. You don't even have thoughts. Just erase your brain.
Any cartel story, just move on.
Yeah. UFO crashes into U.S. Air Force fighter jet over Arizona during a terrifying encounter. Sounds salacious, doesn't it?
Well, what was the unidentified flying object?
Here's the story. A UFO slammed into a U.S. fighter jet over Arizona, cracking the canopy protecting the pilot and forcing the $63 million plane to land, new reports have revealed. What do you think it was?
A bird.
According to the Federal Aviation Administration, the F-16 Viper fighter jet was hit by an orange-white UAS, which stands for Uncrewed Aerial System, better known as a drone.
Oh, a drone.
Within a day of this collision, there were 3 more unidentified aircraft sightings over the Air Force's Barry Goldwater range where the fighter was damaged. It says here that this Arizona has now become the hotspot for
drones?
UFOs.
Oh,
not drones, UFOs. Yes.
But
in recent years,
Arizona
Arizona's becoming the nation's new UFO hotspot.
Many unidentified flying objects can be identified if people would just
identify them?
Yeah, see them, yes. Yeah. Like, that's all it means. It doesn't mean that it's a spacecraft.
No, it just means it hasn't been identified yet. Texas man sues Whataburger for nearly $1 million after the burger had onions on it.
Oh, gosh.
A Houston man is suing Whataburger for nearly a mil. Turns out he had asked for no onions on his order.
Okay, but you get another burger then. You don't get $1 million.
On July 24th, 2024, Demery Ardell Wilson had an allergic reaction after eating a burger that had onions on it at Whataburger, court documents say.
Well,
he alleges that he requested the fast food chain to take them off before serving him the burger. He claims he had to seek the care of medical professionals after sustaining serious personal injuries due to the onion.
Okay, that makes some sense, but when you don't ask for stuff, I know when we go through the drive-thru now, and this isn't even for allergy purposes, but and like my wife will say no cheese on one, know this. We check before we leave the drive-thru. If you're allergic to onions, aren't you always double-checking before you take a bite?
Well, it seems like this has happened before to Mr. Wilson. Back in June of 2024, Wilson also sued Sonic for including onions on a burger.
What happened?
The fast food company has requested a jury trial for this week. So they're like, okay, fine, bring it on. Sit down, Mr. Wilson. We'll have a jury of your peers decide whether or not you're worthy of us giving you $1 million. And this is another one that caught my attention. Primary school evacuated after a student brings in a grenade for show and tell. That's a good one, Tyler. Primary school in Derbyshire had to be evacuated after a student brought in a grenade for a Second World War show.
Is this in the UK?
Yes. For a Second World War show and tell assembly. Hey, look at my grenade. Basically was the presentation. How do you allow your son? I'm assuming the kid did not walk to school. He had to be taken to school, and mom and dad thought it was okay to take.
But it was probably just an artifact, right?
Can't take a grenade into show and tell.
Okay.
Same reason you can't take a grenade here into the 7th floor.
I know, but it was not a grenade that was what's. I don't know anything about grenades. Do you call it loaded? What do you call it?
Is it
like
live?
that has
I think live, yeah.
Yeah, a live grenade.
Head teacher Janet Hart, that's her official title. Head teacher Janet Hart told the BBC she was unsure if the device was live, so she took it from the boy and slowly placed it behind a substantial tree in the car park as the school was cleared and emergency services were called.
Car park. Definitely UK.
So that's all I got for you. No sports today.
All right, good stuff. Waddle's World, if you want to talk, we have some leftover calls about the Orlovsky conversation and then the conversation we had after that about, like, how at fault are the Bears for that part? And, like, I've just got a caution for people who say, like, move on, it's a different regime. And I'll give that to you coming up. Plus, we've got Aki's A-List, the good, the bad, the dirty. Man, there was a lot going on this weekend that we haven't gotten to yet. We'll get to all of it at the 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, and hip pain, all gone. Imagine living pain-free and getting back to doing what you love without the burden of joint discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you, what QC Kinetics offers is truly remarkable. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. This treatment uses biologic growth factors, which are rich in healing properties, strategically placed into your joints to repair old and damaged tissue. What's even better, there are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Just natural cellular level healing that brings lasting relief. It's a powerful way to give your joints new life and get you back to your active lifestyle. The consultation is completely free, so why wait? Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live your best pain-free life.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
What's up? It's J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd, for special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
A lot going on today. We talked Cubs, Sox, PCA, all that. Matt Shaw's back tonight for the Cubs. He's starting at third and batting ninth. And Waddle told me this off the air. I don't think we've given this on the air yet, that Ian Happ is expected to return this series.
I saw that from Taylor McGregor's Twitter handle, said that he is expected back at some point off the list during this series.
We also talked to Dan Orlovsky last hour. If you missed it, grab it on our YouTube page. It's youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. Really good stuff on Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, the mishandling of Caleb last year. Like the Bears, the bottom line is anyone who wants to make an argument or think just things are fixed, the Bears haven't earned the benefit of the doubt with anybody. No matter if it's Ben Johnson being new or whatever. We've been through the newness of other coaches before where, okay, well, maybe this time's going to be better. Until they show us. And it's still the same general manager who mishandled everything last year. They've got to earn it from the top down that this is why people have the opinion that this is where quarterbacks go to die. They have to change that themselves. And I hope it's a wake-up call for them. Even though they have done business differently, they did handle the coaching search differently. We've talked about the Kevin Warren impact. But I hope Warren never lose sight of this, that this organization has needed that, and they need to be way above board more than any other franchise. So before we start giving them the benefit of the doubt, they have to show us.
I'm still going over 8.5.
I know you
still
are.
Going over.
I know.
Again, I still want to know. I want to know what their daily routine was last year. Now I'm actually interested. Before I was just kind of like, it was a disaster. I don't even want to think about the past. What was your routine?
I don't know.
Like every day at practice, I don't know that it is deviated that much since my playing time. You watch film. That's why you watch your own practice. That's why they film practice. Every single day, the cameras are in the air filming practice. You watch your own practice, and then you watch film of the opponent that is coming up. I don't understand what their schedule was. I don't get it.
A year ago at this time, we were very excited for Hard Knocks. This is exactly why we got the most vanilla Hard Knocks you've ever seen. Because the Bears, and this is why the Bears probably were so heavy-handed in editing it. They didn't want to show everyone how dumb they were. Why bring cameras into these meeting rooms when nothing's going on? That's why we got the worst Hard Knocks in the history of Hard Knocks, is because of that. Robbie and Carrie, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, Sylvia. Hey, Tommy.
Hey.
Hey, listen, I was just going to say that I don't know how many sacks Jaden Daniels took.
I can get that for you.
Caleb took plenty, and I think if Jaden was with us, he would have been in a full body cast. Am I wrong?
I agree. Well, I don't know if he'd be in a full body cast.
He took 47 sacks.
And I know you're saying that because he's more slight than Caleb, but I don't believe that he would be Jaden Daniels of what he was with Washington. And I believe if Caleb would have went to Washington with everything else being the same, that he would have been better off.
Caleb was the most sacked quarterback in the league last year with 68. That was by a large margin. 16 more than C.J. Stroud. Jaden Daniels was the sixth most sacked quarterback, 47 times.
So it wasn't like he had an easy year.
No, and look, I think that there is no doubt that the infrastructure in Washington last year with their coaching staff was better than it was here, without question. They did a really nice job. If you go back and remember some of the things that were being said, they were like, hey, what are your favorite 5 plays? And then we're going to build from there. Whatever the story was, he looked more comfortable. He looked more poised. He was a better player. I have no desire to redraft. I would still take Caleb. I may change my mind in 2 years under the direction of Ben Johnson and say, hey, guess what? Sure. Unfortunately, Jaden Daniels was just the better quarterback. That may end up being the case. Right now, I would not concede that.
Yep. Sam in Deerfield, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sammy?
What's up, guys? Love the show.
Appreciate it.
Got a question and then a follow-up question because that was just a fantastic call from the corrections officer.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
So we're going to tie it all in, hopefully. My question, you guys were expressing your frustration at the lack of an intervention mid-season when we knew that what we were watching was crap. And
how about prior to the start of the season, Sam?
Or prior to the start. I guess my question is, even if it's prior to the start of the season, we know we're watching is crap, but it's the season's rolling. We're in go mode. At what point do you say as a GM, okay, I don't want to be on potty watch, and I got to let this thing slide because we don't get a Ben Johnson if we turn things around mid-season or if we have a sort of mediocre season from Eberflus? I don't think we'd be looking at the team we're looking at.
You know what, Sam?
The situation we're looking at.
I know where you're going with that, and this is what I would say. And it sounds like, the ends justify the means in some ways, and that maybe it was a difficult stretch of time, but ultimately we got what we needed. And that's fine. I would not argue against that. I don't think you can ever waste one season of an NFL career. And I think that in large part last season was a ruined season. And I'll take it even a few months earlier than that. I said to Silvy, do you know who the coach in the NFL who has the highest winning percentage, regular season winning percentage? And you guessed correctly. It's Nick Sirianni. He just got a new contract. Number 2 is Jim Harbaugh. Now, you can say whatever you want about Jim. Those don't like him. I think the best thing I can say about Jim, knowing Jim and having been in the huddle with Jim and watching him do his job, nobody cares more than Jim Harbaugh about winning. And very few people have won more than Jim Harbaugh. So had they decided to make a change before last season, and regardless of what you hear that they were never going to hire him, I've heard that he doesn't have a great relationship. He was available. The Chargers hired him.
You didn't even call.
Right. So, I'm just saying, and the only reason I'm not bringing this up for any other reason than when Sam says, hey, it sucked, but we got Ben Johnson. And I'm very thankful for that. But you could have circumvented all of that.
But that's what I think is interesting about his call. Sam, are you still there?
I'm still here.
So are you asking, though, did Ryan Poles intentionally let it get so bad because ownership needed to get slapped in the face in order to fire Eberflus and get a guy like Ben Johnson?
Exactly.
That's what he's saying. He's not asking if we're thankful that it all happened. He's asking if there was a conspiracy where Poles didn't correct it because, as they say, he'll hang himself. Like the old phrase, let the coaching staff hang themselves, and we need George and Kevin Warren to see just how bad they truly are.
No, I don't believe that in the slightest.
Because his job was on the line, too.
Right. All of these losses go on his resume as well.
And he hired them.
Right. I thought what Sam was saying is hey, does
Was
the
it
end
worth it?
justify
No.
the means? Because, and if that, let's just play that game. If somebody said that, I would still say, as much as I loved Ben Johnson from the very beginning, no, if you could have circumvented the trouble had you gone a different route.
Yeah. Let me take a couple more. Joey G's been very patient, as he always is. Joey, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good. How are you?
Very good.
I want to compliment the Silvy and Hoodie show. Can I do that?
The Silvy and Hoodie
I'm
show?
Sorry. The Silvy and Waddle show.
Oh, Waddle and Silvy show.
Waddle and Silvy. I would like to compliment Tyler.
Okay.
He kindly got on the phone. Said, Joey, we're going to get to you at 5 o'clock hour. I said, okay, Tyler, no problem. Thank you.
He's an honest young
I took
man.
a nap.
Oh, yeah?
This morning I took a nap. 7:06 to 10 o'clock, waiting on hold to get on the Kap and Hoodie show, and I didn't get on. But
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Let me finish, Sylvie.
Oh, you wait a minute, Joey. This is
No,
my time.
you listen to me,
listen
pal.
to me here.
Listen, buddy boy.
Let me ask
I
you
love
this.
you, Sylvie.
Joey, I want to get into your head here. When you're on hold.
No, hold on. Let me put this down. All right, go ahead.
All right. So when you're on hold at 7:07, and then it turns to 8:07, and then 8:07 turns to 8:37, don't you say at that time, look, I've spent too long, I gotta go. But to wait for 3 hours and then to shrug your arms in the air, is that partly on you too?
In all due respect, I am a fan of the entire radio show. So even if he would have got on the phone this morning and said, Joey, we're not going to get to you. Okay, Shay, no problem. I guess maybe a little bit's my problem. I call too much. I get it.
Can never call too much.
I do. I get, I understand. But I'm kind of worried about Kap. He's looking a little frail.
Oh, wow. What do you think?
Yeah, he was on. I was looking at him on YouTube, and he's got a lot on his plate. The best thing that I saw with Kap, and I don't know if you saw it, the recap when he was on his pier, halfway out of the water, and his arms on his shoulder, doing the recap by his lake house.
I did not see that. I can't.
They did a lake house recap,
Did
too.
they?
I don't know. I don't know.
I seen it.
All
Yeah,
right,
he was in the water. But anyways, real quick down the list. Checkbook should be in PCA's locker room tomorrow morning. Caleb Williams' checkbook will be ready in 2 years. Everybody get off this kid. I got to get off this kid. Let him do his own job and let him line it up and let Ben Johnson take by his hand. Okay? Don't get him in his head. Get him to his head again. Eberflus was a cancer. As far as I'm concerned, Poles is a cancer. And now going back to the gentleman that gave the jail introductory, that was fantastic for you guys as a radio station, and it was fantastic for me as a listener. Thank you for taking my call.
Hold on, Joey. I'm going to put you back on hold, okay? Hold on. Let's see how long he holds on for before he.
No hair pieces on this show.
Do you think he'll hold on the rest of the show now?
No.
I love Joey G. Jimmy on the north side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jimmy?
Fellas.
What's up?
How are we?
Jimmy.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has.
Yeah, tough call to follow. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I've been on the show enough times that I've never had this much pressure. Anyway, this Caleb Williams thing, the Bears have had their best offseason, I really think, maybe turned a leaf, in my opinion, the way they've approached it. And I do kind of remember back when this was going on, the Caleb pre-draft thing. I vividly remember it because I was able to call Colin Cowherd a stroke on the air and mix it in.
You want to apologize?
No, I'll double down on that. But
it's been a violent
why
5 o'clock hour. It really has.
Yeah, bring the heat, man. You got to do it. So, with Caleb, I just don't understand why he's offering out the information. You guys are right about the Bears. I'm not surprised. They suck. So I'm not surprised it's a bad operation. Concerned that the talent evaluation is equally as, ill-equipped. But I do think that they turned a leaf. I just don't know why Caleb, with all this pressure on him for this season, like, listen, I mean, take it or leave it. I mean, he's got to perform this year. Why don't write the book before the story's been written? You know what I mean?
I would say, Jimmy, let's kind of dissect this. The book is going to be written by Seth Wickersham. And he talked with Caleb's dad quite a bit. I think the story about nobody to sit and watch film or teach you to watch film was a story that his dad told Seth Wickersham, not Caleb, because Caleb told his dad.
Yeah, and then they came back to them to review the facts.
Right. So I guess my point is I don't think that Caleb
is running around telling secrets.
Yes.
Except to his confidant,
to his dad.
Yeah.
And then his dad spoke with Seth Wickersham.
That's why I think it will be important for him to speak Wednesday. And less about, okay, look, I didn't know what the Bears were. And yeah, I was doing my due diligence on the Bears. But then the stuff that you want to know and I want to know, what was going on last year? And then you could ask him the question, what, did you go to them and did you ask them to correct it? Like, how much? Did you maybe not work as hard as some people would have worked, though? How much ownership do you speak
Well,
of?
I think you're right. I think it's going to be good. Hopefully he'll speak about it and then we can all move forward.
And we will.
But I don't think he's addressed it. I think the stories that the excerpts have been relayed by his father and the conversations that Caleb had with his dad, right? Am I interpreting this?
Yeah, no, you're
the
right.
right way?
It's not
like Caleb went
his
to
dad.
Yeah, it's not like Seth Wickersham interviewed Caleb on those topics and actually he gave you those stories were told to Seth Wickersham, if I'm getting this correctly, by his dad.
Yeah.
So,
Joey, are you still on hold?
The Alarski interview
why are you on hold
still?
You
was
told
very,
me to stay on
very excellent.
The what interview?
I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of the Orlovsky.
Orlovsky.
All right, thank you, Joey. We need put it back on. All right, let's get to Aki's A-List. We'll do a 5-minute round of Aki's A-List before we go to the good, the bad, the dirty.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List is always brought to you by our guy, Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. Joey, hang up already. All right, go ahead, Tyler. What do you got?
You don't want to.
All right, the NFL owners are going to be meeting tomorrow and voting on a couple of things, including the tush push, which is there's been a lot about that.
I thought we were going to get through a full show without the tush push, but no.
But also the NFL playoffs and their structure and seeding format. It would, by this proposal by the Lions, would no longer seed you based on your division anymore, where the first 4 teams get in on the first 4 seeds. It would now be just strictly by record. And by the time we're on the air tomorrow, we will probably have a resolution to all of this.
Oh.
So I want your guys' picks. Do you think one of, both, or none will pass?
I know
tomorrow?
for sure. I am telling you. I'm guaranteeing it. Bring this back tomorrow, Charlie, if I'm wrong, and I'll eat crow. I'm guaranteeing the tush push gets banned. I believe this was tabled because they were getting their house in order to ban it. That there were still too many who wanted it worded different, this or that. I believe the tush push is. This is what the commissioner wants. The tush push will be banned. Now, the other one, I hope, will go to a new way of seeding. I think it's a good way to make the playoffs by winning your division, so divisions still matter, but it shouldn't be home field advantage guarantee just because you win a 4-team division.
I think the tush push will be banned as well. I just hope in the explanation for it, they tell you that we're banning all plays. Offensive players cannot push their teammates forward if they have the football.
No pushing allowed.
No pushing allowed. And otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. So,
like any ball carrier cannot be pushed.
Correct. I don't want to hear it's for injury reasons. That hasn't been proven. I think nobody is allowed to push a ball carrier offensively. You cannot help your teammate carrying the football move forward. If you use that as the rationale for it, then I'm fine with it. I don't believe they'll pass the other because I think you've got a lot of old school owners that value, whether you agree or disagree with it, that value the winning your division and the rivalries that exist inside your division. And I do think that, for me, there's a difference. Who even knows who the Bulls are in their division? You do because you're a sports fan.
Right.
Nobody knows. Divisions are meaningless in college basketball.
In the NBA.
I mean, it's really not a huge issue the way it used to be in Major League Baseball. Hasn't that changed as well?
Well, they keep changing the playoff structure to begin with,
Right.
with home field advantage and wild card rounds.
And again, maybe I won't rage against it at all if they change it. I still, and maybe I'm just an old fart, I think that the Bear, Viking, Bear, Packer, Bear, Lions, those rivalries will lose some of their zest if you think they even exist anymore.
Why?
Because I think that
for seeding?
Yeah, I don't think it'll matter anymore. It's just your
you
record.
win your division, you automatically go to the postseason.
Correct.
That is your ticket. It is no matter what. So why, if you have the fourth best record in the league, you should have the fourth seed. Because a division may stink, and all of a sudden now you're 9-8. What Tampa get last year?
I think they were 9-8.
9-8 in a bad division. There were teams in the NFC North who had better records in a better division, and they were penalized because they didn't play in the NFC South.
Totally get it. Winning your division, you play 6 games against the teams in your division. Like winning your division, that's why it carries more value. If you win your division, you get a little extra special something under your tree for Christmas.
That's you make the playoffs. We're not saying best 7 records get in, and if you win the division, you're not in. You get the postseason, but to be put in a home field advantage situation simply because you beat Atlanta, you beat Carolina, and you beat New Orleans is dumb. It's not competitive.
So maybe they should just get rid of divisions and just take the teams that have the records.
Divisions matter because you're making the postseason. You're just not seeded with a guaranteed home field advantage. It doesn't make sense.
But
it's going to be a 30-year scheduled division play, too. That's not a lot.
And I'm telling you, I think the owners value winning your division more than others.
And I'm with you. My bet would be that it doesn't pass.
Yes.
I hope it passes.
But can you see a scenario, though, where why would you then continue to play 6 division games? Why not just
exactly
play
what you mentioned? Because rivalries do matter, and it is an express ticket to the postseason.
But just play 3 and then play the rest of yours against the rest of the league.
What if you did this in college, too, where you said every division, every conference winner gets a playoff berth?
Well, that is what it is.
That's what it is.
Well, not really, is it? I mean, those are only the powers.
Yeah.
Or if you're seated higher. The SEC has the best teams in football, correct? Why would you penalize the teams that play in the SEC if they're better?
They've argued that for a very long time now. And that's why they're getting expanded playoffs and they want automatic bids. It's the same thing.
I'm not taking away the division meaning by just saying you don't automatically get home field advantage for winning the postseason. It is what it is. You get in the postseason and the rest then is ranked based on your record.
What I'm saying though is if you play in the NFC South, you got a bunch of crap there. Why not, so you're going to play 6 games against crappy teams, why not play 3 games Well, they would argue at that as the reason also. Why not just play 3 games against your teams, and then everybody else's schedule is more balanced and more normalized?
I like. You don't like the rivalries?
No, that's why. That's why I actually am okay with it
too. You play 2 games against your division team. The team with the best record at the end in that division makes the postseason, and then it's based on record as far as your seeding. I don't know how seeding You're just simply for going 9-8 and winning. But why do you get the number 3 seed because you won your division?
What I'm saying to you is, then why does it matter how many games you play against your division opponents?
You're not looking to change those games.
I'm not.
No,
but I'm
so
saying,
why are you flipping that then?
No, what I'm saying to you is that would create a more balanced schedule where everybody is playing a more balanced schedule.
All I'm looking is balancing the fairness. That you're looking to make it more fair based on your overall record on where you're seated for the postseason. That's it. Like, you make the playoffs for winning the division.
Right.
You don't get a better seed because you won your division. An 11-5 team or 11-6 team is an 11-6 team, even if you didn't win your division.
No, I get it. I'm just like, if you're going to do this, then again, why are you playing so many games?
Because it is meaningful to win your division.
Yeah, but you could win your division by beating the teams. You just don't have to play them twice. You just play them once.
To me, rewarding or penalizing a team literally based on the geography of where they play is so stupid.
You're not penalizing them. You're actually giving them a postseason berth because of it.
I'm on your side.
Right. You are simply just putting the order of the seeds based on the best records in football.
Yes. Listen, like I said, if they're going to reseed, I don't care. But I do have a value for because again, you only play 17 of these. This is not like other sports. So I do have a value for playing against the Lions and the Vikings and the Packers, and I think you do lose a little. I don't have a problem with them giving you a little extra juice for winning your division. Because like you said, it's cyclical. Not all the time is the NFC South going to suck.
No, we've seen it with the NFC East.
Yeah.
The NFC East used to be the worst division in football. Now, lately, it's been better.
Look, the NFC North got screwed last year. And by the way, the team that is actually pushing this is the Lions, who it wouldn't have mattered. They didn't get robbed of anything. They had the best record in the NFC.
2 years ago, they got robbed, I think. Didn't they have to go to Dallas or something?
No, Green Bay went to Dallas 2 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe it was them. Someone.
But the Vikings are the team that got the Vikings and the Green Bay Packers. I believe the way that it fell was this year was the Lions were 1, and then the Vikings were 5, and the Packers were 7. Right? Had they been seeded the way that they're suggesting, they would have been 1, 3, and 5.
That Sunday night game was the difference. That like Week 18 Sunday night game, that was the difference between the 1 seed and having to go to LA. Basically.
See, like I understand the point. The Rams had a crappy overall record compared to the Vikings. The Vikings had to pick up and go on the road. Now that game ultimately was played in Arizona because of the fires, but like the Vikings had a better record.
But they were the visiting team. That's my point.
No, I get what they're, but I don't think they'll do it. I think that the old NFL owners will lean too much into the way it's been and the value that is placed on winning your division.
Tyler, you were saying, I interrupted you, sorry. You were saying they don't penalize you just because you play in the North?
Yeah, just because like you're in that division. I will say this, one of the other things that I like about this too is that one of the first tiebreaker is division champion. So if you are a division champion, you automatically have the tiebreaker over any of the wild card teams.
In terms of hosting?
For seeding, yeah.
Yeah, the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think it's a great tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. That's different. All right, coming up next, we've got to do the good, the bad, the dirty. We'll have to breeze through this. We've got White Sox baseball. Coming up at 6, it's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Mariners.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now. and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here. And what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday night at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota Summer Starts Here sales event. Summer, you can't tell by the weather, is almost here, guys. And with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to a ball game in the spacious Grand Highland or more room than ever. I drove the Sequoia downtown. We had a great time. or you could check out the city to explore it all in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive, and I loved it. 40 miles to the gallon with a hybrid version, or the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you know that you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The good.
It's gone! Oh, my God!
The bad.
That is so bad, that is absolutely brutal.
And the dirty.
I'm talking about nasty. Wow, so many stories are running through my head right now.
Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
The good, the bad, the dirty is brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. You want the good? How about 60% off windows? The bad? You waited this long. The dirty? No payments till 2027. Window Nation semi-annual sale is on. Visit windownation.com. And it's also brought to you by the Sanctuary Golf Course. Sanctuary Golf Course is in New Lenox, Chicagoland's finest golf course. Book your tee times now at golfsanctuary.com. One thing good, one thing bad. One thing that we thought was dirty. What's your good?
I mentioned this earlier. Despite being swept by the Cubs in dramatic fashion, I think at the end of the day, what were the Cubs? They scored 26 runs to the Sox, 8 runs. But Miguel Vargas was 6 for 10 in the series against the Cubs. He had 3 home runs. And for the month, he's hitting 296 with an OPS over 1,000. Is that how you reference it, over 1,000?
Yeah,
and didn't he just win Player of the Week in the American League?
Indeed, he did.
Did PCA win?
No, Will Benson won for the Reds.
Wow.
And he's been awesome for the past week. So, yeah, he's actually was better than PCA this week. It was deserved.
Just going to say, in a very, kind of another dark season, maybe Miguel Vargas is turning into somebody that you can build with. So
it's good to see. Were the Cubs throwing at him, guys? Do you think that was intentional in yesterday's game? And then because I think Len and DJ were talking about, with him and PCA, I think the Cubs were upset about the way he interfered a little bit or something like that with PCA. Is that what the whole thing was?
The only thing I can remember from the series that you might have thrown at a guy for was it Brooks Baldwin with the slide on Dansby on Friday? That's the only thing I can think
that
of.
wouldn't be him though. I don't know what was going on there, but there was a lot of arguing.
Mydroff, is that how you pronounce his name as well? So they've got a couple of guys that, in an otherwise down season, at least you got a couple of, bright lights.
By the way, Brad Keller is also the one who threw at TA in the famous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's the one.
When he was with the Tigers?
He was with the Royals.
The Royals at the time.
When Ramirez gave him the.
So he could kind of do that.
He's mixed it up with the White Sox before, yeah.
Okay.
He was on the White Sox for a little bit, wasn't he? Was he on the White
Brad Keller?
I thought.
I'm not sure.
He was here for, we were talking about it yesterday. I think he was here for very brief cup of coffee.
Yeah. All right. My good is think long, think wrong. It's PCA. He has become everything and then some that we thought he would be. I read you some of the numbers. Patrick Mooney wrote in his article today that through 73 plate appearances this year, PCA had 0 home runs and a batting average below 200. To now, where he is a 3.1 WAR player, he has 12 home runs, 12 doubles, 3 triples, 38 driven in, an OPS of 909. It is really incredible with what he's done. And to me, he's not been good. He's been great.
By the way, Meller explained the whole Brad Keller situation in a text, so you may want to look at that. Tyler, what's your good?
My good is...
Very good.
Good text from Meller. My good is Scotty Scheffler winning the PGA Championship in dominant fashion this weekend, and he really kicked things into gear down the stretch on Saturday. He finished his day 5 under through his final 5 holes. And then just as Jon Rahm was starting to make things interesting, Scotty stepped on the gas in his back 9 on Sunday and finishes with his 3rd major.
And by the way, Jon Rahm just collapsed too, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Like he came back and then he collapsed, right?
It was
yes, down the stretch.
He tied it.
Yeah.
He was
And then he
tied for the lead.
collapsed.
Yes.
I'm telling you,
The
I'm with Carm. If Scotty Scheffler was a better putter, we would be talking, he's not Tiger, would never be Tiger, but we would be having an even more lofty conversation about Scott.
Did you guys see the Nike ad for Scotty?
Is it like with his back to the
Yeah,
it's
him.
his swing, right?
It's his swing, and then it goes best player in the world, ? Guilty. Based off of the PGA from last year when he got arrested.
I'm connecting those dots. Good.
All right, what do you got, Charlie? What's your good?
Yeah, it got mentioned earlier a little bit, but Will Benson from the Reds. Home runs in 4 consecutive games. He helped the Reds sweep Cleveland. He's batting .367 on the season now. Cincinnati's got some really, really fun players. So good on you, Waddle.
Too bad. I wish that they did business differently. I feel about my Reds the way you feel about your Bulls.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, I'm not happy.
Can I give you a side bad too? A side piece of bad? Can I give you a side piece?
You got a bad side piece?
Because I had another bad, but you brought it up about the Reds. This talk, it's not the talk, it's not passing, but the Pittsburgh Pirates, it's even being discussed that they could think
About
of trading
trading.
Paul Skeens right now.
That was my dirty.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm with you. We can share it.
Dumb.
It's what makes me most angry about Major League Baseball.
Yes.
It's just the thought that you would even be considering. And I don't know that they're considering, but maybe it was just a suggestion. Listen, Paul Skeens, a talent like that, should never leave a Pittsburgh Pirates uniform, ever. And the Pirates should move heaven and earth to make sure that he remains a Pirate for his entire Major League Baseball career.
You wait decades to get a player like this. And not even halfway through his 2nd year, this is being discussed. They're what's wrong with baseball,
Yes.
not the Dodgers.
No.
Those
Totally
are
agree.
the teams that are wrong with baseball.
Yeah, that's my dirty.
Did
Anyway,
you see the Pirates social media team getting crushed too? So Paul Skeens, I think he's through his first career complete game, and it was a 1-0 loss to the Phillies, and the amount of comments MFing the Pirates after he threw a complete game in a loss in a 1-0 game was hysterical.
There's a taffy pull in Pittsburgh tonight as the Cincinnati Reds are visiting the Pirates. Bunch of National League Central ne'er-do-wells.
What's your bet?
The Maple Leafs.
Oh, what chokers.
They didn't show up Game 7 in their own building.
Are they worse than the Cubs were before they won a World Series? And I know they've won before, but it's been, 50 years?
6-1 they lost yesterday to the Maple Leafs in a Game 7 that was played on home ice.
I was excited to watch, and then 3-0.
Didn't you and Carm have a bet on the
we had
the
them.
Leafs?
I just rode with Carmen because I had FOMO. Can I play this really quick? I know it's about a minute, and we're short on time, but this is a montage of everybody with their bad takes when the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson. I saw this on social media.
Isn't the answer? It's an awful idea. And for what? To go all in hopes of signing Jalen Brunson?
And I worry that they're gonna look at Jalen Brunson and they're like, wait, we've spent $27 million a year on this?
And by the way, he's not a 1. I'm not even sure he's a real 2.
The saddest sweepstakes ever. The Jalen Brunson sweepstakes. Is Jalen Brunson one of the 10 best point guards in basketball? Maybe he's 10.
I don't think he's top 10. I mean, he might not be top 14.
I don't think this is a move that puts them into playoff contention.
It's got to be something in addition to Jalen Brunson.
But it is not going to be the type of player that elevates them into contender status.
But, I mean, do we think Brunson is a guy that is going to bring them
to a second-round playoff series, he's not.
I don't love the Jalen Brunson signing. I think it's too much money. And I think if anybody screams potential bust in this class, to me, it's Jalen Brunson.
And give him all the credit because he was the one who made everyone eat their words. Yeah. And he's been doing that since he came out of Villanova. Yeah. It's incredible. All right, what do you guys have for your bad?
My bad. The PGA tweeted out something during the PGA Championship when in Charlotte, as the tournament was at Quill Hollow. Wins since 2020. Scottie Scheffler 15, the Carolina Panthers 14. They took it down, and the rumor is because David Tepper, the owner of the Panthers, is a member at Quail Hollow. And so he may have put in the call and told them to take down the tweet. One of the most sensitive owners in all of sports.
Yeah. What do you got, Charlie?
I got the Game 7s yesterday. Both just complete blowouts. Panthers 6-1 over the Maple Leafs, and Thunder just stuffed the Nuggets into a locker yesterday.
Waddle, you already...
My dirty, Pirates and Paul Skeens, that nonsense.
My whole thing was the dirty between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, which wasn't really dirty. It was a hard foul. Like, this is getting ridiculous about all the things that she's been criticized about.
Was it even a hard foul?
It wasn't, dude. Like, she said it was a take foul. By the way, here's a trivia question for you. Caitlin Clark just had, I believe it was her second or third triple-double of her career. She's just starting her second year. Where does that rank in WNBA history?
I have no clue.
Tied for third. All-time career triple-doubles. Isn't that amazing? What do you guys have really quick?
My dirty, I'll go off of that. Dave Portnoy bet on the triple-double, and he made like $325,000, and it's more than any WNBA player will make this year.
Wow. That's a great
off of salary.
That's
off
great.
Of salary.
And then Charlie?
Back in
Playing
March, it looks like
chess today.
Phil Mickelson tweeted, here's a hot take. Does Scotty win in 2025 before the Ryder Cup? I don't think so. Sorry, Phil. That was a pretty dirty prediction.
Bad prediction. His
That
gambling was never
too.
good.
Why would you bet against Scottie Scheffler?
He likes to poke the bear.
I know, but he's just poking himself. That's a bad luck.
Yeah. Poking yourself?
So much to get to tomorrow, too. Don't forget, we're back at 2:30. If you missed anything, check out our YouTube page, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy, and subscribe while you are there. We had Dan Orlovsky on today. Thank you to him. Thank you to Tyler Aki and Charlie Bevins. White Sox baseball coming up next. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Monday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dorn.